Chapter 44. 020 Green Tassel enters the temple hall. The true Liang-style underskirt Bai Lian stood still for a while before nodding her head. The driver glanced at her and wasn't surprised at all. Sitting in the back seat, Bai Lian casually rested her wrist on her knee and started memorizing English vocabulary through an app on her phone. The driver looked in the rearview mirror, somewhat astonished. He knew she was from the Ji family. However, he hadn't expected that she would be so at ease during her first ride in such a high-class business car. The car slowly entered the entrance of Bakhtur Street. At the entrance, the driver respectfully handed over a document before they were allowed to pass. Looking at the rearview mirror, he explained, "A pass is needed to enter here, especially today with the auction taking place. Not just anyone can come in." Bai Lian continued memorizing words, not even lifting her head. The White Tiger auction house was at the end of Bakhtur Street, where a majestic 20-meter-high stone sculpture of a white tiger was sprawled at the entrance. There was a crowd of people queuing up at the entrance. The driver couldn't drive any further, parking the car at a distance. "Miss Bai, please go and join the queue. After Mr. Ren and the others go in, someone will meet you at the entrance." Wearing earphones, Bai Lian got out of the car and walked into the crowd. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette in his hand, was standing at the entrance of the auction house to prevent any troublemakers. He had blonde hair and an aura of notoriety. On this street, his reputation for violence was well known, especially since recent rumors suggested that the downfall of Poison Scorpion was related to him. The well-known fighter of Bakhtur Street, Poison Scorpion, could be taken down by Mao Kuan, which indicated that he was no ordinary person. His infamy was widespread, and even those from fighting arenas regarded him with great respect. Today's auction, which catered to global VIPs, had him there to maintain order, courtesy of his godfather. Others who knew him made sure to stay at least 3 meters away. His eyes roamed and soon spotted Bai Lian in the crowd. Mao Kuan narrowed his eyes and quickly stood up straight, making his way into the crowd. Whoosh! The group of wealthy businessmen in line hastily made way. "Sis," Mao Kuan approached Bai Lian and awkwardly scratched his head. "Al thought you weren't coming? Why squeeze in with these people? They'll take you in through the back entrance." Mao Kuan led Bai Lian into the VIP entrance from the back. The White Tiger auction house was very large, circular in shape, descending from the top floor with 3 levels. The first and second floors were regular booths, while the third level had special ones. Upon learning that the Ren family's booth was on the first floor, Mao Kuan accompanied her to the first floor. The booths there were small, with only a table and a few wooden chairs. Displeased with the setting, he frowned. "Sis, should I get you relocated to the 3rd floor?" Bai Lian chose a seat by the window and sat down, lazily resting her elbow on the windowsill. She was dressed in a gradient blue wide-sleeved top, with neatly fastened light blue braided buttons. As she lifted her arm, her fair wrist and a loosely tied crimson wristband were revealed. As she sat down, her long skirt spread across the entire chair. "No need," she said indifferently, leaning against the windowsill, her almond eyes slightly drooping, revealing an undeniable allure at a glance. Mao Kuan dared not look any longer. After serving tea, he instructed Bai Lian to call him directly if she needed anything, then went back outside to maintain order. It was nearing 7 o'clock. Sounds of people entering started on the first floor. Outside, Ren Xian led the way with Jianghu by his side, chatting as they walked toward the booths. Ren Wanxian and Jianghu followed at the rear. "It's been 7 years, it might not be possible to find," Ren Xian said to Jianghu, and as the Secretary General opened the door to the booth, Ren Xian's words suddenly came to a halt. Inside the cramped booth, someone had already arrived. Behind him, Ren Wanxian and Jianghu also stopped, with Ren Wanxian in particular expressing disbelief. "How did you get here first?" To enter the White Tiger auction house, one had to go through stringent queuing and security checks. They had arrived early, but it still took nearly 2 hours to get in, only to find Bai Lian already seated by the window. Bai Lian continued memorizing words, casually pressing on her phone screen. Hearing the noise, she lazily tilted her head. "Grandpa?" She paused, then politely greeted Ren Xian. All the while, she did not rise from her seat. Ren Wanxian looked at her impolite demeanor and then at Jianghu, who also remained seated. She couldn't help but sit down beside Jianghu. Her eyes narrowed as she slowly uttered 2 words, "uncouth." Having been trained well in etiquette, she looked down on the rude manners of the Ji family. Jianghu remained silent as the auction started promptly at 7. The first item up for bid was a red tourmaline. The beautiful and elegant auctioneer presented the red tourmaline encased in glass, a collector's grade red tourmaline 106 carats, with a starting price of 2 million. Those present were not short on cash, and the price quickly rose to 3 million. Ren Qian, who had been conversing with Jianghu, finally paused. Beside him, his Secretary General pressed the bidding button. 3 to 5 million. Chapter 45. 020 Green Tassel enters the temple hall, the true Liang style _3. After finishing, he smiled and explained, Miss Wangxuan's birthday is coming up soon. Mr. Ren instructed me to keep an eye on an item to give her for her birthday. While speaking, he suddenly saw Bai Lian, the Secretary General, coughed abruptly, then stopped talking. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu sat to one side, both attending an auction for the first time, unable to contain their excitement and studying the items at the auction. Hearing the Secretary General's voice, Wanxian said indifferently, Why keep buying these? I haven't even worn what you got me last time. The Secretary General just smiled and did not say much. It's naturally needed. 700, a dull voice rose from the third floor. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Lian couldn't help but glance at the third floor. It sounded so much like a tapeworm. The bid had abruptly soared from 500 to 7 million. 7 million for a collector-grade red tourmaline wasn't particularly expensive. But it had already exceeded the Ren family's estimate, and the Secretary General looked questioningly at Ren Qian. Ren Qian shook his head. Forget it. With the guest on the third floor, it's unlikely anyone else will compete. The Ren family didn't have the capital to compete with them. And so, the red tourmaline was taken by the guest on the third floor. One auction item followed another, and Bai Lian paid no further attention, nor did the private room on the third floor make another bid. In the meantime, Ren Qian had bid on another piece of calligraphy. When the final auction item appeared, everyone, including Jianghu, sat up straight, eyes glued to the auction stage. Ren Wanxian also stopped sending photos in the group chat. It was 9:30. The auctioneer, dressed in a long Chinese-style dress, smiled gracefully. I know why everyone is here, and believe me, this final auction item will not disappoint. Saying this, she reached behind her and drew aside the red cloth. A carefully preserved piece of calligraphy appeared before everyone, a poem written with unrestrained flourish. Where the old general's soul returns, today he drinks and revel. Long pavilion 10 miles short, cold armor's blood not cool. From here the path diverges, sash of blue enters the hall. Long spear against the tide, the pen sharp to test its might. Long pavilion sending off the troops. The poem was not long, but each character was written with varying speed and emphasis, switching between hidden and exposed strokes, straight and curved lines. The carefree ease after each stroke penetrated the paper, making each character seem to leap alive with vibrant vitality, as if imbued with the warmth of life. Behind her, Wanxian muttered in astonishment, Sash of blue enters the hall. So this is the true Liang script. No one could feel the bursting vitality emanating from the calligraphy more than the auctioneer. For a moment, it was as if she could see a woman in white, freely dancing her brush across the paper, completing the work effortlessly. Because the handwriting is in Liang script and the signature carries Liang Zuan's personal seal, our auction house believed it to be Liang's original work. The auctioneer took a deep breath, stripping away her emotions, and said seriously, after historical scholars had appraised it, it was verified that the poem was written by his sister for Bai Zhongyu when he went off to the military. We all know the historical military genius Bai Zhongyu, who topped the imperial examinations at 15, aced them at 18, and after his father's death, left his writing at 20 to join the army, taking up arms and heading to the battlefield. His sister hoped he would return home safely and resume his career in the palace. Since he did not return, she wanted to throw away this piece of calligraphy, but according to historical records, it was retrieved by her teacher, meaning that Liang Zuan left us this unique and historically significant calligraphic treasure. The auctioneer continued to elaborate. In the private room, Bai Lian rested her chin on the windowsill, quietly gazing at the nearly yellowed calligraphy. A millennium-old authentic piece, preserved to the present day, seemed to allow one to glimpse through the letters 1,000 years of fleeting beauty. Upon hearing the starting bid of 50 million, she watched so intently that she did not hear Jianghu calling her several times. Ren Qian had a good impression of Bai Lian, and seeing her staring blankly at the calligraphy, chuckled in surprise. Bai, do you also study Liang's script? What do you think this piece of calligraphy will sell for in the end? Hearing Ren Qian's words, Wanxian also snapped back to reality, giving Bai Lian a sidelong glance. She didn't understand why Ren Qian would ask Bai Lian such a question, as the Ji family member didn't seem the type to study Liang's script. Bai Lian tilted her head, withdrawing her gaze from the calligraphy to lazily return to her vocabulary revision. The calligraphy lacks force. She was young when she wrote it and had not yet trained enough strength in her wrist. The starting bid is too high. The starting bid is too high? Wan Xian, already unpleased because Rin Chen regarded Bai Lian so highly, attending the auction and even inviting a member from the Ji family, and on top of that Bai Lian acting as if she knew everything, now had the audacity to casually critique the disciple of Liang Zuan. Do you even know who she is? Not to mention her other accomplishments, half the calligraphy world are her fans. You couldn't reach a tenth of her skill even if you practiced for 100 years, let alone saying she lacks wrist strength. If you don't understand, can you not go back and read more books? Chapter 46. 021 Charismatic Richest Man. Dr. Gao understood Ren Wanxian couldn't understand why Rin Chen was partial to Bai Lian, just because Bai Lian looked good and had a bit of luck. Beside her, Chen Zhu was also quietly watching the calligraphy. Upon hearing Ren Wangshuan's comment, he nodded almost imperceptibly. Jianghu tapped his smoking pipe, shifting his gaze from the auction back to Ren Wanxian before lowering his voice and saying helplessly to Bai Lian, "Don't be ridiculous, don't make arbitrary judgments." Although Ren Wangshuan's tone was unpleasant, she did have a point. If Bai Lian's words were overheard by other people or her fans, even though those from the Bai family were not current stars, if one were to ask a child on the street, 50% of them would know who they were. By then Bai Lian would indeed be torn apart by netizens. Bai Lian? Oh. Calligraphy required capturing the spirit, and she had been in the zone when she wrote it, but she was young at the time and was still practicing wrist suspension. Every day, her right hand hung with a brick as she practiced writing. Her strokes were nowhere near as steady as they were now. Liang Zuan had remarked, after she finished writing, that if she had written this piece a few years later, it would have been even better. Everyone sees things differently. Rin Chen put down his teacup, smoothing things over. Let's focus on the bidding first. Rin Chen smiled. Glancing at Bai Lian, who was radiating sharpness, he internally shook his head. She was too young after all, but he also shouldn't have brought up such topics in front of Bai Lian. The Ji family seemed not to understand the Liang style of calligraphy. Discussing such artistic thresholds with Bai Lian was no different than playing the lute to a cow. Meanwhile outside, people on the first and second floors were getting restless. The bidding had already reached 80 million, yet no one on the third floor had made a move. 81 million, someone on the second floor bid again. 100 million, a middle-aged voice rose from the third floor. At that sound Rin Chen couldn't help but sit up straight. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu exchanged glances. Looking at Bai Lian, she lowered her voice. Is it that Director Chen? Chen Zhu nodded without shifting his gaze. This authentic piece with a heavy history, once bought and kept private, could only be appreciated in moments like this. The Chen family and the Rin family had secured invitations, but they hadn't expected Director Chen to somehow get his hands on another invitation. They couldn't owe this favor to him. On the third floor, Director Chen held the handle, his eyes glued to the auction stage. 120 million. The price kept climbing. Unable to resist, Director Chen directed his gaze to the man sitting in the middle. Young Master Jiang, our master says if you could you give some support to the Chen family this time? The old master said as long as you help this once. The Chen family maintained a large retinue, with every penny at home allocated as military provisions. Despite the existence of a private museum, anything that even slightly required funds would often cause the old Chen to beg the Jiang family for money with a shameless face. This occasion was no exception. Director Chen had originally wondered how he could invite this man, but to his surprise, it didn't take much effort. Jianghu Lai lounged elegantly on the sofa, his long legs crossed as he focused on the auction stage, his slender fingers resting on the back of the sofa in a posture both aristocratic and aloof. Upon hearing this, he leisurely glanced over. Director Chen looked at him eagerly. Jianghu Lai turned his attention back to the auction stage. He wasn't well versed in calligraphy, but the writing on the display felt oddly familiar. Tapping his fingertips lightly on the sofa, he pondered for a moment before giving Ming Dongheng a look. Ming Dongheng sat on the far right, pressing the bidding button without blinking. 200 million. All the people on the first, second and third floors. Chewing on his finger, Director Chen looked at Ming Dongheng with eyes filled with envy and the feeling of witnessing wasteful spending, wishing he wouldn't say 200 million with the same tone one would say $2. Yang Dongheng looked back at Director Chen, his cool gaze seeming to ask what was wrong. Director Chen withdrew his gaze. Really, why was the Jiang family so rich? He was truly envious. Naturally, the calligraphy was eventually acquired by Jianghu Lai. 200 million was a sum that required consideration for most people present, but for the Jiang family, Asia's richest, It was merely a single statement. The tall and elegant auctioneer brought down the final hammer. Director Qin, who had been watching intently, finally let out a sigh of relief. He resisted the urge to have the piece immediately delivered and thanked Jiang Fulai. "Thank you, young Master Jiang." Jiang Fulai, unruffled, withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanged, his narrow eyes slightly lifted in an elegant and sincere inquiry. "Why thank me?" Director Qin was taken aback. "Of course it's because of that authentic piece." Chapter 47. 021 Charismatic Richest Man. Dr. Gao understood this was a genuine piece from the Bai family, and even belonged to Miss Bai. The Qin family, despite their poverty, had scraped together 1 billion yuan. If the old man hadn't been unwell and in the hospital, he would have personally come to this auction to escort the artifact back to Jianghu. Jiang Fulai stood up and gave Chief Qin a slight nod, the epitome of nonchalance. "Did one say I was auctioning it for you?" Chief Qin: No, wasn't it?" Chief Qin looked at Jiang Fulai's aloof face, wanting to say something but ultimately daring not to. The auction at the White Tiger Auction House came to a close. The staff delivered the items Ren Qian had won to a first-floor private room. Ren Qian's chief secretary stored them away, and the group followed the crowd out. Midway, the chief secretary answered a phone call. "What? I understand." Ren Qian walked shoulder to shoulder with Ji Heng at the front. The chief secretary, holding his phone, glanced at Ji Heng and Bai Lian, seemingly wanting to say something but not beside the two of them. Ren Qian, seeing his hesitation, stated plainly, "What is it?" "It's Dr. Gao." The chief secretary turned off his phone, slightly lowering his voice. "He's agreed to the dinner you arranged, uncle." Ren Wanxian, who was closer to the chief secretary, frowned, interrupting him. "Let's talk about this at home." Hearing Ren Wanxian say this, Ren Qian took it as consent. The chief secretary then said no more. "Grandpa." Bai Lian put away her phone and took a few steps to the exit, softly arching her eyebrows to bid Ji Heng goodbye. "I'll head back first." Ji Heng looked worriedly at the crowd. "Then be careful on your own, don't shut off your phone, call me if anything happens." Fortunately, with the big auction event on Bakhtur Street today, security was well managed, and there were plenty of bodyguards all along the way. There shouldn't be any major problems. After hesitating for a few seconds, he consented. "Okay." Bai Lian looked casually outside the door, putting her earphones back on to listen to vocabulary words, paying no mind to what Ren Wanxian and the others were discussing, leisurely blending into the crowd. The moment she stepped outside, Mao Kuan, who had been waiting for her at the door, spotted her. "Sis." He pulled out a cigarette and respectfully offered it to Bai Lian. On a typical day, Bai Lian's demeanor was laid back, seemingly full of charm. But now, those dark, emotionless eyes of hers appeared strikingly cold. Mao Kun's heart skipped a beat, wondering who had offended her this time to provoke such an expression. He quickly offered her the cigarette, trying to lighten the mood. Bai Lian wasn't fond of the smell of smoke, but she bit on the cigarette now, allowing Mao Kuan to light it for her. The bright flame curled around the white stick. She tossed her backpack to Mao Kuan, her pale slender fingers holding the cigarette as smoke subtly veiled her eyes and brows, her voice carelessly lazy. "Find a place for me to do my homework." "Right away," Mao Kuan said, handling her bag with care, turning to scout for a place. Bai Lian, dressed in vintage attire, stood on the unfussy long street, her delicate features shrouded in a thin wisp of smoke, like a classical girl who had mistakenly wandered into the modern world. Many passers-by kept looking back, pausing to inhale silently. Eventually, a man couldn't resist approaching her with a suggestive gaze. "Little sister, why are you still here so late?" Bai Lian leaned against the wall by the roadside, her posture languid as she tilted her head slightly, wearing nothing but the simplest wooden hairpin on her head, and looking nonchalantly at him with a cigarette in her mouth. With that tilt of her head, her eyes were stunningly beautiful. Yet they were soaked with chilliness. The man couldn't resist reaching to touch her face but was stopped by a hand. "Brother, if you want to have fun, why not come to me? What fun is there with a student girl like her?" The woman wore a tight black outfit, her fingers lightly tracing the man's chest, her seductive eyes carrying a teasing allure. The man looked from Bai Lian to the woman. Ultimately sensing some danger, he gently grasped the woman's hand. "What you're saying isn't without merit. Sis, it's at the same bar as last time," Mao Kun's voice came from behind. The two people at the scene were startled, turned their heads and saw Mao Kuan walking over with a fierce look. The man clearly recognized Mao Kuan. His hand trembled as he held the woman's, wondering if Mao Kuan had taken a fancy to this girl. Mao Kuan walked straight past him, stopping in front of Bai Lian, Sis, nothing happened, right? Bai Lian, biting on the cigarette, looked at the man with disdain and finally rested her gaze on the woman in black. Where are you from? Chapter 48. 021 Charismatic Richest Man, Dr. Gao understood. 3 The woman in black was momentarily startled, seemingly pausing before speaking. From Xianxia. Elle knew it, thank you. Bai Lian put out her cigarette, casually tossing it into the trash can, and then said to Mao Kuan, I'm going to do homework. Mao Kuan hurriedly responded, Sister, go do your homework. If it's too noisy, have someone take you to a private room. After she left. It was only then that Mao Kuan grabbed the man by the collar. Are you blind? You want to mess with my sister? He threw the man in his hand to his subordinates and said coldly, take care of him. Only now did the woman next to them snap back to reality, surprised. Young Master Mao. Mao Kuan recognized the glamorous woman as the resident singer of the bar, lit a cigarette for himself, and before leaving he spoke. Sun Chun? Remember my number. If there's any issue, come find me directly. You've done a great service today by keeping the streets free of bloodshed. His understanding of Bai Lian's thoughts could be said to be exceedingly profound. It was around 10 at night when Backter Street was the busiest. The Ren family car waited in line before it slowly left the underground parking lot. In the van, Jianghu and Ren Xian sat up front. Jianghu, with a pipe in hand, silently watched out the window. In the corner of his eye, he thought he saw a shadow and blurted out, Stop the car. The driver stopped. Ren Xian looked at Jianghu in surprise. What's nothing? Jianghu observed the crowd and shook his head. Al might have seen wrong. He fell into silence again. The car left Backter Street amidst the rush of traffic and people, and finally stopped at the entrance of an alley on Purist Street. After Jianghu got out and entered the alley, the car slowly continued on to the Ren family. After Jianghu left, Ren Xian turned to the secretary in the passenger seat. Has Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant gotten back to you? The secretary nodded solemnly. We're still renewing the reservation for the private room in Wanhe building, and 1 a.m. trying to schedule the earliest possible time with Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant. Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian sat in the back of the van. He had been holding back his confusion all the way, but when they brought it up again he turned to Ren Wanxian. The Dr. Gao you mentioned. Only then did Ren Wanxian speak up. You should know there's a major project in Xianxia. Many people from Jianghu have come. This Dr. Gao is a doctorate who has just returned to the country from Jianghu University. What? Jianghu University? Chen Zhu almost exclaimed out loud. He had only heard his parents discuss the major project in Xianxia because the matter involved level 2 confidentiality, and he didn't understand the specifics. But a doctor from Jianghu University. That at the very least was the status equivalent to national top scorers of each class. How did the Ren family manage to get in touch with one? Correct. Ren Wanxian knew the importance of the issue, which was why she hadn't allowed the secretary to mention it in front of Bai Lian, to prevent Jianghu and Bai Lian from hearing. If Dr. Gao is willing to tutor us or recommend us to Jianghu University. Xianxia Middle School hadn't produced a student who got into Jianghu University for many years. This time, they had with great difficulty obtained a spot for the Jingjiang preparatory camp. Even if Dr. Gao couldn't apply for the camp, they had nearly 20 people competing for one spot in their training course. Every one of them was a competitor, and every post-lesson exercise was counted towards their ongoing assessment. These exercises were difficult for them, but for Dr. Gao they would surely be extremely simple. With Dr. Gaff's help, their chances of success would reach 80%. The Chen family managed to invite Chief Chen as a guest, and Ren Wanxian knew the Chen family's significance. She was aware of the gap between her, Chen Zhu, and Ning Xiao, so she did not keep Dr. Gaff's matters concealed from Chen Zhu any longer. Chen Zhu also snapped out of his daze, his heart thumping wildly, almost as if it was about to burst from his chest. Thank you. He looked steadily at Ren Wanxian and took a deep breath. We're in the same group, of course. We move forward or fall back together, Ren Wanxian said with a smile, not seeming to care much. Chen Zhu nodded. When the teacher had discussed grouping with him on Friday, he had felt a bit of regret. Because Ning Xiao seemed to want to be grouped with Bai Lian, which wasn't surprising as they were in the same class. But now he felt extremely fortunate. Fortunate that he had politely refused the class teacher that night and hadn't rejected Ren Wanxian when she asked him the next day. Up ahead, Ren Xian suddenly thought of something and mentioned casually, I'll remember Bai Lian is also in your senior year. If we're inviting Dr. Gao to dinner, include her as well. Ren Wanxian looked up. Include her? What for? She can understand what Dr. Gao says? Chapter 49. 022 didn't have time to play house with her one whenever Bai Lian was mentioned. Ren Wangshuan's smile faded, her expression indifferent. Jianghu might have a special fondness for Bai Lian, which was fine since she was indifferent towards Jianghu's attitude. But why did Ren Qian, who had only met Bai Lian twice, also care so much about her? The Ren family had tried so long to set up a dinner with Dr. Gao, presenting many gifts before securing the arrangement, yet Ren Qian casually decided to include Bai Lian with just a few words. "Grandpa, do you not know? Bai Lian scored 85 in the comprehensive science," Ren Wanxian said emotionlessly. "Dr. Gao is an elite. Do you think she can understand what he says? We've finally managed to invite Dr. Gao. What if she offends him with an inadvertent comment? Who would we turn to then?" Her words left the driver and the passenger in the front seat barely daring to breathe loudly. Chen Zhu, seated beside her, didn't speak up for Bai Lian either. To him, what Ren Wanxian said was the truth and there was nothing to argue about. Moreover, even if he took a step back, he wouldn't choose to speak for Bai Lian at this time. Ren Qian did appreciate Bai Lian a bit. He had indeed looked down upon the Ji family. Seeing Ren Qian silent, Ren Wanxian couldn't hold back. "Are you planning to send the Ji family a lot of things? Stop the car, stop the car." She banged hard on the window. Ren Wanxian was always pampered at home and had become willful. The driver dared not ignore her, stopping the car by the roadside. Ren Wanxian got out of the car and walked along the street alone. She had always done as she pleased at home. Chen Zhu glanced at her, took his phone and prepared to follow her out of the car. Ren Qian let out a sigh. "I'm embarrassed. Chen Zhu, please keep an eye on her." Chen Zhu nodded. "I'll understand." As the car stood still and watched the two of them disappear into the night, the Secretary General in the front passenger seat finally asked, "Sir, shall we still inform Miss Bai?" "Forget it," Ren Qian said. "The young lady isn't wrong." The Secretary General instructed the driver to start driving, looking back at the fading figures in the night. Miss Bai would not be very useful if she went, at most she'd get a glimpse of the world. Although Ren Wangshuan's words were colored with her own emotions, she didn't speak without reason. Whether Bai Lian could understand the speech of these knowledgeable individuals was still a question. If something like today's embarrassment where evaluating Liang Zuan's apprentice happened, then the purpose of ingratiating with the Gao family would not be achieved. Instead, it would be an embarrassment. If only she were as worry-free as Bai Lian. "First set a time with Dr. Gao." Ren Qian rubbed his forehead. "The selection for the Jingjiang preparatory camp by Xianxia No. 1 High School is about to start." He saw the rebelliousness in Bai Lian, but she always listened to Jianghu. The Secretary General was taken aback by Ren Qian's perception of Bai Lian. The next day, Monday, Bai Lian returned home late but still rose before 6 o'clock. She was waiting for the bus at the Pura Street intersection before 7. There was a seat at the bus stop, but Bai Lian preferred to stand, leaning on the platform and watching the traffic and passers-by. The elderly grandparents who got up early to buy groceries had grown accustomed to this young girl often staring at the streets and crowds, with one aunt even insisting on giving Bai Lian an egg. Unable to refuse, Bai Lian held the egg in her hand. Once the aunt's bus arrived, Bai Lian saw them off before continuing to watch the street. Across the street, an old lady with a bag was picking up trash along the sidewalk. She looked very old with gray hair and moved in an unhurried manner. Despite her age, she held her back straight. She wore an oversized camouflage shirt, with simple floral patterns embroidered on the cuffs. The last few days had been drizzly, causing some moss to grow near the trash can. Bai Lian, with her good eyesight, spotted the moss under the old lattice feet. Before she could warn her, the old lady slipped. "Are you okay?" Bai Lian ran over to help her up. The old lady lifted her head, her face creased deeply, her eyes cloudy but her spirit good, looking very gentle. "Young girl, thank you." Bai Lian helped her sit down by the roadside. Across the street, the number 12 bus arrived. The old lady recognized her school uniform and looked worried. "Your bus is here." But Bai Lian was in no hurry. She squeezed the old lattice ankle and looked up. The rising sun shone on her jet-black hair, full of vitality. "You've twisted your ankle." As she spoke, she applied force with her hand and realigned the old lattice-twisted ankle. "You're quite skilled. Have you studied medicine?" The number 12 bus had already left, and the old lady stared at her for a moment, surprised at how quickly Bai Lian fixed her twisted ankle before asking, "Do you live around here? I don't think I've seen you before." Chapter 50. 022 didn't have time to play house with her too. "Elle haven't really formally studied it." Bai Lian helped her up and patiently answered the question. "Elle just moved to my grandfather's house. Class 15, first period 809. Lu Lingxi looked at the two boys at the classroom door, annoyed. Xianxia's Wuxia, you two just have to be a few minutes late every day, right? You're in your senior year, as soon as you open your eyes in the morning you should be ready to give it your all. Xianxia's and Wuxia hung their heads, meekly taking Lu Lingxi's scolding. The two of them had stayed up too late playing games last night and couldn't get up in the morning. As Lu Lingxi was scolding, a clear voice came from behind the two. Teacher. Bai Lian had missed a bus, arriving more than half an hour later than usual. Her uniform looked exceptionally crisp on her, her figure slim, her black pupils reflecting the morning sun, a vocabulary book in her slender, pale hand, her beautiful eyelashes half lowered, standing obediently beside Zhang Xi's and Wuxia. Lu Lingxi paused, her fierce eyes immediately softening. Bai Lian, why are you so late? Bai Lian lowered her head in admission. Elle stayed up too late reading last, even though it's senior year, we need to balance work and rest, said Lu Lingxi, not doubting for a moment. She knew Bai Lian was serious about memorizing vocabulary and doing practice questions even during break times. She patted Bai Lian on the shoulder, her voice kind. Don't stay up too late at night, take care of your rest, come on in. Zhang Xi's and Wuxia still standing by the door were dumbfounded. Then they looked earnestly at Lu Lingxi. When Lu Lingxi turned her head again to meet their gaze she scoffed. What, did you two also stay up too late reading? The two of them, they certainly didn't have the nerve to say that. Hidden laughter came from class 15. Bai Lian returned to her seat and resumed her usual state, slowly opening her book and completing a period. During the break, Zhang Xi's asked her, did you really stay up late reading last night? No. Bai Lian flipped open her workbook, casually propping up her right leg nonchalantly. Al just missed a bus. Zhang Xi's. He angrily prepared to buy a bottle of iced water to cool down. The cultural committee member exchanged glances with Pu Xiaohan following Zhang Xi's. As a member of class 15, shouldn't you contribute something to our class? Zhang Xi's opened the fridge without blinking an eye. But I can't do anything, at the school anniversary am I supposed to go on stage and play games? Xiaohan, standing beside him, slung an arm around the cultural committee member's shoulder, pointing at Zhang Xi's. You're indeed pretty useless, so we never planned to make you do anything. You've only got that face for show, just stand on stage when it's time and act as our mascot. What do you mean I'm indeed pretty useless? Wouldn't I be useful in the sports meeting? Zhang Xi's grabbed a drink. I'm really tired. Enough, shut up. Xiaohan couldn't stand it any longer. What a good person you are, if only you didn't have a mouth. They walked back with Xiaohan and the cultural committee members' criticism all along the way. Zhang Xi's didn't dare to defy the two women. Quite a few boys stood in the corridor of class 15. Many people casually whistled and glanced towards the window. Zhang Xi's went over for a look and from this angle he could see Bai Lian. She was bending her head down, calmly pulling out a paper from her desk, lazily uncapping her pen. He had a sudden inspiration and said to Xiaohan and the committee member, why don't you ask the person who sits in front of me? That person would be much more suitable than him to be a mascot. Just that face alone would be perfect as a front for the class. We are trying hard, said the cultural committee member, nodding her head. Xiaohan and I are discussing how to trick. Xiaohan quickly cut her off. How to convince her to agree to us? Zhang Xi's, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Xi's touched his nose. I'd rather go to Syria. Do not be fooled by his desk mate's indifferent manner or studious appearance. As the person who sat behind her, he saw very clearly that the model student behavior was only in front of Lu Lingxi. Want to try with someone from class 8? At the end of the last class in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan still hadn't found a chance to persuade Bai Lian. Bai Lian listened attentively during class and either did practice questions or memorized vocabulary during breaks, acting just like her desk mate Yang Lin. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Bai Lian left for tutoring classes. Today's tutoring class was organized into study groups, with the class 8 homeroom teacher coming over with a USB drive to play a recorded lesson. Starting this week, the difficulty of the course will increase, said the class 8 homeroom teacher, looking seriously at the group of top students in the lecture hall. Next week, we'll determine the final selection quota, so the daily grades for these 2 weeks are very important. Chapter 51. 022 didn't have time to play house with her _3. The students sitting below were all very serious. Only then did the homeroom teacher of class 8 turn on the screen recording. Sitting in the same row, Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian exchanged glances, the ambition in their eyes clearly visible. Bai Lian sat attentively in her seat. Today's lecture had moved on from electromagnetism to light and dynamics, discussing polarization and single-axis crystals throughout the lesson, and even touching on Huygens principle and dispersion. Bai Lian noted everything. She understood quickly but didn't grasp many of the formulas, because she hadn't yet learned about the dispersion curve. The lesson was difficult and everyone listened with utmost seriousness. At 7:30 when the video ended, many went up to copy it, and the homeroom teacher of Class 8 began to distribute today's exercises. Bai Lian glanced at the problems. They covered an entire page and were all about optical crystals. She hadn't learned the equation for the dispersion curve and, as usual, packed the problems away. 2 messages appeared on the phone lying on the desk. Having not added many contacts to her phone, she opened it to take a look. Teacher Jiang, you didn't give them the answers, did you? Bai Lian, no. Teacher Jiang, bring them with you tonight, I'll explain the problems to them. Bai Lian looked at the message from Jianghu Lai, feeling somewhat surprised. To her right, Jianghu and Ren Wanxian, who rarely stayed behind, exchanged glances, gathered their things and left the lecture hall. Zhu Jiaran too found the problems headache-inducing. She had been closely watching Jianghu's group. Seeing them leave so early today, she couldn't help poking Tang Ming's arm. They must be heading to Wanhe building again. Tang Ming, who was wrestling with today's problem, looked up and replied, possible. Both Ren Wanxian and Jianghu's families are wealthy. After Jianghu and Ren Wanxian had disappeared from view, Zhu Jiaran diverted her gaze back, just in time to see Bai Lian putting away the exercises distributed by the teacher. Her interest waned as she turned away. She wasn't surprised by Bai Lian's actions. After all, Zhu Jiaran found the problem challenging herself, let alone Bai Lian. By the way, Bai Lian said, removing her school coat in the warm lecture hall and revealing a white blouse embroidered with dark bamboo leaves, she leisurely popped the cap off a ballpoint pen. Do you have time tonight? I need to go over the problems I gave you last time. In the front row, Ning Xiao, who had been engrossed in his homework, suddenly looked up as if a switch had been flipped. He turned around to look at Bai Lian. Where? Bai Lian lazily flipped open her black notebook, pressing her fingertip against the snow-white pages. The milk tea shop by the school gate. Not far, the milk tea shop by the school gate. Ning Xiao nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go with you. Beside him, Tang Ming scratched his head. He hadn't quite understood the problems from last time, and the ones assigned by the teacher tonight were also difficult. Tang Ming felt like he wanted to go back and work on tonight's optics problem. However, since this was the new classmate's first invitation, Tang Ming said, then I'll come along too. He wasn't particularly interested in the discussion about the problems, as Bai Lian seemed to struggle with today's material. But Bai Lian had already surpassed any other person in Xianxia No. 1 middle school to become the goddess of the school. If his roommates found out Bai Lian invited him and he didn't go, he'd worry about being tormented to death by them in his sleep. Zhu Jiaran glanced at Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, then smiled politely at Bai Lian. By classmate, I stay in the dorms. If I go back too late, there's no water left. You guys go ahead. One think I'll go back to wash my hair first. All the students in this training class were top scholars. Bai Lian's 85% meant nothing here, let alone a score of 200. It would make sense to skip washing up to go out with Ren Wanxian and Jianghu if they were the ones explaining problems. But Bai Lian, this person who herself needed assistance, explaining problems to them? Zhu Jiaran didn't have the time to play make-believe with her. Chapter 52, 023 Differential Treatment, Fair and just _ 8 o'clock. The other students in the lecture hall began to pack up their belongings reluctantly, their faces filled with gloom as they left. It was obvious that the problems left behind today were too difficult, and half an hour wasn't enough for them to even sketch the diagram for the first sub-question. As soon as the clock struck the hour, Ning Xiao packed up his things and turned to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had found the dispersion curve in Jianghu Lai's notebook and had figured out the minimum angle of deviation. She methodically placed the pen cap, books and notebook in order. Ning Xiao hung his head, his pale fingers twitching, seemingly with the impulse to help her get organized immediately. The two of them left one after the other, and Tang Ming also lifted his head from that problem. He quickly packed up a pile of messy items and slightly raised his voice. You two go ahead, I'll be right there. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiaran had also failed to understand that problem. She stood up with her hand pressed against her forehead, packed up her things and headed back to the dorm, passing by Tang Ming in that state. She raised her eyebrows, seemingly wanting to laugh. No way, Tang Ming, you didn't really do the problem she gave you, did you? The quality of the problems supplied by the training class was so high that they couldn't grasp them fully. There was no time to look at the problems Bai Lian gave them. It would be better to go home and do more sets of 10-year simulation tests. Tang Ming opened his mouth. Actually, the questions do have substance. Forget it, Zhu Jiaren slung her backpack over her shoulder and shook her head. If you want to do them, then do them, but don't say I didn't warn you. You're wasting your time, and our performance in the training class will be counted in our regular score. Everyone knew what this training class was for. The most important thing was to cherish the time at the training class in the few days remaining. Tang Ming caught up with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Jianghu was still sitting in the farthest corner of the milk tea shop waiting for Bai Lian, still playing with his Rubik's Cube. Without mentioning how astonished Tang Ming was to see the type of Rubik's Cube Jianghu was playing with, even Lian Ningxiao took a second glance at Jianghu. Jianghu never liked crowded places or strangers. Bai Lian didn't introduce Jianghu to the two of them. After sitting down, she didn't say anything, but instead handed them the answers from her backpack. It was the solution to the exercises that Jiang Fulai had left behind last time. Ning Xiao took the answers and set aside the exercises from today to start studying the solutions. The handwriting for the answers wasn't Bai Lian's but was rather clear and elegant, with each character floating on the paper, most of them replaced by symbols, which led him to suspect that the person who wrote the answers may have found them too simple, hence the careless writing. Tang Ming took out the problems copied by Bai Lian from his backpack, intending to just glance over the answers she had given them, because he actually thought it was far-fetched to have Bai Lian explain the problems to them. The previous problems had seemed a bit convoluted, with too many knowledge points, after looking through the first sub-question. Tang Ming, who had planned to just take a quick look, suddenly sat up straight and, like Ning Xiao, took out pen and paper to start working through the solution. Even though Tang Ming's grades weren't as good as Ning Xiao's, he could tell. This problem had more substance than the electromagnetic problem the teacher had left last time. When Jiang Fulai arrived at the milk tea shop at 9 o'clock, the two of them were still pondering over that problem. Some people naturally exude a cool aura. When he walked in, the temperature in the entire milk tea shop seemed to drop a couple of degrees. As Ning Xiao and Tang Ming looked up, they saw a pair of cold, light eyes. The milk tea shop was small, with only a 4-person square table available. In the past, Jiang Fulai would sit opposite Bai Lian and Jianghu. Now there were Ning Xiao and Tang Ming as well. Jiang Fulai glanced at Jianghu. Jianghu paused and then silently packed up his things and sat at the table behind Bai Lian. What homework did they leave today? Jiang Fulai elegantly sat down, his black trench coat neat and spotless, and with his long, pale fingers, he took the problem Bai Lian handed him. He hadn't said anything else, but the pressure he exerted on Ning Xiao and Tang Ming was greater than that of a class head teacher. Optical crystals. Jiang Fulai glanced at the problem and instantly knew, casually activating his skills towards the two opposite him. The first question can be solved using Huygens principle to determine the propagation directions of the E wave and O wave, which should be evident at first sight. You both know it, right? The academic god of number 1 high school, Lian Ningxiao, suddenly became a bit silent. The ordinary top student, Tang Ming, didn't dare speak. Jiang Fulai coldly swept them with a glance. He opened his mouth, about to say something. At his side, Bai Lian calmly removed the pen cap next to her and handed it to him. She was still wearing her earphones, having just been memorizing words, her fine hair sweeping across her forehead, one hand lazily propping up her chin. Teacher Jiang, I haven't really gotten to dispersion curves yet. Jiang Fulai retracted his gaze from the two. He took the pen, not even looking at the problem, and began to write a set of beautiful equations on the paper. Chapter 53, 023 Differential Treatment, Fair and Just The wave velocity of a single-axis crystal is quite simple. The incredulous Ming Dongheng sitting next to Jiang He looked at Jiang Fulai. Even Jiang Shijue, who had once been famous at Jiangjing University, had been scolded by Jiang Fulai. He admitted that Bai Lian was smart. But those two things across from her, why oh why? Ming Dongheng coolly withdrew his gaze. The three people on this side listened very earnestly. Jiang Fulai didn't directly write out the answer and steps for the problem. Instead, he dissected all the principles, starting from the basics and progressing to more complex concepts. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming both held pens, noting the key points as they listened. When he seriously explained the problem, he seemed much less aloof. Bai Lian had a photographic memory and didn't need to write notes. She listened intently throughout, only jotting down specialized terms in a small notepad she had prepared for Ji Heng, planning to randomly select one to explain to him later. It took Jiang Fulai nearly half an hour to finish explaining the 4 questions. After he finished, the other 3 began to work on the problems according to their understanding. What Jiang Fulai compiled wasn't as extensive as the course materials, but there was no filler in his words, and his analyses were crystal clear. His teaching ability was such that even a physics underachiever could understand completely. Bai Lian hadn't eaten dinner yet, so after Jianghu finished speaking, she went to have a meal with Jianghe, carrying her vocabulary notebook. Over here, Jianghu was still sitting across from Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. He rested one hand on the table, lazily pressing a thin piece of paper. Your study group has another member, right? It was truly difficult for Tang Ming to speak in front of Jianghu, so Ning Xiao nodded. Jianghu gathered the paper, casually folding it carefully, and then tucked it into Bai Lian's black notebook before looking at the two. I'd prefer today's matter not be known by that member. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, both shrewd, instantly grasped the meaning behind the young Master Jiang's words. We understand, Ning Xiao promised on behalf of Tang Ming. Right? Jianghu replied nonchalantly, standing to go have dinner, and there's no need to inform classmate Bai either. The problems were somewhat challenging. It took the three of them until 11 at night to complete them. Bai Lian continued to work on problems. She had many questions lately and couldn't sleep, often working on problems until 2 in the morning. Jianghu sat on one side with his laptop, dealing with documents. Jianghe had already fallen asleep on the small sofa next to them. After finishing the exercises, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming left the tea shop first, exchanging glances. How could these two be so intelligent and still be so hard-working? Once they were out of Jianghu's sight, Tang Ming asked Ning Xiao with genuine curiosity, who was that guy just now? If he had someone like Jianghu tutoring him from a young age, his mother would have no more worries about him getting into Jiangjing University. The better their grades were, the more they could understand the terrifying level of Jianghu. He simplified complex problems into their most basic explanations. Even an hour and a half of supplemental classes at Jiangjing University every evening couldn't match 10 minutes of his teaching. If he were to start teaching classes, how many people would queue up? Ning Xiao shook his head. I'll finally understand why the new student got into the training class, Tang Ming sighed. Both of them are quite scary. Ning Xiao did not speak, just tacitly agreeing. He were so lucky. Tang Ming rubbed his hands together. The next day, Pu Xiaohan and the class study representative finally found an opportunity to speak with Bai Lian about the school celebration. Pu Xiaohan sat in front of Bai Lian, turned around, leaned on Bai Lian's desk and stared at her without blinking. Perform? Bai Lian wrote down a formula, looked up, her almond-shaped eyes expressing surprise. But all my talents are quite average. No worries, Pu Xiaohan embraced her arm. You just stand there on the stage without moving and you'll be our class 15's icon. Please? Bai Lian truly believed her other skills were quite average, but seeing Pu Xiaohan's and the others' expectant gazes, she couldn't refuse, so she volunteered to perform a sword dance. Sounds so cool. Pu Xiaohan and the cultural committee member were somewhat excited. Bai Lian didn't quite get it. What's so cool about performing the sword flower technique? Isn't that something everyone can do? Do you need me to borrow a space for you to practice? Pu Xiaohan asked shyly. No need, one have night classes. Bai Lian shook her head, the skill ingrained in her bones, repeatedly emphasizing, but I really was just average at longsword in the past. It's okay, Pu Xiaohan shook her head. She didn't need Bai Lian's dance to be very appealing. Just having Bai Lian stand on the stage meant class 15 would already be winning. Whenever you have time, we'll take you to do a rehearsal on stage. Okay. Bai Lian pulled out the mathematics textbook for the next class, her fingertips lazily resting on the page she needed to review. Her oversized school uniform made her excessively gorgeous eyes and brows seem softer. Just prepare a longsword for me. Chapter 54. 023 Differential Treatment, Fair and just _3 Pu Xiaohan exchanged a glance with the study committee member and gave a thumbs up. Then she added Bai Lian's sword dance to the rehearsal schedule. The school prop room didn't have a longsword, so they would have to get one custom-made from outside, and the costumes also needed to be prepared in advance. The two of them took note of everything in their notebooks. At 6 in the evening, the tutoring class. The homeroom teacher of class 8 collected yesterday's answers. Then, today's video started playing, still physics. Today's recorded lesson is harder than yesterday's and it will get increasingly difficult moving forward. Everyone please be prepared. It had already gone beyond high school level knowledge. The class 8 homeroom teacher sat at the back, listening and grading yesterday's problems. There were 4 questions in total, and most people had only managed to do the first 2. That was until he came across Ren Wangshuan's answers. Ren Wanxian had attempted every question, though her final answer was vague. It was quite apparent that someone had written the solving process for her, but she hadn't understood the last question fully. The homeroom teacher paused, just about to write 10 for her regular score. Then he remembered something and took out Bai Lian's answer sheet, which had all 4 questions attempted as well. The method was entirely different from what he had received. His interest piqued, he began to study Bai Lian's answers, which were more detailed and clearer than the standard ones. In fact, the standard answer was quite simple, with only one diagram for the first sub-question, whereas Bai Lian had written a standard analysis beside it. After reviewing Bai Lian's answers, the previously perplexed homeroom teacher finally understood the problem. He made his decision. He gave Ren Wanxian and Jianghu 8 points, as the other 2 in their group had only completed 3 questions, for which he awarded 7 points. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao scored a full 10, while Tang Ming was slightly off in his understanding, his answer to the last question a bit vague, earning him 9 points. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 pondered over Bai Lian's answer for a long time. He had asked Bai Lian before, and given Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were in her group, it was clear who was benefiting the most. At 7:30 the video lecture ended. Ren Wanxian, Jianghu and their 4-person group were not kept back. They left the lecture hall with excited expressions on their faces. In the hallway, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 called out to Ren Wanxian, "Ren student." Ren Wanxian respected the homeroom teacher, "Teacher." The homeroom teacher held Bai Lian's answer sheet in his hand and looked at Ren Wanxian kindly. "Ren student, I've looked at your answers and they're more standard than the analysis." The answer, written by Dr. Gao, was naturally standard. Ren Wanxian merely smiled. The homeroom teacher changed the subject. "Therefore, I would like to share this answer with the other students, if that's okay with you?" Ren Wanxian looked straight at the homeroom teacher and suddenly asked, "Does that include Bai Lian?" The teacher didn't respond. "Teacher." Ren Wanxian felt a growing frustration, not understanding why every elder seemed to favor Bai Lian so much, even though Bai Lian's grades were so poor. She held back the sourness in her tone. "We are eventually going to be graded, aren't we? Can the school guarantee the entire process is fair and of course? This analysis was obtained through the hard effort of my family from Dr. Gao. It's a demonstration of our personal ability," Ren Wanxian said. "If they want clearer analysis, if they want higher regular scores, they can find someone to help them solve the problems themselves. That would be truly fair and just, wouldn't it?" The homeroom teacher looked at her, folding up the paper in his hand, and after a long moment agreed, "Right, one had not thought it through. Indeed, only then it would be fair and just." Ren Wanxian looked into the teacher's eyes and asked, "So, you won't share our analysis with any other person, will you?" Chapter 55, 024 Young Master Jiang Shueding Les Temperament, Physics Book Don't worry, the Class 8 homeroom teacher withdrew her gaze, "L won't give it to anyone else." Ren Wanxian knew her homeroom teacher wouldn't lie. And with the Ren family's influence, he wouldn't dare offend her over such matters. Only then did she bid farewell to the homeroom teacher and leave. Her mother had spent a great deal to persuade Dr. Gao to agree to teach them for 10 days, and she did not want to waste any more time here. The Class 8 homeroom teacher watched her leave and then went to look for Bai Lian. Today as usual, Bai Lian hadn't completed her assignments. He had gotten used to it and simply knocked on her desk, gesturing for her to catch up. Bai Lian picked up her coat and, while draping it over her shoulders, followed him out in no particular hurry. She stood straight, her eyes dark. Her pure pupils reflected the silhouette of the Class 8 homeroom teacher, her tone respectful toward her teacher, "Teacher." Bai Lian showed an unusual politeness toward teachers and elders. This was something the Class 8 homeroom teacher and Lu Lingxi had long noticed. Which teacher wouldn't like a student who was exceedingly polite, had a serious attitude toward learning, was smart and eager to learn, and also happened to be good-looking? The Class 8 homeroom teacher's mood instantly improved. He clasped his hands behind his back and suddenly coughed several times. Bai Lian realized that her teacher didn't have a cold. She looked at his face, her own expression unchanging, and asked with concern, "Teacher, are you all right?" "It's nothing, cough cough." The Class 8 homeroom teacher sighed, a troubled look on his face. "Al didn't sleep well last night." "What happened?" "You should take care of your health." Bai Lian cooperated well. His eyes shifted and he coughed twice more. "Lately I've been thinking about a book." "Do you know which book?" Bai Lian, "Which book?" "Jianghu University Physics," the Class 8 homeroom teacher said gravely. Bai Lian. "Okay, she got it." She returned to her seat and handed out the Jianghu University Physics book to him. The Class 8 homeroom teacher's eyes lit up, and he took it pretending to be nonchalant. "Can I show your homework answers to the other students from yesterday?" "Sure," said Bai Lian, still holding her pen, her eyes slightly narrowed in thought about the dispersion curve equation. Her tone wasn't too concerned. After speaking, she realized that the Class 8 homeroom teacher was looking at her with some kind of expression. What's wrong? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. The Class 8 homeroom teacher didn't understand her. To the people of Xianxia, she was never stingy with anything. Especially it could help Xianxia students with their studies. Aren't you afraid the other students will surpass your scores? Bai Lian met his gaze, her slightly raised expression revealing perhaps an innate arrogance, calm and confident. Oh, let them try. Class 8 homeroom teacher. He shook the book in his hand, of course not intending to share Bai Lian's analyses with others. I'll return it to you after I've finished reading. Bai Lian nodded lazily, her demeanor somewhat nonchalant. It's fine if you like it, teacher. One can ask around after I'm finished and see if I can give it to you. Really? The Class 8 homeroom teacher realized he had gotten too excited. He immediately put his hands behind his back again and said inscrutably, "All right, I've got it, go back to your homework." In the lecture hall, Zhu Jiaran whispered gossip to Tang Ming, her eyes filled with awe. Elle heard that Ren Wangshuan's group got a doctor from Jianghu to discuss problems with them, and this time the spot will definitely be between her and Qinzhu. This rumor had spread through the training class, and most of the top students had given up competing with them. If only we were in her group, Zhu Jiaran murmured wistfully, her eyes clearly longing. A doctor from Jianghu University, we may never meet one in our whole lives, and yet they're related to the Ren family. Zhu Jiaran turned to look at her own group members. Tang Ming just perfunctorily agreed a couple of times. Then he bent his head to his notebook. Bai Lian had just returned to her seat as usual. She gathered the evening's problem sets and from her pocket pulled out a candy, peeling it open leisurely. Her lowered long lashes made her seem less approachable, and as if sensing a gaze, she coldly lifted her head a bit. That look from her pitch-black eyes gave Zhu Jiaran an inexplicable sense of oppression. After coming to her senses, she couldn't help but pout. Pretentious. 8 o'clock. This time, Tang Ming was even more eager than Ning Xiao, packing up 5 minutes early and then waiting with his backpack, watching Bai Lian pack up slowly. Feeling hurried yet not daring to rush her, Zhu Jiaran still didn't leave with them. The Class 8 homeroom teacher was reading Jianghu physics on the side. He didn't leave early today and saw Zhu Jiaran alone heading toward the dormitories. Why didn't you go with Ning Xiao and the others? He questioned. Chapter 56. 024 Young Master Jiang Shueding Les Temperament, Physics Book Understood Teacher. Zhu Jiaran, holding her backpack and lacking energy, replied to the teacher, "The dormitory's hot water shuts off early, so I want to go back and wash my hair first. Plus, studying in the dormitory is just the same for me, so just let Ning Xiao and Bai Lian discuss for now." Is that so? The Class 8 homeroom teacher was silent for a while, then nodded. The teacher thinks that you Zhu could integrate with the group a bit more. Zhu Jiaran was somewhat perfunctory and didn't take it seriously. "I'll know, teacher." After speaking, she left the place. The Class 8 homeroom teacher watched her departing figure. Zhu Jiaran was grouped with Bai Lian, but now he finally understood why Zhu Jiaran had no answers. As a teacher tasked with imparting knowledge and solving doubts, he had done all that he should have. The journey of life still had to be walked by themselves. The high school entrance exam is a competition with the whole country, not just with people from this school. The grade group unanimously decided on this study group, hoping that they would go further, not just in this prep camp. If Ren Wanxian truly wants fairness, then let them all show their own magic. Momentum must be conserved, so the refractive index at double frequency must match that of the fundamental frequency. Thus when they are both part of the same light beam, it's impossible for them to have the same refractive index. Jianghu Lai, with his tall figure slightly leaning against the back of the chair, had one hand still on the computer keyboard, his light-colored eyes slightly narrowed, making him look rather formidable. The sense of nobility was ingrained in his bones, and he spoke calmly and methodically. "Do you understand?" Bai Lian understood. The topic for tonight was still optics problems. After watching 2 video lessons along with Jianghu Lai's explanation and the example problems on her notebook, she had grasped it all. It was actually quite similar to last night's problem. The problem was harder than last night's. Jianghu Lai spoke rather quickly. Bai Lian was just about to nod when she subconsciously looked across. Ning Xiao's note-taking hand paused. He missed a point. Tang Ming. He missed quite a few points. Bai Lian lazily took a pen, her slender fingers writing a line of neat script on the notebook, her chin resting on her arm. "Teacher Jiang, please say it again." Jianghu Lai gave the 2 people across a cold glance, and emotionlessly repeated the explanation. Ning Xiao finally closed his notebook and heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Ming didn't dare to move. He was still a little short. Jianghu Lai stared at Tang Ming, leaned back, and in the end couldn't help asking, Did your soul leave your body? Teacher Jiang Bai Lian handed him a cup of iced water. Master Jiang held back and went over it once more. Behind them, Ming Dongheng, who was playing with Jianghe, struggled to understand and looked away. About a minute later he took out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Ming Dongheng, Jiang Xiao is explaining a problem to an ordinary high school student. 2 minutes later someone leisurely responded. Su Nanjing, lighting a candle. JPG Jiang Shijue usually ignored him. Ming Dongheng, optics problems. He calmly explained it. 3 times. In less than 10 seconds. Su Nanjing, what? Su Nanjing, impossible, Su Nanjing. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, Su Nanjing. Smile, Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue initiated a group video call. The sound of WeChat's video invitation to call rang out, and Ming Dongheng quickly hung up to avoid disturbing the 3 high school students studying. Jiang Shijue invited you to a video call. Hang up. Jiang Shijue invited you to a video call. Hang up. Jiang Shijue invited you to a video call. Turn off the phone. All was quiet. Ming Dongheng heaved a sigh of relief, holding his phone, thoughtfully looking at Bai Lian. Feeling like he'd made a clever discovery. Across from him Jianghe was speechless. Bai Lian still went to eat only after the explanations were finished. Jianghe had to wait for her every day so they could eat together. Seeing her go to eat, Jiang Fulai's gaze shifted slightly from the computer, his voice still cold. What are you competing for in your training class this time? Tang Ming didn't dare to speak. Ning Xiao, however, was much calmer. A spot for the Jiangjing University Prep Camp app. How many spots did he give? Jiang Fulai's fingertips tapped on the keyboard, asking casually. Ning Xiao didn't understand who Jiang Fulai meant by he, and just exchanged glances with Tang Ming. Several spots? That spot was hard to come by. They from Xianxia had only gotten one in nearly a decade. And he's using several to describe it? Was a spot for the Jiangjing University Prep Camp as common as cabbage? Just one, Ning Xiao replied. Jiang Fulai's fingertips paused on the keyboard and he tilted his head, his usually calm and detached eyes flickered with confusion. I see, he nodded. At midnight the car stopped at the entrance to Purist Street. I'm here. Bai Lian got out of the car, standing at the edge of the road. Chapter 57. 024 Young Master Jiang Shueding Les Temperament, Physics Book _3 Suddenly he remembered the countless times tonight he had wanted to blurt something out, only to swallow his words again. She fished the last cherry-flavored candy out of her pocket and handed it to Jiang Fulai. What? Jiang Fulai also got out of the car. He wouldn't leave until he had watched Bai Lian enter the alleyway. Bai Lian opened her hand and placed the red and green wrapped candy in his palm. Her fingers were slender, and under the dim streetlight, they looked like cold jade soaked in water. The auntie on the bus gave it to me this morning. Bai Lian looked up, met his eyes, flashed a very brief but earnest smile and said, You've worked hard, Teacher Jiang. She always regarded people around her as if they were observers passing through this mortal world. Even her smile seemed casual and never reached the depths of her eyes. She was like duckweed, and if one wasn't careful, she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Yet now, hers was an utterly pure smile. She tilted her head up slightly, the scattered light of the street lamps reflecting in her dark apricot eyes, lazy and diffuse, hard for anyone to resist being struck by. Jiang Fulai watched her pick up her school bag, turn around, and casually wave at him before walking into the alley. He clenched the candy in his palm. Back in the car, something suddenly occurred to him and he sent out a message. Has your lab finally gone bankrupt? A certain academician woke from his dream. I what? Jiang Fulai sneered. Jiangjing University's preparatory camp had only one slot available, which was no different from going bankrupt. The 8th grade homeroom teacher had stayed up all night, flipping through the Jiangjing University book from cover to cover. Then he took photos of every single page. Chen Zhu went to the office to submit his homework in the morning and upon leaving, saw the book on the teacher's desk. He hesitated for a moment. The title on the book was very clear, Physics at Jiangjing University. Most students who had participated in competitions had heard of this book, authored by several well-respected academicians from the physics department at Jiangjing University. It was highly valuable. It also contained experimental data from several major domestic laboratories. To prevent it from falling into foreign hands, this book was circulated only within Jiangjing University. The control over it was strict. The Dr. Gao hired by the Ren family also came from Jiangjing University, but this Dr. Gao was extremely arrogant. It was hard to even meet him as he would only send them the answers to problems every day. He wouldn't say a single extra word. The students held the teachers from Jianghu University in high esteem, hardly daring to speak too much, let alone asking him for the book. How did the homeroom teacher come by this book? Teacher, Xianxia stared at the book in his hands. Can one take a look at that book? The 8th grade homeroom teacher, his eyes bleary from a night without sleep, barely looked up, then calmly put away the book and refused. No, and it's not mine either. Xianxia was taken aback. He had thought the homeroom teacher was lending them the book. The 8th grade. What's wrong? Ren Wanxian noticed him zoning out while they were collecting papers. Xianxia mentioned the matter to her and Ren Wanxian clenched the papers. Are you sure it's Jianghu physics? Yes, Xianxia nodded. Both of them had evidently heard of Jianghu physics. Why wouldn't the homeroom teacher lend it to us? Ren Wanxian couldn't understand after getting confirmation. She and Xianxia never thought there would come a day when the homeroom teacher would refuse them. Maybe it's too precious, Xianxia pressed against his brow. We'll have to figure out another way. No matter what, they needed to get their hands on that book. In the evening, the same group of top students attended the tutorage class. At 7:30, after the video was played, the 8th grade homeroom teacher covertly called Bai Lian out, returned the book to her and reminded her, keep this book safe. Oh. Bai Lian took it slowly and tilted her head. He'll ask Ning Xiao and the others if they want to take a look, and then he'll bring it back to you. The eyes of the 8th grade homeroom teacher lit up. All right, you can go back now. The auditorium. Ren Wanxian and the others began to pack up their things to leave early. They couldn't keep Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant waiting. Xianxia glanced in the direction of the homeroom teacher and then, as he withdrew his gaze, suddenly saw Bai Lian beside him. Bai Lian had just returned to her seat. She was putting a book back into her school bag. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to Bai Lian or bother with what she was reading. However, today he recognized that book. It was the Physics at Jianghu University he had seen on the homeroom teacher's desk that morning. Xianxia took a deep breath. A feeling of incomprehension and disappointment surged to his forehead. The students from the 8th grade, relative to others in the school, held a sense of superiority, which made his incomprehension all the greater. Why would the homeroom teacher rather lend the book to possibly clueless Bai Lian instead of to him and Ren Wanxian? Chapter 58. 025 Can't let her sneak back to learn culture. 1. Why are you moving so slowly today? Ren Wanxian had finished packing up and was waiting for him on the side. They needed to hurry to meet with Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant. In the past, everyone was very active, but today Xianxia was significantly slower. There were many people in the lecture hall, and Xianxia knew not to reveal Bai Lian's kinship with the Ren family, so he kept silent. It wasn't until they got in the car that he asked, "What's the deal with your relative, anyway?" Ren Wanxian knew he was referring to Bai Lian and responded indifferently, "What kind of deal could there be? On Purish Street, my grandfather and the others have checked. There are household registrations at the Ji family," she said. "What about her?" "It's strange." Xianxia looked out the car window, his handsome eyes furrowed with puzzlement. Why would the class teacher lend Jianghu University's Benda to her? Ren Wanxian was looking at the address Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant sent her. Upon hearing this, she suddenly looked up. "Are you sure?" "Very likely." He was almost certain he hadn't seen it wrong. Xianxia CRFS Research Institute. Jianghu Lai's gaze was fixed on the detector, holding a cardboard in one hand and a pen in the other, his whole expression cast in the lab's subdued darkness, his countenance sharp and cold. This made the team members behind him nervous to even breathe loudly. The chances of producing deuterium are slim. Increase exploration into gamma radiation. He jotted down a few notes hastily, turned his head, handed the notebook to his assistant and asked, "You know the principal, right?" He looked up and randomly picked a team member. The team member stood tall and proud, and thanks to He-Wen's recording pen, they could repeatedly review anything they had forgotten. When deuterium enters the detector, it will be captured by atoms to form exotic atoms, thereby releasing gamma rays. Seeing that he could answer smoothly, the hearts that other team members had in their throats instantly settled back down. Jianghu Lai withdrew his gaze. They were much more manageable now. As Jianghu Lai walked outside, he began to undo the buttons of his radiation suit, his voice indifferent. "Send the experiment report to my email." The assistant, holding the notebook, followed closely behind him. "Right?" Jianghu Lai's fingertips paused on a deep blue button, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Get 2 invitation codes for Jianghu University's preparatory camp." "All right," the assistant noted it in the schedule. Jianghu Lai had no other matters, so he leisurely placed the jacket in the resting room and took his phone to the lift. He had been returning quite early recently. Of course, this early was relative to his past schedule. The assistant stood outside the lift, and only when the lift reached the ground level did he feel free from the other's pressure. Then he remembered what Jianghu had instructed. To get the preparatory camp invitation codes from Jianghu University. It wasn't just about Jianghu's status in the Jianghu physics community, considering the Jiang family's annual research funding to Jianghu University, let alone 2 invitation codes. If he asked them to change the name of the camp, they wouldn't hesitate. But why did he want the invitation codes? Those allowed in his lab were prodigies that Jianghu University eagerly sent. Each had an account for the preparatory camp. The assistant couldn't figure it out, but he didn't dare to speculate either. The big shot must have his reasons for doing things. Thursday. With monthly exams coming up on the weekend, Xianxia didn't go out to fool around during the long class break. Instead, he sat in the classroom and reviewed. Ah, damn English. Xianxia, looking at the word abandon, felt it was his archenemy. I've never hated Emperor Jianghu so much, really? Xianxia complained to his desk mate. If only if either Bai Zhongyu or Bai Xiangjuan had lived 10 more years, maybe we wouldn't have to study this damn English. Let me be reborn in the great Yong dynasty. I'd go out of my way to kill Emperor Jianghu. His desk mate agreed wholeheartedly. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and patted his desk mate's shoulder. What do you think, genius? Ning Xiao glanced at him, didn't reply, just called Bai Lian and pointed out the parts of the notes that weren't clear to her. Ning Xiao's complexion was pale as he asked, "Did you understand it last night?" After listening last night, Bai Lian had gone to eat, and he didn't dare to say he hadn't noted everything. Bai Lian turned around, one hand lazily resting on the back of her chair, the other holding a pen sketching on his notebook, her fingertips luminous and white. Assuming the magnetic induction strength in each direction, the magnetic field distribution function is this formula. You can deduce the leading phase. She spoke slowly and methodically, and her explanation was unexpectedly clear. Xianxia, who clearly hadn't studied competition problems, even felt for a moment like he understood. Ning Xiao found it somewhat terrifying and gave Bai Lian a look, his usually somber face showing surprise. Do you have a photographic memory? Chapter 59. 025 can't let her sneak back to learn culture. 2. How can she understand it all after listening just once? And even though her explanation methods are completely different from Jianghu's, they seem clearer. Ning Xiao had always been confident in his studies, but now after Jianghu, it's Bai Lian. Even that kid often makes him doubt life. Bai Lian twirled her pen leisurely between her fingers, then suddenly grasped it, pondering the meaning of image memory, and nodded, possibly. Ning Xiao took back his notebook. I've only built a memory palace, not as fast as you. Nor is my comprehension as good as yours. Xianxia, who was still memorizing abandon, went to look up the meanings of image memory and memory palace. After searching, he was dumbstruck. How nice. The person in front of me, image memory. My seatmate, memory palace. Me, 7-second memory. Xianxia, expressionless, put away his phone, angrily flipped open his vocabulary book, and after a page he looked enviously, jealously, and resentfully at his seatmate and the person in front of him. There are so many people in the world with good memories. What difference would one more make? After Bai Lian and Ning Xiao finished discussing the problem, Pu Xiaohan finally turned around to talk to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, look. Pu Xiaohan stealthily took out her phone, showed her a picture. This is the sword dance outfit we picked for you, what do you think? Bai Lian looked up. It was a traditional outfit, a white jacket with gold trim on top and a red skirt with black and gold embroidered layers below. I'll think you'll definitely look good in it, Pu Xiaohan said, eyes wide with anticipation. She found Bai Lian stunning the first time she came wearing a horse-face skirt, despite its simplicity. It was just a bit too plain in color. So this time she deliberately chose a red palette. The most beautiful person deserves the most brilliant colors. Bai Lian. Seeing Bai Lian's lack of reaction, Pu Xiaohan couldn't help but call her again. Bai Lian looked at the picture and came back to her senses. Her long black eyelashes drooped slightly, concealing her dark pupils. She propped her chin with her hand, appearing somewhat indolent. Thank you, but I don't wear these colors anymore. Ah. Well, okay, Pu Xiaohan touched her nose, a bit disappointed but didn't inquire further. How about this smoky blue then? She flipped to another picture. Bai Lian gently lifted her gaze and smiled lazily at Pu Xiaohan. No need, all my clothes are made by my grandfather. They'll find a suitable one when the time comes, just match it with a longsword for me. Every piece of clothing made by Jianghu could be displayed on stage. Sometimes Bai Lian felt that having such skillful craftsmanship for making her clothes might be a bit of a waste. Don't need it. Pu Xiaohan was persistent. She still wanted to buy Bai Lian a pretty dress. We still have a lot of class fund left. Seeing Bai Lian truly had no interest, she could only give up that idea and pick out a longsword for Bai Lian. If she couldn't buy clothes, then they'd buy the most beautiful longsword. Training class. Ning Xiao was diligently answering questions the whole time, struggling to take an interest in anything other than studying. After watching the video lecture, Bai Lian took out her phone, typed slowly and methodically, inquiring Jianghu Lai. "I've finished watching the physics lecture. Can I give the book to the teacher?" On the other side of the phone, just as Jianghu Lai had taken off his glasses, he saw the message. He didn't know what others thought, but Teacher Jiang genuinely found someone very cute, always asking him for advice. "Teacher Jiang, it's yours to do with as you wish since I gave it to you." Only after receiving the message did Bai Lian put her phone away. She looked up and poked Ning Xiao's shoulder with her pen. "I have a book, are you interested?" "What book?" Ning Xiao turned around and asked in a low voice. Bai Lian pulled out the Jianghu University physics book and showed it to him. "This one." None in the lecture hall noticed Bai Lian at this moment. However, today Qianxia, who had been paying attention to Bai Lian, confirmed that the book she was holding was indeed the Jianghu University physics book. He hadn't misseen it yesterday. Next to Qianxia, Ren Wanxian also noticed his gaze and looked toward Bai Lian's direction. She actually gave it to her. It was hard for her not to feel envious. She hadn't quite believed what Qianxia said yesterday until she saw it with her own eyes today. The class teacher of Class 8 finished distributing the evening's exercises. "Everyone do the problems well. The principal is calling me for a meeting. If you have any questions, contact me on WeChat or ask me tomorrow." With that, he turned and left the room. "Teacher." Ren Wanxian took a deep breath and stood up amidst everyone's gaze. Ren Wanxian, the class teacher, had just reached the door of the lecture hall when he heard her and stopped, somewhat surprised. "Do you have a question?" Clutching her bag, Ren Wanxian looked at the class teacher and spoke amidst all the eyes on her. "Teacher, I've always trusted you. But why? You must know how poor Bai Lian's comprehensive science grade is, and you can't be unaware of the influence that got her in here, so why do you favor her at every turn?" At these words, Bai Lian looked up, narrowing her eyes at Ren Wanxian. The Class 8 teacher, upon hearing Ren Wanxian's accusation, was stunned. "I'm favoring her. You refused to lend me the Jianghu University physics book yesterday." Qianxia hadn't expected Ren Wanxian to speak up so directly. He glanced at Bai Lian with a complicated look, hesitating for a moment before still siding with Ren Wanxian. "But clearly, you lent it to Bai Lian today." If Ren Wanxian's earlier remark wasn't much of anything, Qianxia's statement caused a stir in the lecture hall. Every top student here had heard of the Jianghu University physics book. Everyone was selfish. Why lend the book to Bai Lian and not tell the rest of them? All eyes turned in Bai Lian's direction. Bai Lian still sat in her chair in the same posture, her dark and clear eyes calm and composed, her pale and slender fingers loosely holding the Jianghu University physics book. Under everyone's scrutiny, she lazily twirled the book, a stray lock of black hair casually resting on her brow. She didn't care about anyone's gaze at all. The Class 8 teacher also came to his senses, and finally understood why the people in the training class had been so keen to avoid Bai Lian. Whose influence did she rely on to get into the training class? The Class 8 teacher returned to the podium. He met Ren Wanxian's stare without any hint of backing down. Ren Wanxian's mouth still held a mocking smile, not wanting the class teacher to skirt around the issue. "How did she get into the training class with a score of 85? You're playing dumb." In her eyes, Bai Lian was just one of the many on Purish Street. Apart from the Ren family, what other connections could Bai Lian possibly have? The rest of the training class shared a similar sentiment to Ren Wanxian's. They had all entered based on their own abilities, so it was only natural for this prideful group of top students to look down upon Bai Lian, a suddenly introduced enigma. There should be a trusting relationship between students and teachers. The class teacher nodded his head, looking at Ren Wanxian. "Miss Ren, Mr. Chen, let's first address this question, shall we?" Just then his phone rang. It was the principal. "Old Li, why haven't you arrived yet?" "I have some good news." "Perfect timing, principal." The class teacher's voice was even as he interrupted. "Elle would like to ask, whose influence did Bai Lian rely on to get into the training class?" Ren Wanxian watched the class teacher calmly. The scorn on her lips seemed to say, "See how you'll spin this tale." "What influence?" In the silent classroom, the principal's voice came clearly through the speaker, quite surprised. "Bai Lian was specially recruited because of her data on vortex ring collisions. Didn't I tell you about this last time you asked?" Oldly, are you losing memory with age? After finishing, the principal added sternly, the sensitivity with which student Bai Lian handles data is simply unprecedented. Oldly, you have to keep an eye on her for me. Many people are watching her closely, we absolutely cannot let her sneak off to study the humanities. The entire lecture hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Chapter 60. 026 Is it a lend or not? Monthly exam 1. Most people present knew what a vortex collision was, but only on a superficial level. Even the arrogant Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu dared not claim they knew much about it. As for the vortex collision data, that must be something that only certain laboratories could produce. Wasn't the new student's integrated science score 85? How sensitive was she to data to be recruited out of the ordinary by the training class? So, why did Wanxian say at the time that Bai Lian got in through connections? Everyone's gaze subconsciously shifted towards Ren Wanxian. The sarcasm frozen at the corners of Ren Wangshuan's mouth. She had always believed that Ji Xiaorong must have spoken to the school, given the Ren family's connection. She didn't believe the Ji family wouldn't use it. But now, she felt the questioning, puzzled looks from the people around, and Ren Wanxian felt she couldn't stay in the classroom for another second. Hey Oldly, are you listening? The principal had been talking to himself for a while with no response. The homeroom teacher of class 8 snapped out of it, Principal, let me explain in a moment. Let's move on to the second issue now. He hung up the phone and turned to Chenju. Chenju, you got a character just now, the character borrow. Chenju was also stunned. He gazed blankly at the homeroom teacher of class 8, for a moment as if realizing something. At the same time, the homeroom teacher of class 8 looked at him dispassionately, his tone filled with extreme disappointment. You've guessed it? That's right, the book originally belonged to student Bai Lian. Do I need to seek your and Ren Wangshuan's opinion to return her book? I find it hard to believe that you even said that. No one spoke. Chenju opened and closed his mouth, then sat back in his seat, dazed. He had thought of 1,000 possibilities, but the one thing he did not anticipate was that the book belonged to Bai Lian. Neither he nor Ren Wanxian had a way to get their hands on this book. Where had Bai Lian found the means? Especially since he had just now been questioning the teacher for lending the book to Bai Lian. So it turned out the book was hers all along. I do not know how the rumor that student Bai Lian got in through connection started. The homeroom teacher looked around the silent amphitheater classroom, but as students who have received 10 years of education, you must understand the great harm that rumors can cause to a person. A lot of people grew quiet and lowered their heads. Spreading rumors and defaming others in private, the homeroom teacher looked at them, disappointment in his eyes. I was just pondering why such an incident would occur among you top students, or perhaps there's a problem with my teaching methods. His final gaze rested on Bai Lian for a moment. He really wanted to know who her teacher was. To be able to teach someone like her. From her, he seemed to understand the meaning of the words, cautious in solitude. Most of the time he wouldn't tell Bai Lian too much, to prevent her cleanliness from being tainted. The homeroom teacher withdrew his gaze and left the amphitheater with his phone in hand. But as he left, his steps were no longer as light as before. From 7:30 to 8 o'clock, the normally noisy training class was silent this time. They all knew Bai Lian had a book from Jianghu University's physics department. Many wanted to borrow it. Everyone knew how helpful that book could be to them. Thank you. Ning Xiao accepted the Jianghu University physics book from Bai Lian amidst all the stares. He'll return it to you when I'm done reading. No rush. Bai Lian, holding a black pen in her right hand, lazily wrote down a set of formulas on paper. I finished reading. Take your time. All the others watched Ning Xiao hold the book with fervent gazes. Who would have thought that the book Chenju and Ren Wanxian couldn't get would be so casually lent by Bai Lian to Ning Xiao? Ning Xiao ignored everyone's gazes as he casually placed the book on the table. Let's go. Ren Wanxian couldn't precisely identify her feelings. The Ji family, whom she always looked down upon, had something beyond her imagination. Dr. Gao must be getting impatient. Only Dr. Gao could slightly calm her envious heart at this moment. She didn't look towards Bai Lian, grabbed her backpack and left. Ordinarily, most people paid attention to her and Chenju's movements, but today no one spared them a second glance. At 8 o'clock, most people had left, and a circle of people surrounded Tang Ming. Tang Ming, have you read the Jianghu University physics book? They were usually on good terms with him. Their tone was envious now. Ning Xiao was a loner, and few people in the training class dared to talk to him. Tang Ming hurriedly packed up his books. Jianghu University physics? Bai Lian just asked if I wanted to see it, but I'm too busy right now, so I let Ning Xiao read it first. Hey Ning Xiao, wait for me. Chapter 61. 026 Is it alone or not? Monthly test underscore 2 Now every day he felt that even deciphering Jianghu Lai's analysis was strenuous, let alone being like those two freaks who could still manage to read other books. Zhu Jiaran, a few people familiar with Zhu Jiaran also spoke up. Your group is so lucky having a physics book from Jianghu University. No idea if he'll ever get the chance to own one in my lifetime. Zhu Jiaran's mouth, however, was very stiff. Others didn't understand, but Zhu Jiaran was very clear that since the group was formed, she had barely spoken a word to Bai Lian. Every evening she found an excuse to go back to her dormitory during their discussions. She packed up her things, pushed past the others, and hastened to follow Tang Ming. Tang Ming, you, Zhu Jiaran? Tang Ming saw her and alarms went off in his head. You should be going back to wash your hair, right? See you in a couple of days. Zhu Jiaran's face froze in place. Washing hair was an excuse she had made up herself, but now she found herself unable to rebut. She could only watch Tang Ming's retreating figure leave the area. Now she seemed to understand what the class teacher of Class 8 meant by sociable. This weekend was the monthly test. Friday evening in the training class. After playing the recorded screen, the head teacher of Class 8, who wasn't known for his mirth, made a rare smile and had some good news to announce. Propping his hands on the lectern, he said, I have some good news for everyone. Those who wanted to copy the video stopped and waited for the head teacher to pronounce the good news. The mood of the head teacher of Class 8 was obviously good as he scanned the people in the tiered classroom. During yesterday's meeting, the principal mentioned that the number of registration slots for the preparatory camp has increased by 1, meaning our class will now have 2 spots. The school hadn't even had 1 spot before and now it could have 2? The training class, which had been quiet due to Ren Wangshuan's incident, finally came alive. Teacher, how come there are 2 spots? Someone asked excitedly, raising their hand. The head teacher shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's good news for us. So, I hope everyone will put in extra effort and believe that anything is possible. Hearing it was not about studying, Bai Lian began to get distracted. She pulled out practice problems, bent one hand to hold down the workbook, and started to calculate with a pen, exuding a casual air. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were sitting in front of her, occasionally exchanging words. Most of the time it was Tang Ming asking Ning Xiao, something he hadn't dared to do before. But having seen Jianghu Lai, he felt the gloomy Ning Xiao was 1,000 times more approachable than Jianghu Lai. As for the spots, Tang Ming was relatively indifferent. He thought the half-hour of analysis at night was more important than the spot. Most people in the training class were excited until someone murmured softly, why bother with this effort? An extra one has nothing to do with us. It's clearly for those 2. The discussion stopped and all eyes turned to Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu glanced at each other, and even with her excellent manners, Ren Wanxian couldn't hide her excitement and subtle sense of superiority at that moment. Initially she was worried about competing with Chen Zhu, whom she could not outdo. Of course, Ren Chen didn't want her to compete with Chen Zhu either because, due to Director Chen's influence, the Ren family wanted to do a favor for the Chen family. Now that there was an additional spot, that was just right for her and Chen Zhu. With Dr. Gaff's influence, she hadn't thought that anyone else could compete with them. Ren Wanxian, having been feeling depressed about Bai Lian's incident these past few days, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It would be better to acquire the Jianghu University physics book, but the most crucial thing at the moment was the slot for the Jianghu preparatory camp. Chen Zhu shared her thoughts. He looked towards Ning Xiao. At the school, Ning Xiao got better grades than him more often, but this time, Ning Xiao no longer had the chance to compete with him. The weekend was Xianxia No L Middle School's monthly test. On Saturday morning they tested Chinese, in the afternoon they had maths and English together. Sunday morning they finished with comprehensive science and then they were off. Bai Lian participated in the test for the first time, together with Zhang Xiais in the last classroom. After the examination she heard Zhang Xiais crying out from behind, what on earth was that physics test about? I guessed the multiple choice questions by rolling dice, and the essay questions were so long I didn't even understand them. Bai Lian packed up and walked out. On the weekend the school did not require uniforms, so she wore a long dress in a pale ice blue color, embroidered with orchids, spotless and refined. She was carrying a backpack made by Ji Heng, casually took out her cell phone to turn it on, revealing a wrist that was excessively white. Her demeanor did not match at all with the rest of the people in the last exam room. Only Zhang Xiais dared to talk to her. He scratched his head, looking for comfort from the top student. Did you finish writing? Chapter 62. 026 Is it alone or not? Monthly test _3 he asked Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head. No. That's good. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Even you haven't finished it, so the physics teacher probably won't scold me this time. Bai Lian glanced at him and didn't tell him that she had finished everything in physics. She looked down to reply to Jianghu Lai's WeChat message. He'll take the bus in the afternoon, Teacher Jiang. Okay, he'll be back in the afternoon. Jianghu had said the tokamak could be disassembled, but Bai Lian had no time this week other than for classes and tutoring. Only today did she finally have some time. She took the bus back to Purist Street. As soon as she got off the bus, she saw Mao Kuan squatting alone at the bus stop, looking glum. What happened? She noticed the bruise on Mao Kuan's face. My godfather had it made for you. Mao Kuan handed the item to Bai Lian, touching his head. The Bakhtur Street's Fight Club guys beat me up. The Fight Club was the strongest presence on Bakhtur Street. Thank you. Bai Lian didn't reply to that, just took the package of wool needles he handed over, and didn't glance at him until she was on her way to Purist Street. So weak. Mao Kuan wanted to cry. Wait for me here in this alley at 10 o'clock tonight. She turned and entered the alley. When Mao Kuan looked up, all he saw was a wisp of light blue skirt hem fluttering by. Miao Kuan pondered her words. Suddenly excited, he ran to the number 112 grocery store and worked for a while. The store manager was now more easygoing with Xiaomao. Xiaomao, alien is right, you're a good kid. He handed a bottle of want milk to Mao Kuan. Mao Kuan grinned foolishly, carrying the milk as he moved the goods inside, just in time to see two patrolling policemen. He glanced at them and despite his injured face he was cocky. What are you looking at, Dad? Xiaomao, the store manager said sternly, be polite to the police officers. Xiaomao grudgingly uttered, oh. Then, when the manager wasn't looking, he turned back and glared fiercely at the two men. The two uncles who had just been notified of Xiaomao's scuffle with a mercenary, in Jianghu's courtyard. Today was Jianghu's birthday, and Ji Xiaojun along with Xinqing had both come. Xinqing wore a sycophantic smile on her face, bustling about and serving tea and water to a tall woman in formal attire. President Ren, please have a seat and rest for a bit, they'll be a while longer. Xinqing wiped the chair that had been brought out with her sleeve, placed it next to the woman, and looked up with an eager-to-please expression in her eyes. Ji Xiaojun and Ji Xiaorong were busy in the kitchen. Rin Jiawei, dressed in a beige suit, holding a mobile phone, looked distinguished and shrewd with her slightly narrowed eyes. She ignored Xinqing. Beside Rin Jiawei, her secretary looked up and down at Xinqing with a faint smile, saying, no need to bother, if President Rin needs anything he'll take care of it. Xinqing, under the secretary's meaningful gaze, chuckled awkwardly and stepped aside. Someone pushed open the gate to the courtyard. Rin Jiawei narrowed her eyes and looked over, focusing on the newly arrived girl. Assessing her. Rin Jiawei had heard about this niece from her father, daughter and Ji Xiaorong, but this was their first meeting. The girl was dressed in a light blue dress, the brand of which was unrecognizable, probably made by Jianghu. She had seen Ren Wanxian bring many back, but Jianghu had put them all away. Miss Bai, the secretary who had met Bai Lian a few times, greeted her with a smile. At the same time he conveyed to Rin Jiawei, this is Bai Lian. Bai Lian, she spoke up, her eyes half closed. Xinqing quickly began to speak, lest Bai Lian's temperament inadvertently upset the Ren family. Alien, this is your second aunt, greet her. Bai Lian guessed who it might be, took off her headphones while nodding to the secretary, then acknowledged Rin Jiawei with a nod. As good as greeting her. Ren Xian and Xinqing had both said Bai Lian was very polite, yet today it seemed just the opposite. Rin Jiawei held her phone, her brow furrowing slightly. She was never one for beating around the bush. Wanxian said you have the Jiangjing physics book. How much would it cost to sell it to me? Bai Lian's dark pupils slightly constricted, a strand of untied hair drifting down to rest on her pale neck. Her tone was very calm, not for sale. 200,000, is that enough? Rin Jiawei lifted her chin. In her eyes 200,000 was more than enough. People on this street might not save that much in 10 years, and the sum was more than sufficient for a single book. Bai Lian didn't acknowledge her at all, walking straight to her room. No one expected Bai Lian to react this way. The secretary was momentarily startled. He took a couple of steps to catch up with Bai Lian, lowering his voice. Miss Bai, President Rin came today for this matter. You want to understand the book, so sell it to Miss Wanxian. Consider it a favor owed to you by the Rin family. It's just a book, surely you're not so small-minded? Chapter 63, 027 A body of contumacy, Xinjiang Preparatory Camp. Understood. The Secretary General visited more frequently than Rin Jiawei, and this time Rin Jiawei had made a point of bringing him along. He had thought that getting the book from Bai Lian would be a matter of a simple request. Not to mention that they were offering a sum that far exceeded the book's value. Just the Ren family's reputation alone left him baffled as to why Bai Lian refused almost without consideration. Of course, I'm absolutely petty. The fact that you're still standing here breathing, Bai Lian halted in her tracks, tossing her earphones aside, giving him a glance, is already the limit of my patience, so you'd better act the part in front of my grandfather. The Secretary General, used to currying favor and bullying those below him, spared the Ji family a glance only because of Ren Qian's high regard. Yet, he hadn't expected Bai Lian, whom he had dismissed, to not give him the slightest amount of face. At this moment, the smile froze on his lips. In the main hall, Jianghu wore reading glasses. He held a handkerchief in his left hand, and between his right thumb and forefinger was a newly acquired smoking pipe. Bai Lian recognized it, the smoking pipe that Ji Xiaojun had picked out for him at a department store on their trip to Beijing. Jianghu pushed up his glasses with his handkerchief holding hand and looked at the people in the courtyard. Has Alien returned? Come and look at the embroidered pattern I've done for you. He sensed something was off among the group, but he chose not to mention. He simply addressed Bai Lian with an easygoing manner. Grandfather. Bai Lian didn't return to her room but placed her book bag on the stone table in the courtyard and embraced Jianghu's shoulders. Why are you still embroidering today? He took a puff of his pipe, the light smoke drifting away. The Secretary General, smelling the low-quality tobacco, frowned subtly without showing it. Through the haze of smoke, Bai Lian, slightly turning her head, sneered arrogantly at the Secretary General, mouthing silently, "Don't cause trouble." The Secretary General subdued the chill in his eyes and upon looking up at Ren Jiawei expressed great confusion. President Ren, you see she, in Xianxia, who didn't give a wide berth to the Ren family? Even the recently prominent Qin family wouldn't dare to be so bold with him. Oh, President Ren, Xianxia quickly intervened, a bit afraid that Ren Jiawei would take her anger out on him. Alien is just acting like a child. Don't pay her any mind. About that book, right? They'll talk to her again tonight. Ren Jiawei ignored Xianxia. She looked thoughtfully at Bai Lian, politely greeting Jianghu with indifference. Happy birthday. I have another meeting and must be going now. Jianghu took a puff of his pipe and simply responded with a hum. After Jianghu and Bai Lian went inside, she gave the Secretary General a glance. All right, if it's not for sale, it's not for sale. I have another meeting to attend. She took out her cell phone to reply to a message while walking toward the exit. Ren Jiawei worked in fashion, the complete opposite of Jianghu. The clash between trend and tradition, the two couldn't stand each other. She firmly believed that every trend and development had its place in time, whereas it was time for Jianghu to change his old-fashioned ways. Jianghu, however, persisted, and since Ren Jiawei couldn't persuade him, she let it be. All right. The Secretary General nodded. He saw Ren Jiawei out. Ren Jiawei meandered her way to her car parked on Purist Street, and then she made a call to Ren Qian. Is this what you call obedient? She asked after driving a bit and parking the car on the roadside, laughing. Are you trying to fool me? What happened? Ren Qian had just stepped out of a meeting, his tone surprised. He set aside the notebook that was beside him. I just went to the Ji family to buy that book from your well-mannered niece you mentioned. Ren Jiawei spoke as she held the phone in one hand and rested the other on the steering wheel, with the shadows of passing trees enveloping her. Ren Wanxian was destined for the path of academics, and the business she had established still lacked a suitable successor. Having heard from Ji Xiaorong that his niece wasn't doing very well in her studies, she had started to contemplate grooming her niece. But Ren Wangxuan's description of Bai Lian had given Ren Jiawei some second thoughts. Thinking Bai Lian to be of Xianxing's ilk, Ren Jiawei had begun with a sense of reservation. Ren Jiawei thought about the clothes Bai Lian wore, made by Jianghu. This niece seemed to have an innate rebelliousness, similar to but also distinct from Jianghu. She didn't give it to you? Ren Qian was also surprised. She's not like Xianxing but preferable to old GTS obstinacy, Ren Jiawei remarked, then added, I have another meeting. I'll hang up now. She ended the call. On the other end of the phone, Ren Qian was accustomed to Ren Jiawei's brisk attitude. He called the Secretary General to inquire about the matter. It's more than just not giving. The Secretary General, having just left, walked through the alley. He couldn't be bothered to mention Bai Lian's demeanor, with her level of manners not even amounting to 1/10 of Ren Wangxuan's. She's like two different people. Chapter 64, 027 A Body of Contumacy, Xinjiang Preparatory Camp Let's talk about that later. Ren Qian was very surprised, pondering Ren Jiawei's phrase born rebellious. Don't take your negotiating table attitude towards their family members. Ren Qian wasn't too clear about that book, but seeing Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu's demeanor, he knew it was significant. Sir, the Secretary General, as Ren Qian's confidant, was someone people were exceptionally cautious around on regular days. He glanced coldly at the courtyard behind him, but his voice was incongruously respectful as he indicated Ren Qian undervalued himself. You've really lowered yourself for them, but once you're not present, that entire Ji family doesn't even pretend. The Secretary General was accustomed to giving orders. Over time he had forgotten that he too had started from the ground up. He was deferential and cautious in front of Ren Qian, but certainly not in front of others. Ren Qian was taken aback. He pondered for a long while and naturally had no suspicion of his secretary. The Ji family is established in their ways, and Bai Lian is a bit youthful and impulsive. Can't you look at the bigger picture and avoid squabbling with them? In simpler terms, he felt the Ji family wasn't worth his temper. Ren Qian said softly, let's put off inviting her to the Ren family for now. I'll understand, sir, the Secretary General said respectfully. He listened to the slightly displeased tone in Ren Qian's voice and smiled faintly. The Ren family had long intended to invite Bai Lian to their household. Today, because of his single remark, the Ren family shelved the idea. He was Ren Qian's right-hand man, skilled in flattery and deceit. Even Ren Wanxian had to address him as uncle when she saw him. But nobody dared to show him disdain like Bai Lian did. After some thought, the Secretary General pulled out his cell phone and reported the news to Ren Wanxian. At the Ji family. In the end, Ren Qian's Secretary General didn't stay for dinner, leaving only the family, which was rather harmonious. Jianghu placed the wool needle given by Bai Lian at his side, holding in one hand the smoking pipe given by Ji Xiaojun, and beside him the tobacco provided by Ji Xiaorong. Shunqing and Bai Lian helped bring the dishes to the table. Ji Xiaojun, with a stack of bowls, served rice to everyone from the pot, watching through the window as Jianghu examined the wool needle closely. How did you know today was your grandfather's birthday? He whispered to Bai Lian as she came from the kitchen with dishes. Bai Lian, her head lowered as she carefully carried a pot of soup, her entire being appearing cool in her snow-green dress, smiled. Isn't that the reason you secretly bought the smoking pipe? Pure alarmist talk. Ji Xiaojun immediately turned away, unwilling to confront the issue. When have one ever secretly bought anything? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, holding the soup as she left the kitchen. Shunqing came in just in time to see her, delicate snow-colored fingers holding the freshly stewed clay pot. She hurriedly spoke up, why don't you use a cloth as a mat? Give it to me here. She took the clay pot from Bai Lian's hands. You go set the chopsticks. Clearly, a person raised in a wealthy home, unfamiliar with common-sense living. Bai Lian touched her nose. She hadn't felt the heat, but obviously Shunqing didn't believe her. She silently went to set the chopsticks. At the dining table, Jianghu sat beside her. Ji Xiaorong and Ji Xiaojun were looking at the wool needle Bai Lian had made for him. Embroidery was falling out of step with the times, so much so that wool needles were nearly obsolete. With few people using them, there were no shops that could sharpen them in all of Xianxia. It was unclear where Bai Lian found someone to make them. The bag containing the wool needle was even faintly marked with the symbol of a white tiger, yet none of those present paid attention to this emblem. If someone from the Ren family had been there, they would have recognized it immediately. It was unmistakably the white tiger auction house's symbol. The meal was more peaceful without the Ren family members. After dinner, Shunqing and Ji Xiaojun cleared the dishes. So, did Alien really leave the Bai family? In the kitchen, Shunqing took the opportunity without anyone else around to ask Ji Xiaojun in a low voice. Yes, Ji Xiaojun said while he wiped the dishes dry, not lifting his head. Her household registration has been transferred over. Hey, I say to you Ji family people. Shunqing couldn't contain her irritation. What's wrong with you? Such a big family, even if they don't like you, wouldn't it be better not to leave? Drinking the soup is also good. Do you think she's being silly? She stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Jianghu through the window. Shunqing snatched the bowl from Ji Xian's hands. Get out, I don't want to see you right now. In the afternoon, Jianghu and the others were going to Purist Street to worship the tree god. Bai Lian was going to Jianghu's place, so she grabbed her backpack, ready to head straight there by car after worshipping the tree god. Shunqing walked behind her, and seeing the three men ahead were not paying attention, she finally lowered her voice. Why didn't you agree to what Ren Qian said at noon? Would be good for you too. Now that you've come to Xianxia, won't you have to get by here from now on? Chapter 65. 027 A Body of Contumacy, Xinjiang Preparatory Camp _3 Bai Lian held the headphones for vocabulary study and turned down the volume when Shunqing asked a question. Oh, I have a good handle on that. Bai Lian's rosy lips twitched slightly as she reached out and plucked a leaf from Xinqing's hair, her dark eyes full of nonchalance. Xinqing tilted her head, looking at Bai Lian's half-lowered long lashes, her almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed. She was at a loss for words. Bai Lian now looked much more pleasant to the eye than she had a few years ago. Both families were wealthy, but the Bai family had far more depth than the Ren family. She had not expected Bai Lian to be so polite to her and the Ji family's people. The Ren family had always looked down on them with disdain. Xinqing, who had grown up in the slums, was accustomed to being humble and lowering her stance in front of them because she'd seen these people change the trajectories of common folks' lives with just a word. Xinqing said no more, but an eerie thought emerged at the bottom of her heart. If Ji Xiaojun asked Bai Lian to move in now, she probably wouldn't refuse. The manor at the heart of Xianxia. Chief Chen was extremely restless as he sat downstairs, sipping tea he had poured for himself, cautiously using his peripheral vision to glance at Jianghu Lai standing by the lattice window. Jianghu Lai, at home, was only wearing a comfortable black loungewear. His jade-like hand was holding a black headset, his tone cold. So you didn't even bother to use your brains? Has Jiang Ziju's brain been invaded by you as well? Chief Chen prayed for the person on the other end of the phone while wondering why he had chosen to come today. Had heard through the grapevine that Jianghu Lai was in a good mood recently. Chief Chen held his teacup, attempting to ease his nerves. Jianghe had been crouched at the front door, and Chief Chen found himself wishing he could join him. As he pondered this, the sound of tires against the road came from outside. Upon looking up, he saw Ming Dongheng step in with a girl. With just one glance, Chief Chen recognized her, the same girl he had seen here before. As soon as Bai Lian entered, she spotted Jianghe crouching at the door. She reached out to grab the back of his neck, hoisting him up, her eyebrows lazily arched. "Little one Meng, what are you squatting here for?" Bai Lian didn't bother to keep her voice down, and her presence pierced through the empty, chilling silence of the grand hall. Chief Chen's eyes widened as he quickly looked at Bai Lian, gesturing for her to lower her voice while silently mourning for her. How could someone be so obliviously untactful in a time like this? Just as he thought this, he saw Jianghu Lai lower his voice. "Report to me later, Jiang Shijue." Then he ended the call. "You're early." Jianghu Lai put his phone into his pocket, his tone even. "Let's head to the lab first." He led Bai Lian and Jianghe out. In the hall, Chief Chen, still holding his teacup, looked as if he had seen a ghost. He glanced at Ming Dongheng before tentatively asking, "Mr. Ming, as for young Master Jiang?" Ming Dongheng, no longer surprised, gave Chief Chen a cold reply of just 4 words, "Don't ask too much." The humble Chief Chen didn't dare to say another word. All he thought was, he must have been quite polite to Miss Bai earlier, right? By the way, Chief Chen remembered the actual purpose of his visit. "Is your master at the Bakhtar Street fighting arena?" "Yeah," Ming Dongheng responded in a low voice. "It's no use looking for me, my master won't see me, young Master Jiang doesn't either." "Ah?" Chief Chen felt a headache coming on. "But your master is the only 8th degree martial arts grandmaster alive today." Ming Dongheng couldn't help. Next door. Jianghu Lai's laboratory. He didn't lift a finger, merely stood with his arms crossed, watching the two dismantle the cyclotron collider. Bai Lian dismantled the inside and observed for a while before finally understanding, so it uses the difference in friction of the outer ring to generate power. It should have a wide range of applications. The collision energy is strong. Right? Jianghu Lai nodded. The mushroom clouds we see in everyday life operate on the same principle. By the time the duo of different ages finished examining the vortex ring, it was almost dark. By the way, as they were leaving the laboratory, Jianghu Lai sent Bai Lian a link. "Download this app, Heiress and invite code. All the letters are in uppercase." Saying this, he recited a string of characters. He knew Bai Lian's memory, she wouldn't need him to repeat it a second time. Bai Lian and Jianghe came to the hall. The servants brought tea and fruit. Bai Lian and Jianghe sat to one side. Bai Lian picked up her teacup, took a light sniff, and her eyes brightened. Ming Dongheng was observing Bai Lian from his position. Seeing her smelling the tea, he was surprised too. He asked Su Nanjing. Old speckled tea was very expensive in the market. Only families like the Jiangs could splurge on such a luxury. Bai Lian, Miss Bai, who evidently lives on Purist Street, seemed very familiar with old speckled tea. After Bai Lian finished her tea, Jianghe beside her was twisting a Rubik's Cube. She remembered the link Jianghu Lai gave her, so she clicked on it and downloaded the app directly. Once the download was complete, she saw a blue app appear on her phone, Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp. She had heard this app's name countless times, both at the Bai family home and in the training classes in Xianxia. The original owner even cheated for this app. Her fingertips tapped on her smartphone screen, and she couldn't help but look up at Jianghu. He was sitting opposite her on the couch, his left hand casually draped over the armrest, talking to Director Chin, who hadn't left yet. When he noticed her looking, his shallow eyes lowered slightly as if asking, "What's wrong?" Without speaking, Bai Lian redirected her gaze. Her pale blue clothes pressed against her overly fair skin, making her eyes black and white, starkly distinct. Her fingertips slowly tapped open the app, and immediately a security key popped up. After entering the key given by Jianghu, she moved to the registration page. Under Jianghe's gaze, she entered her account name with casual indifference by Jian. Jianghe by her side silently turned around, quietly twisting the Rubik's Cube. After registering, she directly logged into the app. Upon entering, she could see 3 sections: rankings on the right, and this month's question bank, and time challenges on the left. Bai Lian glanced at it. The rankings had 2 columns, this month's points ranking, and overall ranking. She opened it to see the monthly scores of freshmen for the current year displayed from top to bottom. Bai Lian slowly scrolling through. No. Aliang Wuyu 28896 2 Su Jiwa 28152 39 Song Min 21589 464 by Xiaoqi 17453 552 by Jian O. The number of registrants this year totaled 552, with the differences in scores getting smaller towards the end. Those who could secure a spot in the preparatory camp were geniuses, demonstrating absolute talent. So they all used their real names, with barely anyone frivolously using an ID as Bai Lian did. See that Liang Wuyu, the hot favorite to become next year's top scholar. One bet 1 million on him. One hope he doesn't disappoint me. Director Chin noticed the page on the app and said proudly. Suddenly, upon seeing Bai Lian at 552, he quickly added, "Miss Bai, go for it. As long as you enter the top 300 in the monthly ranking, you have a chance to get into Jianghu University. I believe in you. When I get home tonight, I'll bet that you can make it into Jianghu University." Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing total score, she subconsciously clicked next to the total score section and was metaphorically blinded by what she saw. Chapter 66. 028 My epitaph won't have a single word of regret, and so most people are typically described like this. For instance, N02. Jiang Shijue 1578928 N03. Matang Feng 9987412 N018. Hewen 8547127. This was normal. Bai Lian glanced at the lower right corner, her own name, N012589. Oh, she's supposed to be number 12589, the lowest in any ranking. Her gaze then moved to the very top, and all 999999999 Bai Lian. All of the mountains looked small in comparison. Turning her attention to the difficult monthly ranking points, it was hard to believe that this number 1 was achieved by a human. She began to suspect if the system's upper limit was perhaps 9999999. The style. She shifted her gaze slightly. What's up? Jianghu had asked Ming Dongheng to escort Director Chen upstairs to view the calligraphy and paintings, but he saw Bai Lian holding her phone, lost in thought, looking at him. He walked over, rested one hand on the back of the chair behind Bai Lian, and leaned slightly forward to peek at her phone, his expression reserved and cool. With just one glance, he could see the account she had just accessed. Account name, Bai Jian points this month, O total points, O following, O followers. O Jianghu stared at the name Bai Jian for a while, falling into silence. Yu Guang cast a cold glance towards Jianghe. Jianghe's head seemed to be fused with the Rubik's Cube. Depressed, he knocked his head against the Rubik's Cube. You've registered, huh? Jianghu coldly withdrew his gaze from him, unhurriedly pulled out his phone, and re-downloaded the blue app he had previously uninstalled. Yeah. Bai Lian generously showcased her ID. Then she remembered something else, opened WeChat and sent a message to Mao Kuan. 4 1-pound sandbags. Bai in the white tank top responded rapidly, "Sure thing, sis." 10 o'clock at night. Bai Lian slipped out of the alley after the lights in Jiheng's room went out, finding Mao Kuan already waiting at the entrance of the alley, squatting and smoking. In the darkness, only the faint crimson glow of the cigarette end was visible. "Sis." Mao Kuan immediately stood up when he saw Bai Lian. Bai Lian, with an earbud in, listening to vocabulary, nonchalantly bent down and picked up the cloth bag he had placed aside. 4 1-pound sandbags. She weighed them in her hand before casually tossing them to Mao Kuan, instructing indifferently, "Tie them to your limbs." Huh. Mao Kuan touched his head, then did as she said, tying a sandbag to each limb. He tried walking and found his feet heavy. His hands were also heavy, but Mao Kuan was no stranger to exercise, and even with the sandbags he could still move normally. With only a pound each he walked like a blundering moth. Bai Lian had not seen anyone so fragile. She moved her gaze away without expression. "I'll teach you 2 moves today." Bai Lian, still unwashed and clad in her days-long dress, handed her phone to Mao Kuan. She shifted her weight back, with her left leg slightly bent and right leg feigned, as she flicked her right fist upward and pulled her left fist to her waist, her right foot morphing into a bow stance, and her power rooted in her left hand before she swiftly launched her left fist. Bang! Her left hand, seemingly delicate with visible knuckles when clenched, through the punch. Mao Kuan, with his face barely 3 centimeters away from her fist, felt the wind scatter his yellow hair. He had no doubt that if her fist traveled 3 centimeters further, it could shatter his nasal bone. Bai Lian's hair, tousled by the gust, softly floated back across her forehead under the moonlight, and her face seemed softer than usual. She gracefully retrieved her hand, her pitch-black, clear eyes asking lazily, "Did you see clearly?" Mao Kuan snapped back to reality. He saw but not in full detail. After 10 minutes of learning the 2 moves, Mao Kuan had barely memorized them. Training with sandbags can cause significant harm to the limbs. Bai Lian took back her phone and recited a medicinal formula: Codonopsis, Atractylodes, Deer Antler, Angelica, and Cyperus, each 65 grams, Chuanxiong, Pubescent Angelica, Eucamia. Grind them together, let it cool, then mix with the medicine to form a paste and spread it on the limbs. After speaking, she saw Mao Kuan gazing at her with a clear yet foolish look. Bai Lian. "Fine, I'll text it to you." Mao Kuan with a near-tears expression. "Thank you, sis. Don't you all learn the long fist anymore? No palm techniques? No spear dancing?" Bai Lian watched him perform the moves once more, and after a prolonged moment she averted her gaze, asking softly. As she slightly lifted her head, her eyes settled on the fairly round moon above. In the cold moonlight, her gaze was also deep, cold, and distant. Mao Kuan had seen a similar expression on Bai Lian before, back at the auction, when he spotted her on Bakhtur Street. Yet the expression now was slightly different than then. "Everyone's learning combat moves," Mao Kuan thought for a moment before speaking. "These days many kids learn taekwondo. Few children learn the long fist or spear, and there used to be a martial arts school in Xianxia that closed down due to a lack of students." Chapter 67. 028 My epitaph won't have a single word of regret. Understood. Bai Lian nodded. She withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyes, concealing the emotions at the bottom of her eyes. "Come see me at the same time next week." Then replaced the sandbag with a 2-pound iron ball. Mao Kuan dragged his heavy steps back. When Bai Lian returned, it was already 11 o'clock. Unlike usual when she would have been solving practice questions, today she did not. Instead, she opened Chengdu and searched for taekwondo. There were many videos online. There were also lots of promotional ads for training centers, and she repeatedly watched videos of taekwondo. Some from a certain country, quite showy with flashy moves but of little practical use. Is this what many people are learning now? Bai Lian looked up, gazing quietly out the window. A room, a person, a bright moon. A message suddenly popped up at the top of her phone. It was from the Jianghu preparatory camp app she had logged into earlier. Bai Lian clicked on it and saw that she had a new follower on her account. She was startled, thinking it was an official account at first until she followed the follower back to their own account. Account name, L monthly points, O total points, 9999999 number of followings, 1 number of followers, 12587 Bai Lian. Indeed, she had guessed it was him, so she clicked to follow back. She smiled, then went back and closed Chengdu. In this era of peace and prosperity with clear skies and calm rivers, she would no longer encounter bandits or pirates. There was no need to worry about safety, only to focus on studying. Learning these flourishes should suffice, and she should feel happy about that. Xianxia Noel Middle School marked test papers quite quickly. By Monday basically all the scores were out. The first class in the morning was with Lu Lingxi, and for a change Zhang Xiais and his group had not arrived late today. As soon as Lu Lingxi entered the classroom, she handed the pile of test papers to the class representative to distribute. This time the Chinese language test was standard. Class 15 always had good scores in Chinese. Out of 150 points, the average score reached 106. 14 points ahead of the second-place Class 8. After class, Lu Lingxi took the test papers, her gaze shifting to Bai Lian's seat. The girl, dressed in the blue and white school uniform, pulled out her practice question bank as soon as class ended. Her long lashes cast a shadow, and the sunlight from outside the window fell on her brows and eyes, gentle and elegant as she sat holding a pen, quietly sweeping through questions. Lu Lingxi watched her for a good while before finally speaking. Bai Lian, come out with me for a moment. Bai Lian looked up in slight surprise. She put down her pen and followed Lu Lingxi to the corridor. Bai Lian, Lu Lingxi looked at Bai Lian. Can you tell me what you were thinking with your essay? Essay? Bai Lian raised her head slightly, pondered briefly, then admitted her fault. Teacher, I'm sorry. Her eyelashes fluttered down, apologetically. Lu Lingxi was momentarily lost for words, her voice softened. It's okay, just be more careful next time, especially during the college entrance exams. I'll understand, teacher. Bai Lian nodded. Lu Lingxi smiled and patted her head. Being slightly tall, she bowed her head a little to let Lu Lingxi pat it easily. Go back. After Bai Lian returned, Xianxia and others crowded around her. They all wore puzzled expressions on their faces. What did Lu Ma want with you? She talked to me about my essay. Bai Lian sat back lazily, one leg casually bent, and flipped her notebook open again. Your essay. Xianxia was surprised. Your essay was off topic? No way. The essay this time was simple. As he spoke, he grabbed Bai Lian's casually placed Chinese answer card from the table. Exactly 90 points. This time the Chinese test was easy, even Zhang Xi's got 109 points. How come you only got 90? Zhang Xi's didn't believe it, examining her answer card ahead. There were no mistakes, so how could it be 90? It didn't fit her profile at all. Pu Xiaohan also leaned in to look, nodding furiously. What happened? Were some points not added? Yang Lin listened intently as well. Until Zhang Xi's turned the page. The essay topic this time was very simple, a set subject essay. Giving up is also a form of beauty. The topic was simple, and under normal circumstances no one would stray off topic. Out of 60 points for the essay, even Zhang Xi's scored a high 40. However, student Bai Lian had written just one line. I will not give up, even if it means facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. I would calmly embrace death. My epitaph will not contain a single word of regret. The handwriting was as neat as ever, stroke by stroke. As if it had been copied from a book, orderly and pleasing to the eye. Yet from this precise handwriting, Pu Xiaohan and others saw the defiance contained within it. Every stroke and splash of ink was like a backbone. Next to it was a prominently corrected 0. Even the underachieving Zhang Xi's had never seen anyone dare to write such an essay during a monthly exam. Classmate, isn't writing your essay like this a bit too arrogant? Chapter 68. 028 My epitaph won't have a single word of regret. 3 Zhang Xi's looked at the desk in front of him, where she was carelessly crunching the numbers with her head down. He suddenly felt again that she could pull it off. Ah. Pu Xiaohan touched her nose and borrowed Bai Lian's paper to study characters. The last class of the morning was physics. During the break, the comprehensive science exam papers were handed out. Zhang Xi's glanced at the 110 points on the desk in front and then at his own 186, feeling surprised and then starting to show off again. He whispered to the desk behind him, "This time the physics teacher won't be able to attack me anymore." The physics teacher rolled the exam papers into a tube with one hand and held a thermos in the other, sauntering in at a leisurely pace. While asking someone to wipe the blackboard clean, he unscrewed the thermos and said coldly, "This physics exam saw a wide gap in scores, with someone getting a full score of 110 and another getting only 39. Zhang Shi's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it as he poked Bai Lian's shoulder. Damn, someone got a full score of 110 in physics, it must be me. He didn't finish his sentence when the physics teacher glanced coldly at him. I'm talking about you, Zhang Shi's. Both your desk mate and the one in front have scores of 110. Yang Lin also scored 97. The class average in physics is 70, and your grade's lowest score of 37. Are you challenging my career? You even disturbed the one in front of you. The teacher threw a chalk at him. Sit properly. Zhang Shi's. He incredulously turned to Bai Lian. Isn't it, your total score is just 110? How come physics is also 110? What about your chemistry and biology? This is more ridiculous than a Chinese essay. After speaking, the physics teacher looked at Bai Lian with a smile. The surprise in his heart wasn't missing. This physics test was considered difficult, and several top students performed very well. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Lian, who had switched from liberal arts to science, also managed to score full marks. Thinking about it, the physics teacher felt it was a pity. Why didn't she switch over in the second year? If she had done that, Participating in 2 physics competitions might have given her a chance for direct university admission. Class ended. During lunch, Bai Lian, Yang Lin, Pu Xiaohan, and 4 other girls from the entertainment committee were together. Bai Lian, later we'll go try out the stage, the student council wants to check it, the entertainment committee member said to Bai Lian. Longsword has arrived this morning, he'll pick up the delivery from the office after one finish eating. Okay, Bai Lian nodded. After the group of girls finished talking, Xianxia came over with his meal. Gloomily looking at Bai Lian, so when you said you didn't finish? Bai Lian, skillful in dividing half her dishes into Yang Lin's bowl, looked up at Xianxia's words, her tone unhurried. Indeed, I didn't write for biology and chemistry. Physics 110, Pu Xiaohan's eyes widened while looking at Bai Lian. How did you do that? I heard there were only 4 full scores in physics for the whole school, why didn't you write for biology and chemistry? Bai Lian lowered her gaze, eating methodically. After swallowing her food, she then looked up at Pu Xiaohan, her almond eyes particularly bright, very matter-of-factly. I haven't studied those yet. The whole table was stunned. 6. During lunch. At the school auditorium. By the time Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan's group arrived, there were a lot of people in the auditorium. Pu Xiaohan, you're here? The president of the student council's cultural department greeted them with a smile. Wait a moment, after the skit rehearsal is over, it's your turn. Bai Lian found a place to sit down, taking out her headphones and vocabulary book to start memorizing words. Why are there so many people today? Pu Xiaohan looked at the auditorium filled with boys. The cultural department's head whispered, didn't see the forum? Ren Wanxian is coming to rehearse and they're all waiting for her. Pu Xiaohan, oh. The head spoke with Pu Xiaohan, stealing glances at Bai Lian, who was memorizing words. Are you really not going to lure her to the cultural department? The new student doesn't have time, Pu Xiaohan whispered. She studies very seriously. All right. As they talked, another group arrived outside the auditorium. Pu Xiaohan looked up and saw several boys and girls from Class 8 surrounding Ren Wanxian as they came in. Soon, the president of the student council came out from the backstage specifically to greet them. Wait a moment, Pu Xiaohan noticed after the skit ended, a piano was moved onto the stage. Isn't Class 8 later than us? Ren Wanxian had been known in the school forum to have won a second prize for piano. Pu Xiaohan knew just by looking that the piano was for her. Hey, stay calm. The cultural department head pressed Pu Xiaohan's shoulder helplessly. It can't be helped. You know how Ren Wanxian is the financial god of the external relations department. All student council sponsorships come from her mother, and she's on good terms with our president too. She was popular, not lacking money, on good terms with the student council, and the school often made concessions for them. Ren Wanxian played the piano. The audience in the auditorium stopped what they were doing and watched her performance intently. It was evident that Ren Wanxian had been learning piano from a young age. Both technique and emotion were spot on. After the performance, a wave-like round of applause erupted. Don't say it, Pu Xiaohan, who disliked the elites in the Crown Prince class, had to nod after listening. Class 8 might not be much to talk about, but they can't criticize the piano playing. Returning to her senses, the head agreed. Let's go, it's your turn. Pu Xiaohan watched Ren Wanxian come down from the stage, recalling her professional-level piano performance. She quietly reminded the head, Bai Lian is average at longsword, make sure you guys in the department ramp up the atmosphere when it's time, got it? The head used to be classmates with Pu Xiaohan before they were assigned different classes, now in liberal arts. She thought for a moment, or should we schedule you guys after the next? What? Bai Lian just finished memorizing a page of vocabulary. She turned off the app and looked up at the two beside her. Pu Xiaohan touched her nose and explained honestly. Bai Lian put away her headphones, stood up, her posture straight and her blue and white school uniform neat, her dark eyes slightly narrowed, lazily tilted her head to the side, lips curled slightly. It's not necessary. Chapter 69. 029. You call this ordinary? Underscroll, the head of the literature and art department, immediately pinched Pu Xiaohan's arm, conveying with her gaze, so cool. I'm totally smitten. Pu Xiaohan smiled, urging her to maintain her composure, and then she took Bai Lian to the backstage. The senior transfer student was very well known at the school. Several members of the student council, after watching the piano performance and hearing that she had arrived, all went backstage to catch a glimpse of her. Bai Lian had taken off her school uniform jacket and was only wearing a white t-shirt with a water-ink-colored white crane embroidered on it. She looked over the long sword that Pu Xiaohan had custom-made, weighing it in her hands. The long sword had a black exterior with golden patterns as tall as half her height, and weighed a bit over 1 jin. Pu Xiaohan originally feared the long sword might be too heavy and difficult to swing, but Bai Lian handled it as if it were light as a feather. It was as if what she held was not a jin-heavy iron sword, but a mere feather. Bai Lian examined it for a while, then swiftly drew it from its sheath. Although the long sword was not sharpened, its cold gleam was evident, reflecting in her dark pupils. Bai Lian, with one hand on the hilt and the other loosely holding the sheath, hair pinned up at the back of her head, held the cold sword as though she were a swordsman in white traveling the world. The imposing aura on her naturally radiated with the long sword in hand. She methodically returned the long sword to the sheath, then turned to the side. Is it my turn? Go up from here. The members of the student council came to their senses and pointed out the place to get on stage. The piano has already been moved away. As Bai Lian parted the curtains and stepped onto the stage from backstage, a few people hurriedly surged out to watch the transfer students' performance up close from below the stage. In the outside corridor, the president of the student council and the head of the external relations department were seeing Ren Wanxian out. What were you doing backstage? The president asked them. Ren Wangshuan's piano had been on TV and had won awards. Everyone in school wanted to see it, but opportunities to watch Ren Wanxian perform were few and far between. She had been specifically requested to close the show this time because sponsors who had long supported Xianxia No. 1 High School were visiting, so the school had invited her. The council members all knew that even before the rehearsals, people on the Baidu Tieba forums were already looking forward to it. They were all there to watch Ren Wanxian. We just got back from watching it. Pu Xiaohan and the others had already taken their leave. The literature and art department head stayed back to explain to the president. Bai Lian is about to perform, we were just heading out to watch. The new student? The president naturally was also familiar with the name Bai Lian. Then he'll go have a look too. Sure. The literature and art department head waved her hand. Just remember to applaud then, the new student's performance isn't that professional. After they left, Ren Wanxian turned to the president. Bai Lian? That transfer student? The president hadn't paid close attention to the performance schedule and now pulled it out to see. Didn't expect she'd also participate in the performance, a sword dance, huh? But I heard she isn't professional. Ren Wanxian looked at the lengthy performance program. She was scheduled at the very end, a deliberate arrangement by the school authorities to keep the audience in their seats. Third from the last was Bai Lian's performance. Ren Wanxian withdrew her gaze casually. Doesn't the second-to-last program clash with mine? Let's swap it with the one before. Students like to form cliques. Ren Wanxian and her group either had wealthy families or powerful connections. Anything they faced at home could be resolved for them, and they were used to being the center of attention. The Ren family had even donated a canteen exclusively for Ren Wanxian. Mixing with ordinary students over time made class tensions quite apparent. The more the ordinary students dared not provoke them, the more arrogant and proud these individuals became. The president looked down at the performance program. The second to last was a popular music duet, which didn't clash with the piano performance, but he certainly wouldn't deny Ren Wanxian face. Okay. He swapped the second to last act with the third to last one. Outside on stage, a group of boys, after watching Ren Wangshuan's performance, leisurely got up, horsing around and preparing to return to their classrooms. How was it? Did you record it? Did, but you can't upload it on Baidu Tieba. He'll show you secretly later. The school celebration hadn't started yet, rehearsals were not to be leaked. Until once again, a beam of light fell onto the stage. What's the performance about? Some asked while leaving the auditorium. It's Bai Lian's, I heard it's a sword dance. Wang Yu got the news from the literature and art department and started speaking with his phone. Just now, the literature and art department people said to give the new student some face and to go support her. That's more like it. She's so good looking, it's not like she can do everything. A boy laughed. The kids from class 8 who seem to know how to do everything are the ones who often make me doubt myself. They'll stay to support her. Well, that's about enough. Some classmates were in a hurry to get back to their classes. He'll watch the new student's performance on the day of the school celebration. Chapter 70, 029. You call this ordinary? Too many people were leaving after all, most of them had come for Ren Wanxian. A small portion remained, looking up at the stage. This time, no one sneakily pulled out their phones to record. In the center of the stage, Bai Lian was dressed in blue school trousers and a white shirt, her right hand gripping a long sword, its tip pointing outward. Her eyes were cast downwards and she stood tall and elegant, exuding an overwhelming presence even before the performance began. The chatter from below gradually ceased. Thump thump. The sound of the drum with a strong sense of rhythm began to rise. She suddenly lifted her head, her dark eyes opening wide, and raised her right arm. As the guzheng and flute joined in, she spun her arm outward, slicing the sword edge from left to right, drawing 2 vertical circles, and at the end of the short guzheng note, her wrist lifted, making a point-break sword gesture diagonally towards the ground. The bubbling sound of the gushing strings merged with the distant, melodious flute as the drumming rejoined. Bai Lian flipped midair, her entire body soaring, the sword momentarily twirling around her wrist before she firmly grasped it again upon landing. The drumming crescendoed. As she moved her sword in circular motions, she executed a series of flips along a straight pathway, her right hand performing the sword flower technique nearly 20 times consecutively. The sword tore through the air like a dragon in flight, its cold light flashing. Meanwhile, her movements were as light as a drifting cloud, never touching the ground. Bai Lian's gaze followed the sword edge, her body leaning backward as the instrumental music came to an end, swiftly reversed with the sword tracing across her chest, and with a swift flip, she sheathed the sword. Boom, and the drumbeat abruptly stopped. With the sword vertical in front of her chest, she slowly lifted her head along with the sword, revealing a pair of deep, cold eyes. The spotlight froze on her, as if thunder that had been rumbling suddenly ceased, and a tumultuous sea instantly calmed. Bai Lian remained standing at the center of the stage, and now without the glint of cold steel, she stood out sharply as though atop a snowy mountain in a blizzard. The entire auditorium was silent. It wasn't until Bai Lian, holding her sword, brushed through the black curtains to the backstage that the silent hall, like a calm pot of oil with a drop of water added, exploded into commotion. Ah Xiaohan, on the left side of the stage, the head of the literary and art department was on the verge of throttling her. You call this unprofessional? If this is unprofessional, what is professional? It's all your fault, I didn't record the screen. A female student from the art class murmured beside her, not to mention her sword flower technique and point-break sword, just the flips alone, no one in our art class can do it as smoothly. Pu Xiaohan, who was almost strangled, down in the seats. A group of boys took a while to snap back to reality. Wang Yu, did you happen to record it, did you? Some tried to snatch Wang Ye's phone. Wang Yu, whose phone was snatched, only realized what was happening towards the end and managed to record the last 20 seconds. Be careful not to accidentally delete it. The group of boys hurriedly played the video. From a distance from the stage and after enlarging the video, they could only see Bai Lian's silhouette. White shirt, blue trousers, a blur of a red band around her wrist, and a white spotlight above her head. Even through a distant lens, one could glimpse her hibiscus-like complexion. Vivid and impactful. The sword was like frost and snow, creating an impression of wild and ethereal transcendence. Amazing. Backstage there was no one. After Bai Lian picked up her coat, Pu Xiaohan and the others came in. Take care of our longswords. Pu Xiaohan solemnly handed the longswords to a logistics staff member. The staff members, still looking at Bai Lian, took the swords. Don't worry. The student council intended to interview Bai Lian more thoroughly, even considering a special school newspaper feature for her, but Bai Lian was in a hurry to get back to her homework and didn't linger. It was only after leaving the hall. Pu Xiaohan looked pensively at Bai Lian. Bai Lian grabbed her vocabulary book, her brows and eyes lifting slightly. Speak. Didn't you say you were only average with the longsword? Yes. Bai Lian was startled. The Bai family excelled in spears and mounted archery. She did as well. Among the 6 arts, except for ritual, she mastered them all, and in the 8 elegances she slightly surpassed others in zither, literature, poetry, wine and tea. As for the longsword, she had only learned a few tricks. Giving a sword dance was one thing, but for real combat the spear suited her better. Pu Xiaohan saw it clearly. Bai Lian seriously considered herself average with the longsword. It was not modesty. No, how can you call that average? Pu Xiaohan recalled what the art student had said. What kind of environment did the new student grow up in? Bai Lian nodded. What else then? Pu Xiaohan. If that was average, then what was left for others? Bai Lian's phone vibrated. She checked it and saw it was a message about a package that had arrived at the school. She put the phone back into her pocket, planning to retrieve the package later in the evening. Chapter 71. 029. You call this ordinary? _3 Pu Xiaohan returned to the classroom, and everyone instantly gathered around her. To avoid making Bai Lian nervous, the cultural committee member didn't follow her. How was the rehearsal? She asked anxiously. Pu Xiaohan took out a book and then slammed her fist down on the desk. Damn. There's no recording. All I can say is, it was your loss for not seeing it. You have to see it live with your own eyes to know what a real shock is. Following the last director, Pu Xiaohan was once again metaphorically choked by someone. She would have been fine had she not spoken, but her words practically made everyone else want to smack her. Is what you're holding the standard answer? After the teasing, the cultural committee members sighed with relief, looking at the Chinese answer card Pu Xiaohan was holding up for imitation. The neat handwriting on it really did look like the standard answer. This, Pu Xiaohan unfolded Bai Lian's Chinese answer card, is Bai Lian's answer card that I'm imitating. Wait, the cultural committee member pointed in disbelief at the poetry fill-in-the-blank. She could write the answer even for the elective extracurricular reading? Pu Xiaohan had previously only focused on Bai Lian's essay and hadn't noticed that her score up front in the basics was a perfect 90. Hearing this, she subconsciously looked down. This time, there was a particularly obscure question in the Chinese poetry fill-in-the-blank section. 16. In Bai Xiangjin's military expedition, Part 2, the phrases express her boundlessly gallant and heroic ambitions and also evoke various interpretations by later generations of readers. This poem hadn't been covered by Lu Lingxi yet, and they hadn't studied it in class either. But there it was, written neatly on Bai Lian's answer card. Mounting the war chariot, I weep blood upon the blade. With a jug of wine, I clasp the moon and soar to the heavens. Pu Xiaohan subconsciously looked back at Bai Lian, who was lowering her gaze and seriously solving an ellipse problem. So she struggled to explain on behalf of Bai Lian. Bai was previously in the art stream, so she might have studied something different from us. I guess. Pu Xiaohan almost guiltily added the word, I guess. People from Xianxia cherish Bai Xiangjin's poetry, and virtually every exam at Xianxia No. 1 middle school features her verses, so even students like Xianxia who coast through their days wouldn't get them wrong. But the line used today was indeed much more obscure than her usual ones. If Bai Lian could produce that answer, it was truly bizarre. The last week at the training class, most students acknowledge that 90% of the 2 spots will go to Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. But they haven't given up and are studying seriously. The class monitor of Class 8 distributed today's papers, eventually fixing his gaze on Tang Ming. Starting today, the difficulty level of the problems will spike again. Each one of you has a chance, so I hope no one gives up. Tang Ming, like Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, did not start on the problems immediately. Ning Xiao, without any pretense, took out a Jianghu University physics book and casually flipped through it. He asked Tang Ming, when are you going to start studying it? Tang Ming, looking back through previous analyses, didn't look up. Let's see, I don't have time right now. After the class monitor of Class 8 left, most students couldn't help but look over at them, especially after Tang Ming's comment. Those familiar with Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu shifted the topic and asked Ren Wanxian, don't both of you have like over 290 in comprehensive science? Yeah, this set of questions wasn't too difficult. Ren Wanxian shifted her gaze away. That's impressive. The other person sighed. I got 277 and only 104 in physics. Several questions were much like the training materials, but I didn't get them right. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were used to the attention and praise from others and didn't mind it. While they were talking, suddenly someone looked towards Bai Lian. Hey, how do you think the new student did on the exam? Once this was mentioned, everyone was curious. Bai Lian, after all, had been singled out by the principal, forbidding her from studying arts. She must have done well. Don't you remember she was specially admitted? Someone mysteriously chimed in, and I saw on the forums that the new student's performance was stunning. Really? Everyone around was discussing Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian looked down and slowly packed her things, her expression one of cold irony. A performance piece? What speciality? Just a pretty face to look at, I suppose. Ning Xiao got 296 in comprehensive science. Since they had encountered these types of physics questions in the training class, the difference lay only in chemistry and biology. Chen Zhu was also curious about the new student's score. Wonder what Bai Lian got. Chen Zhu had a 297 in comprehensive science this time. Ren Wanxian scored exactly 290. Ren Wanxian hastily zipped up her bag, glanced at them and said casually, talking about the new student? Her comprehensive science score is 110, with a total of 450. Chapter 72. Household Register Number 030, for Dr. Gao's answer _1. This was the total score Ren Wanxian saw in the office. She specifically looked for Bai Lian's ranking. There were nearly 900 students in the senior year, 669 in science, and Bai Lian was ranked 427 among the science students. It took a while for Ren Wanxian to find Bai Lian's ranking. She also breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lian, who had been praised by the principal, only had such average grades, nothing to fear. 110? The boy speaking was very surprised. How come it's so low? Ren Wanxian shook her head. She wasn't interested. Chen Zhu, however, found the reason. Her biology and chemistry must be bad. There's probably only physics that's decent. Ah, the others were very surprised. With that, can she get into Beijing University? Of course, none of them had even considered that Bai Lian could get into Jianghu University. It was still unknown whether Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian could get in this year, let alone the others. Their highest aspiration as average students was merely Beijing University. But all this was no longer within Chen Zhu's consideration. Since both Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's scores were lower than his, he stopped caring about Bai Lian's scores. After his gaze swept past Ning Xiao, who was flipping through physics at Jianghu University, he bent his head and started packing up his books. Then, with the envious looks of a few people, he left early. The other two in the group followed them. They knew that the one who provided the answers to Ren Wangshuan's group every day was a doctorate student from Jianghu University. 9 o'clock, the milk tea shop. 3 people were focusing on doing their questions and homework. Jianghe sat beside Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng poured a cup of water for Bai Lian and Jianghe, then placed the kettle on the table, gesturing to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming to pour their own water. Tang Ming expressed his thanks repeatedly, then poured water for himself and Ning Xiao. He was once a top student at his high school, but here he was not even good enough to be at the bottom, not to mention that youngster. He couldn't help but feel that the robust tall guy next to the youngster seemed smarter than him. As the wind chimes at the door tinkled, Jianghe fluidly got up and moved to the table behind Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai entered, wrapped in a dark gray trench coat, carrying the chill with him. Tang Ming glanced up and saw the red hardcover book in his hand. Was that the Chinese dictionary? Are we studying particles today? Jiang Fulai handed the hardcover book to Ming Dongheng, sat down after flipping his coat, and carelessly took the worksheet Bai Lian had set aside in his pale fingers. Bai Lian was working on an English reading comprehension. She hadn't memorized enough English words yet, so it wasn't going very smoothly. She looked up, a bit pensive. Right, kinematic factors, they have scattering angles. Can they be treated as two-dimensional collisions? Bai Lian was talking about the last question. She could answer the first 3 sub-questions. Correct. Jiang Fulai's eyes slightly arched as he unfolded the test paper and handed it to Bai Lian. Try explaining your understanding to these two. This task was familiar to Bai Lian. Confident the general direction was correct, she pulled out a piece of blank paper, her eyes drooping, and lazily replied, "Okay." Ning Xiao had heard Bai Lian explain problems before, so he wasn't surprised. Tang Ming, on the other hand, paid close attention to Bai Lian's structured explanation. Her speech was as lazy as her demeanor, and because she often explained problems to Ji Heng, she did not have the habit of skipping too simple parts like Jiang Fulai. To Tang Ming it sounded quite simple. Since she spoke slowly, he could take notes just right, and he even dared to ask if he missed anything. Jiang Fulai, on the side, watched Bai Lian drawing a diagram of the relationship between kinematic factors and scattering angles on paper. Her drawing was fluid and confident, with visibly equidistant segments. Her hand was slender and fair, seeming to glow, with her casually tied black hair revealing her delicate neck, and laziness tinged her eyes and brows. Behind her, Ming Dongheng knew at a glance to whom the Chinese dictionary was meant for. He sat next to Jianghe and pushed the book to him. Jianghe, playing with a Rubik's cube, did not lift his head and pushed the book back to Ming Dongheng, clearly resisting. Ming Dongheng, he silently pushed the book back to Jianghe, thinking he didn't know. "Young master, this is from your brother." Jianghe coldly pushed it back. Ming Dongheng pushed it over. And back again. Jiang Fulai swept a cold glance over. "Are you two playing passing the pigeon?" Ming Dongheng? Jianghe glanced at Jiang Fulai, seemed like he wanted to say something but still didn't dare, grudgingly reached out a little hand and took back the Chinese dictionary that was pushed in front of Ming Dongheng. Tonight, Bai Lian explained the problems very meticulously. Although when Bai Lian explained for the 3rd time, Jiang Fulai casually glanced at Tang Ming, the cold glare from him executed Tang Ming many times over. Chapter 73, Household Register Number 030, for Dr. Gao's answer _2. Even though Tang Ming still ranked within the top 15 of his grade in this month's exam, he couldn't help but doubt his own intelligence. Today he finished his work a bit earlier than usual at 11 o'clock. Bai Lian remembered that she hadn't picked up her package yet. "Where is it?" Jiang Fulai shut down his computer, his expression unchanged, his fingertips closing the laptop. With a pen still in her hand, Bai Lian casually leaned back, tilted her head and said, "At the school's reception office." "Okay," Jianghu stood up, "you keep reviewing." Bai Lian gave him the pickup code. Jianghu, who was above worldly matters, usually had packages fetched, opened, and handed to him by the butler's assistant. This was the first time he learned what a pickup code was. Xianxia number 1 high school self-study rooms are open until 11 at night. Therefore, the reception office's security guard was still there at this hour. When he was drowsy, he heard a cold voice above him. "Hello, I'm here to pick up a package." It was like a bucket of ice water being dumped on him, the chill seeping down from the crown of his head. The security guard, stunned, looked up to see a pair of pale, chilly eyes. The face was too fair, cold and stern, looking down through the window at him, arrogant and indifferent, dangerously daunting to the onlooker. 92-0147, Jianghu said indifferently, withdrawing his gaze as he recited a string of numbers. There weren't many packages sent to the school. The guard found the package within a short time and handed it over, even bending over to add, "Take care." It was only after the transaction was completed that the security guard came to his senses. He smacked his head. "Really, why did I tell him to take care?" Bai Lian opened the package as soon as she got it. It was a household registration book sent by the Public Security Bureau, registered under Jianghu's name. Xianxia's Public Security Bureau had reissued a new household registration book for her. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had just left after finishing their work. Bai Lian flipped through the 2 pages of the household registration book several times, aided by the light from a milk tea shop. The household registration book was thin as always, with only 2 pages recorded: household head Jianghu, granddaughter Bai Lian. She did not avoid Jianghu, so he saw the thin 2 pages at a glance. Since meeting Bai Lian, Jianghu had never investigated her, but he glanced at the household registration book, a nearly imperceptible frown creasing his brow. Bai Lian kept looking at the household registration book, her demeanor not as lazy and casual as usual. Quite silent. Jianghu reached for his phone and sent her a video through the internet. The vibration of her phone startled Bai Lian. When she looked, it was footage of several clumsy-looking fat birds waddling back and forth. "These are dodos," Jianghu explained casually from one side. "They were so dumb that they're extinct now." Bai Lian couldn't help but burst into laughter. She naturally caught the earlier remark by Jianghu. Unable to help it, she glanced towards Jianghu and Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was standing at the door with his arms crossed, and when he saw her looking over, he seemed a bit perplexed. Swish! Beside them Jianghu, who was looking through a dictionary, coldly and mercilessly flipped a page. 11:30. Jianghu was still waiting for Bai Lian at the mouth of the alley. He would take naps at noon and at night he would light a lamp to work on some embroidery, timing it perfectly for Bai Lian's return. Occasionally he would make some sweet soup dumplings for Bai Lian's late-night snack. "What are you looking at?" He turned on his flashlight, peering at Bai Lian. "The light is too dim, it's bad for your eyes. If you want to read, go back and turn on the light." "Oh." Bai Lian handed the household registration book to Jianghu, her voice nonchalant. "The household book, it arrived today." Jianghu's fingers holding the household registration book paused for a moment. He lowered his gaze, his deep-lined fingers caressing the book, only muttering a sound of agreement. "Don't place too much pressure on yourself with your studies. Switching from arts to science isn't easy. Your uncle and I don't expect you to get into university next year." After speaking a few words, he noticed Bai Lian was still softly muttering vocab words. "Are you listening to me?" "I am." Bai Lian walked beside him, not looking up, slowly repeating, "You and uncle haven't planned for me to get in next year." "Jianghu, so you can really do 2 things at once, huh?" Bai Lian continued to diligently recite vocabulary words. Over time, Jianghu had come to understand Bai Lian's character. She really had developed excellent study habits. Although he disliked the Bai family, he had to admit that the Bai family was a distinguished lineage that raised Bai Lian with great poise. Had Bai Lian grown up by his side, Jianghu couldn't be sure he could have raised her the same way. All he could do was murmur to himself, "Would repeating 2 years really not afford you?" The flashlight was very bright. It cast long shadows of the elder and the young girl. The household registration book belonging to Jianghu gained an extra page, and the yellow book belonging to Bai Lian seemed to no longer contain just her name alone. Chapter 74. Household Register Number 030, for Dr. Gao's answer _3. It was Tuesday, and there was a biology class. The biology teacher shared an office with the physics teacher. He knew that 2 students in class 15 had scored perfect in physics. One of them was Ningxiao and the other. Looking at the biology score marked 0, he raised his head and with a look of resignation he addressed Bai Lian. Bai Lian, why don't you write the biology test? The physics teacher, overhearing the biology teacher, became displeased. Now look here, Mr. Wang, how can you pressure Bai Lian like this? Don't you know she has just switched to science? Turning to Bai Lian, the physics teacher added, he's really something not at all like me. I'm very lenient with you, Bai Lian. No matter how you do in class, I don't mind. The biology teacher? He felt like cursing at the physics teacher. What do you mind? Do you mind if her scores are too high? The physics teacher was off to class 14 for the next period, clutching the papers, satisfied as he left the office. Bai Lian, with downcast eyes, was dressed in her school uniform, slender and tall, responding to the biology teacher, Teacher, it's because I haven't studied it yet. If physics, which is many times harder than biology, could be aced by her, how could she possibly not have studied biology? The biology teacher didn't believe a word of it. If it hadn't been for the fact that he'd heard someone got a 0 in chemistry too, he might have suspected the new student had something against him. Bai Lian, the biology teacher said somewhat meekly, then tell me, could we maybe, just possibly, every now and then study a bit of biology? Bai Lian was almost done with her physics foundation. She had also copied Yang Lin's biology notebook completely. The biology teacher's suggestion coincided with her own plans. Okay, I got it, teacher. You don't? The biology teacher was about to urge her earnestly. Hearing what sounded like agreement, he perked up, looking at her. Really? Of course. Bai Lian lifted her eyebrows. Good. The biology teacher nodded, then cleared his throat. With eyes as big as yours, you better not lie to your teacher. Bai Lian, Thursday. The last day of training classes. After watching the day's recorded session, the teacher in charge of Class 8 distributed the final exercises to the training class, scanning the students. Today is the last day for exercises. Turn in your answers tomorrow. After the school's meeting is over, we'll announce the 2 chosen candidates. His words stirred up a storm. Even though they knew the spots were not meant for them, witnessing the birth of the legendary app at their school was still a rarity. The phone in hand buzzed, a reminder from the school for him to attend a meeting. The Class 8 teacher had to leave in a hurry and didn't linger. After ensuring everything was in order, he left the training class. As soon as he closed the door, the training class erupted into excitement. Ren Wanxian, Jianghu, someone looked at them with a smile. Once the spots are confirmed tomorrow and you've downloaded the app, could we take a look? Once this was said, nearly everyone turned to look at the two of them. Yes, Ren Wanxian, show us a glimpse tomorrow, will you? Ren Wanxian was packing up her things. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she was extremely excited on the inside. Sure, whoever wants to see it can just tell me, she said calmly, continuing to pack her things. It was the last day today, and the Ren family had managed to invite Dr. Gao once again. Wanxian didn't want to be late. As Jianghu stood up, he saw Ningxiao giving the book to Tang Ming. Jianghu paused, lowered his voice and asked, she didn't agree to sell the book to you? Jianghu was aware of Bai Lian's connections with the Ren family. He had thought the Ren family would find a way to buy it. But during these few days, Ren Wanxian had no news. No, Ren Wanxian said on her way out, unconcerned. If she were willing to sell, I had even planned to give her Dr. Gao's answers. Upon hearing her say this, the other 2 members of the group were quite surprised. Wanxian, you're really kind. Ren Wanxian had given only Jianghu the complete answers to the daily exercises, and now she was even willing to give them to the transfer student. This training class was specially established by Jianghu University this year. They were all in competition with each other. Ranking at the top could possibly catch the attention of someone from Jianghu University. They understood why Ren Wanxian gave them only half of the answers. After all, she was doing it free of charge and they were grateful to have half the answers. Thinking of this, the 2 couldn't help but glance towards Bai Lian perhaps. Did this new student even realize what she had missed out on? Chapter 75. 031 announces the regular score _1. Bai Lian was studying earnestly, caring little about what she might lose. But their glance happened to fall on the book that Tang Ming was flipping through casually. The previous evening it was Bai Lian who had explained the problems, and when Tang Ming didn't understand he asked her. He quickly grasped it and found time to look at Jianghu University's physics materials, half of which consisted of a comprehensive analysis of theorems in optics, electromagnetism and kinematics. The other half was about the principles and results of experiments conducted in the laboratory. Tang Ming didn't seem as relaxed as Ningxiao. After flipping through a few pages, he returned the book to Ningxiao with a frown. I won't look at it now, I'll check your notes later. Ningxia took it back. Ren Wangshuan's group, watching the two pass the book back and forth so casually, couldn't help but feel envious. They treat that book so carelessly. The group gave up talking about what Bai Lian was missing, their minds a swirl of sentiments. If it were mine, I would look through it every day. They would definitely not treat it with such indifference as Bai Lian and the others did. Ren Wanxian and Qinzhu left the room. Do they have any idea how important the experiments in the back are? Another voice whispered softly. A waste on the undeserving. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. What was Bai Lian thinking? She clearly didn't look at it and gave it away casually, yet she was unwilling to sell it to the Ren family? 8 o'clock. The trio of Bai Lian still left together as always. It wasn't until they were gone that the others in the room turned to look at Bai Lian's side. They too knew what Bai Lian had, but obviously Ren Wanxian had animosity towards Bai Lian, and with the crown class being so renowned at school, even if they wanted to befriend Bai Lian, they wouldn't dare to do so openly. Especially since, initially they also harbored animosity towards Bai Lian, who didn't seem approachable. They had their reasons, but Zhu Jiren was obviously in the same group as Bai Lian. Jiren, what's going on? Aren't you in the same group? Zhu Jiren's smile was stiff. She had no idea Bai Lian would have that book. If she had known earlier, even if she knew it would only help Bai Lian during the class group discussion, she would not have refused. Perhaps it was for that reason Bai Lian didn't let her join. Milk tea shop. Chief Chen, from behind the glass, was shocked to see Jianghu flipping through a very thick dictionary. Mr. Ming, how come you are here? Jiang Shao will be here later, Ming Dongheng responded coolly, not planning to elaborate. Chief Chen didn't even dare to meddle in Jianghu Lai's affairs. Ming Dongheng was always so cool. His reaction wasn't a bit surprising. He was waiting for Jianghu Lai to return today, but had found the estate empty. It was only after contacting Ming Dongheng that he found out they were here. Looking at the milk tea shop's simple decor and cramped space, Chief Chen thought that it didn't seem to match Jianghu Lai's status at all. They have given up searching for your master. Qin Jingyu has found Tongpa. Chief Chen suddenly remembered something and spoke to Ming Dongheng with a serious expression. Ming Dongheng frowned. I know, I'm trying to contact my master now. As they were talking, 3 figures in Xianxia No. 1 high school uniforms approached from the direction of the school gate. Chief Chen casually glanced over and was slightly taken aback upon seeing the lazy-looking girl walking alongside them. The girl in the No. 1 high school uniform carelessly slung her backpack over one shoulder, holding a vocabulary book in the other hand, with a lock of hair softly resting on her brow ridge. She marched straight towards the milk tea shop. Without turning a corner. Miss Bai, Chief Chen promptly greeted her politely as she approached. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming didn't recognize Chief Chen, but they sensed his imposing presence. They entered the milk tea shop first. Bai Lian, one step behind them, idly pressed on her vocabulary book with her fair fingertips and nodded to him. Hello. Her eyes and brows were always calm, and she handled everything unruffled. It was as if it didn't matter to her whether she was facing a beggar or a king. They might not even be as important as the word/app on her phone. It wasn't until Bai Lian sat down next to Jianghu that Chief Chen realized something was amiss. The milk tea shop was not open for business at this time. What were these 3 doing here? While he was still surprised, a black car slowly pulled up by the roadside. Jianghu Lai got out from the back, a slim black laptop resting on his wrist. Young Master Jiang, Chief Chen gathered his thoughts, his hands hanging by his side, and spoke respectfully. Jianghu Lai stopped. In his light gray coat, he always seemed exceptionally cool. His gaze calmly landed on Chief Chen. What are we still missing? Chief Chen reported the matter at hand. Wang Yufeng was spotted on Bakhtur Street today. He had been shot before, so he's only emerged now. We can now be fairly certain he has the MT-035 mineral in his possession. That old fox is probably waiting for a few companies to enter a bidding war. As a world-famous mineral merchant, meeting Wang Yufeng was not easy. Chapter 76. 031 announces the regular score _2 MT-035 mineral is an important component for boosters. Detectors can only reach Mars for now. Getting samples to successfully return to Earth is no easy task, and the aerospace sector is working towards this goal. Last year they had already finalized the blueprints for constructing detectors, lacking only materials to report for the commencement of work. Price is not an issue. Jianghu Lai stood at the entrance of the milk tea shop, his eyelashes half lowered, his eyes shrouded in shadow, his voice light. If you can't handle him, get someone else to do it. The young Master Jiang was only responsible for drawing up plans and conducting research. He didn't waste time on such trivial matters unless necessary. If they had to rely on him for this as well, the Qin family and the aerospace sector would probably be cursed to death by him together. The only one familiar with them is Beixian. But she has been abroad recently. If necessary, I will urgently call her back. With Jianghu Lai's assurance, Director Chen gathered the resolve to enter the bidding. But to negotiate a price with Wang Yufeng. Not to mention him, even if Elder Chen and Qin Beixian came, they might not be able to handle it. How could you bid if you can't even meet the person? Director Chen pondered over international connections or paying a high price on the black market for information. When you have money, you can make ghosts turn the millstone, and the Jiang family is so poor all they have left is money. As he was thinking, he saw Jianghu Lai pushing aside the curtain and entering the milk tea shop. Jianghe, with an expressionless face, flipped through a dictionary and coldly stood up, carrying the large dictionary to a table in the back. Jianghu Lai casually took the seat that he had vacated. Director Chen's brows throbbed fiercely. He reflexively pressed his hand against his temple, reviewing his previous attitude towards that girl and reflecting upon it again and again. There shouldn't be any problem, right? The ringtone of his cell phone interrupted Director Chen's train of thought. He walked to his car, connected to Bluetooth, and took the call. It was Qin Gang. Boss Qin, Qin Gang's voice was careful. Do you have time in the next few days? Director Qin started his car, his gaze lingering on the milk tea shop. I have several cases to attend to. You keep an eye on the situations at Bakhtur Street in the black market for me, and contact me with any news. The black market was teeming with information, and Director Qin needed to enlist some more local watchdogs. On the other end of the phone, Qin Gang quickly replied, Yes. How did it go? In a private room of Wanhe building, Ren Qian asked anxiously about the outcome. Both families were quite disappointed since they couldn't assist Director Qin last time. Qin Gang relayed Director Chen's instructions. After all, Bakhtur Street was in Xianxia, and they must be more familiar with it than Director Qin. Ren Qian glanced at the Secretary General. Almost instantly the orders were dispatched. They had no idea where Director Qin got his auction channel last time. This time they couldn't afford to let Director Qin down. Ren Jiawei did not involve herself in these political matters. Just looking outside the private room, she raised an eyebrow. How come Dr. Gao hasn't arrived yet? He's half an hour late, isn't he? Researchers often face unexpected events. We need to be understanding, Ren Qian calmly reminded Ren Jiawei. Show some respect when he arrives. Don't use the approach you take at the company. Ren Jiawei leaned back in her chair, communicating tomorrow's schedule with her assistant through her phone, nodding casually. She then remembered something and said to Ren Wanxian and Chenju, I've spent 30 million on this meal, don't let it go to waste. You two must get Dr. Gao's contact information. She had invested 30 million in Dr. Gao Jiechen's research project, a significant sum. Ren Wanxian and her counterpart exchanged glances. Qin Gang, sitting next to Ren Qian, recalled something, puzzled. Oh, Chenju mentioned the Ren family had a relative attending the training class too. Why didn't they come along? The Ren family didn't have anyone of the same age as Ren Wanxian. But the Ji family. Ren Jiawei sat up straight, she put her phone on the table and, turning to look at Ren Wanxian, asked, Bai Lian is in the training class? Didn't you say her grades were poor? Ren Wanxian never mentioned this in the Ren family. It was only because she wanted the book that she told the Secretary General about it. Everyone present knew what it meant to be in the training class. Even Ren Qian didn't know that Bai Lian was in the training class. He had only heard from Ren Wanxian that Bai Lian had a score of 85 in the comprehensive science subjects. I only know she scored 110 this time in the comprehensive science subjects, Ren Wanxian said, lowering her gaze and saying nothing more. Next to her, Chen Zhu pursed his lips with a glance at her. Bai Lian scoring 110 in science, but still being praised by the principal and gaining exceptional admission into the training class, must have had some extraordinary abilities. That's why he mentioned it to Qin Gang when he went home. Ren Wanxian didn't mention it and neither did Chen Zhu. Dr. Gao was connected through the Ren family. After all, he still stood on Ren Wangshuan's side. 110? Qin Gang withdrew his gaze and didn't ask any further. The final day. In the training class, the head teacher of Class 8 collected yesterday's exercises. He rolled up the answer sheets and then began playing today's screen recording. Everyone watch an hour-long recording. I will finish marking today's answers, add the total scores, and announce them at 8 o'clock. Today's screen recording completely deviated from the previous knowledge points, focusing on quantum mechanics. So, quantum entanglement means that a particle exists in two states at the same time. We all know about Schrödinger's cat. Placing it in this context means that before you open the lid, the cat is in both alive and dead states. When you open the lid, it will collapse into one of those states. If you open it to find a live cat, then in a parallel universe, the you there opens it to see a dead cat. Bai Lian was always very interested in this and listened attentively. Everyone used to pay close attention to the screen recordings. But today, as the selections were about to be announced, apart from Bai Lian and those three, everyone else was too distracted to watch. Most people glanced at the clock every few minutes. Zhu Jiaran was not in the mood to watch the recording. She took her paper and pen and sat next to Ren Wanxian. On the last day she knew she couldn't fit in with Bai Lian's group, so she came to Ren Wanxian. "Ren, can I take a look with you later?" There were many who thought the same. The two members who belonged to Ren Wangshuan's group quickly objected. "Of course, we need to see it first, right? Ren Wanxian, is it okay if we queue up?" Others in the training class negotiated. Ren Wanxian was indifferent. "Whatever, but don't borrow it for too long. Arrange the time yourselves." "Ren, you're too generous." Ren Wanxian held the pen, eyes on the screen but actually not listening at all. Even with an uncertain answer, Zhu Jiaran was extremely excited. The head teacher of Class 8 in the training class already had a plan in mind for the spots. The daily scores were close and today's were about what he expected. Before 8 o'clock he finished marking the papers, added the total scores and printed the rankings. He took the total score sheet and pushed open the door to the training class. The sound of the door was barely noticeable, but most people noticed, and the cautious discussions came to an abrupt halt. Eyes swooshed and focused on him. The head teacher looked at Bai Lian and the other two who were still listening attentively. He glanced at the time left on the recording, 20 minutes, and patiently found a seat to sit down, waiting for the video to end. This act made the other students restless. Ren Wanxian narrowed her eyes, scanning the three including Bai Lian, her lips tightly pursed, looking extremely displeased. It's not like, what are those three doing? The people sitting nearby couldn't wait any longer. They can't get the spot anyway, so of course they're not in a hurry. 8 o'clock. The screen recording stopped. The head teacher of Class 8 came to the podium with a stack of papers, watched by the students with intense focus. With one hand on his glasses and the other holding the list, he surveyed the room and then said, "Now, I will announce the total scores for the regular assessment." The classmates around Ren Wanxian whispered congratulations in advance. "Wanxian, Jianghu, let's congratulate you first." At the same moment the head teacher's voice rang out. Ning Xiao 175 points, Bai Lian 160 points, Jianghu 157. The person offering congratulations stopped in the middle of his sentence, stunned. He looked up, staring at the podium in near disbelief. Chapter 77. 032 Are you really giving the slot to me? _1 Everyone's gaze subconsciously shifted towards Ren Wanxian and Jianghu. In the lecture hall, the originally festive atmosphere instantly congealed. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 continued to announce scores. Tang Ming 155, Ren Wanxian 154, Fan Kuan 128. Not only did Jianghu score lower than Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, but Ren Wanxian even scored less than Tang Ming. Putting Ning Xiao and Bai Lian aside, Tang Ming was only a mid-level student in the tutoring class. How could he score so high? The atmosphere on the scene was very odd. After all the scores had been read, the members of Ren Wangshuan's group finally raised their hands, hesitantly asking, "Teacher, why are Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's scores higher than Jianghu's?" This was not only his question but also the question of everyone present. Ren Wanxian was never low profile, and most people knew they had a doctoral tutor from Jianghu University helping them with their homework questions. How many students does Jianghu University enroll each year, and even fewer among them could pursue a doctorate? How bad could the answers he provided to Ren Wanxian be? "Teacher." Ren Wanxian didn't stand up but spoke imperiously, "Did you give the answers to Bai Lian and the others?" The homeroom teacher of Class 8 was stunned. He opened his mouth wanting to say something. But Ren Wanxian didn't listen and interrupted him. "Even if you did give them the answers, my score would never be lower than Bai Lian's. Jianghu and I always write the standard answers. The answers are the same. What is your scoring standard? On a whim? You told me in the beginning that you would be absolutely fair. Is this your so-called fairness? Bai Lian missed 4 days, that's 40 points less. In such a case her score could be lower than Bai Lian's?" The air pressure in the lecture hall was very low. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 looked at Ren Wanxian deeply. "It's normal for you to have questions." He unfolded the remaining papers in his hand and had them distributed. "These are the answer sheets of the top 5 students. Everyone can look through them at will, and after you're done we can discuss my daily grading." Ren Wanxian and Jianghu each got their hands on a few sheets of paper. All were from Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian pushed the papers to one side. not wanting to look at them for even a second. She stared coldly at the homeroom teacher of Class 8, then turned her gaze to Bai Lian. Bai Lian was lazily propping her chin with her left hand, poking her notebook with the tip of her pen, half squinting her dark eyes and glancing at the notes at hand, looking very calm and composed. Chen Zhu didn't speak. His face darkened as he picked up an answer sheet and examined it closely. It was Bai Lian's answering process, neatly written with each problem clearly analyzed, the entire page in full view. Chen Zhu's dark expression suddenly turned to astonishment, recognizing at a glance. This thorough and clear analysis of answers had been shown to him once by the homeroom teacher. All those who were able to attend classes here had excellent grades, and they could see the difference between the answers from Ning Xiao and Bai Lian and the standard answers. Even though physical science had standard answers, it was not easy to understand. The answers Dr. Gao gave Chen Zhu and the others included only sloppy formulas and final results without any process analysis, so most students couldn't understand even if they asked. Someone who had finished looking through Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's papers suddenly cried out in shock. So it was actually solved using two-dimensional collision? No wonder I couldn't understand the answer, with the first person speaking up. Similar voices emerged one after another. Even Chen Zhu came to his senses, handing Bai Lian's paper to Ren Wanxian. You should still take a look at their answer sheets. Ren Wanxian frowned and took the paper. Dr. Gao Zhechen was acquired by the Ren family at a great cost, and he had published papers in Nature. She had heard Dr. Gao's assistant proudly mention that Dr. Gao had a formidable backing in Jianghu. No one doubted his capability. Ren Wanxian felt that no matter how perfect the answers were, they could not be better than what Dr. Gao Zhechen had given them. Until she saw the question on light particles written by Bai Lian. Not only did the first question have a well-done diagram with analysis, but every equation in the second question was also explained in detail from which perspective it was analyzed. Ren Wangshuan's sarcastic smile stiffened on her lips. Even with all her pride, she had to admit that Bai Lian's answers were clearer and more complete than the standard answers. But this, how could it be possible? Where did they get their answers from? Her hand clenched the paper so tightly that she crumpled it. Ren Wanxian, Chen Zhu, I know you got the standard answers, but these standard answers are not perfect. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 began to speak earnestly when he saw everyone's heads bowed. The person who gave you the answers didn't explain the principles to you. Some of your answers to the final questions were very vague. You thought you had the standard answers, but even standard answers are made by humans. Chapter 78. 032 Are you really giving the slot to me? _2. The world is far larger than you imagine, a mountain always higher than the last, and when you think you stand at the peak, little do you know someone is already in the clouds. Vision determines your circle, vision determines development, and I hope you will take to heart what I'm saying today. Ren Wanxian, learning never ends, and you must always be prepared to accept that you are but a frog in a well. Ren Wanxian simply did not take it in. When had she ever felt such embarrassment? Over the past few days she had declared more than once that the spot was hers, but how would others see her now? Her face flushed with color, Ren Wanxian crumpled the paper into a ball. With a bang, she stood up, leaving her belongings behind, fleeing out the door. Behind her, Grade 8's homeroom teacher Jingjing watched her departing figure. When the principal handed over the difficult royal class, it was with the hope that he would teach it well. He thought he had done well, at least Grade 8 hadn't produced a school tyrant like Chen Wei. But now the Grade 8 homeroom teacher felt defeated once more. Ren Wangshuan's starting point was too high. It would take Tang Ming and the others over a decade of striving to earn the opportunity to sit with her in the same cram school. She was born with it. The Ren family gave her the best education, she enjoyed the best resources from a young age, never suffered, even had a cafeteria built for her in high school. She was too spoiled and had it too easy, got used to being looked up to, which ultimately led to her overly high self-esteem. Okay, the Grade 8 homeroom teacher finally turned around after a long while and said in a deep voice to everyone, since Ning Xiao and Bai Lian have the highest combined scores, the spot goes to them. No objections, right? The outcome was unexpected for everyone. But the breakdown process was laid out right before their eyes, the difference was clear at a glance. Who could object? If there are no objections, I will send the key to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. The Grade 8 homeroom teacher added their contact details. He sent the link and the key. Ning Xiao had long been curious about Jianghu University's app and immediately downloaded it after receiving the link, then entered the key and completed the sign-up process seamlessly. The Grade 8 homeroom teacher stood beside Bai Lian. He waited for Bai Lian to log in, but the other party didn't even glance at his phone. Still looking at a notebook? The homeroom teacher could stand not doing problems in the lecture hall, but what was going on now? You can resist the Jianghu University app too? Teacher? A shadow fell over his head, and feeling a gaze fixated on him, Bai Lian pressed his notebook and looked up slightly, his dark eyes clear to the bottom. Do you need something? Do I need something? Do you think I need something? The grade 8 homeroom teacher felt an urge to say something, but in the end he held back. He withdrew his gaze. No, it's nothing. He turned around to collect the recently distributed answers. Most people were reluctant to let them go. But the grade 8 homeroom teacher was cool. He didn't give them the opportunity to look any longer. Bai Lian's paper, previously crumpled and thrown on the floor by Ren Wanxian, caught the homeroom teacher's eye after a while, and he bent down to pick it up, gently smoothed it out and returned it to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it and then casually set it aside. There are no exercises today, you can leave early, said the grade 8 homeroom teacher to everyone in the lecture hall, then placed his hands behind his back and left the lecture hall. However, no one left. Tang Ming sat next to Ning Xiao, who had already registered and logged in. Turning back, he saw Bai Lian still looking at her notebook. Why haven't you logged in yet? He seemed more anxious than Bai Lian himself. Bai Lian leaned back gracefully, illuminated her phone with a right-hand click, and saw the link and key sent by the grade 8 homeroom teacher. Jianghu had just sent her the same link. After a glance, she casually forwarded the link and key to Tang Ming. The three of them had added each other on WeChat last time. Bai Lian didn't have many people on her WeChat, so it was easy to find him. Tang Ming didn't see her operations, his phone vibrated twice but he didn't pay attention to it, still urging Bai Lian, hurry up and register. Bai Lian slapped her phone back onto the desk with a snap, and glanced at Tang Ming indifferently, softly uttering 2 words, shut up. Tang Ming silently closed his mouth and turned around. Inside the lecture hall. Someone hesitated for a long time, then stood up to find Bai Lian. Bai Lian, could I borrow your answers to look at overnight? After speaking, the boy also felt somewhat embarrassed. He had just been in line to see Ren Wangshuan's app, sitting on Ren Wangshuan's side. Ning Xiao was known in the school as a lone wolf, and he only dared to approach Bai Lian, holding on to a faint hope that Bai Lian would show him her previous analysis. Bai Lian didn't look up, simply pinching the analysis on the desk between her index finger and thumb, handing it over to him with an even tone. Here you go, no need to return it. The boy was stunned. He thought that Bai Lian would at least mock him a few times, or give him a few small answers like Ren Wanxian did. He hadn't expected her to say nothing. What's the matter? Seeing that he still wasn't taking it, Bai Lian finally looked up slightly, her pair of jet black eyes narrowing lightly as she sized him up. Her gaze was not one of superiority like Ren Wangshuan's from on high. It was a calm assessment. As if he were a soldier under her command who had made a mistake and was now being forgiven and indulged by her. The boy snapped back to reality, feeling ashamed for his previous baseless speculations. Nothing, thank you. Study hard. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze and methodically started to pack her things. The remaining students who wanted to ask but couldn't bring themselves to do so didn't expect Bai Lian to give away the answers so readily, and could only enviously watch the boy. The feelings in their hearts were indescribable. Tang Ming also began to pack up, and decided to check his phone to see who had messaged him. Once he entered WeChat, he saw Bai Lian's forwarded message. Sis, he turned to look at Bai Lian, why did you forward this to me? He thought Bai Lian had slipped. Bai Lian zipped up her bag, lowered her voice and casually said, I registered for you. What? Tang Ming didn't catch on. He thought he had heard wrong. Keep your voice down. Bai Lian stood up, one hand pressing down on her backpack, the other holding her phone, her face slightly turned away, her voice again lowered. I said I'm giving this spot to you. Let's go outside and talk. The app spot for Jianghu University is for me? Tang Ming was 80% astonished and 20% pretending. You're saying you're giving me the spot for the Jianghu University Preparation Camp app? You're really giving me the spot for the Jianghu University Preparation Camp app? Bai Lian. Not only did Tang Ming's voice not quiet down, he even repeated it 3 times. Now, everyone in the lecture hall, including those sitting at the back, heard it loud and clear. Even Chenju, who was sitting in his original place, lost in thought, heard it. His fingers trembled, and he abruptly lifted his head to look in Tang Ming's direction. Chapter 79, 033 Gentle and weak granddaughter. Mr. Jiang, who is as cold as ice _1 Ning Xiao had also packed his things, listening to Tang Ming's calls. When he turned around, he indeed saw Bai Lian's cold expression on his pale face, his eyes dangerously narrowed. Even without speaking, Bai Lian made Ning Xiao feel a chill. The usual laziness was gone. Ning Xiao grabbed Tang Ming's backpack strap, his gloomy eyes revealing a trace of light through his dark bangs. He spoke calmly, "I'm giving you a spot, so what are you yelling about? Get out first." He was very serious and his voice was very loud. Tang Ming let out an "oh" and toned down his voice. Bai Lian's slender fingers gripped his backpack properly before withdrawing his gaze and heading for the door with a somewhat nonchalant attitude. The two followed him out. Everyone in the lecture hall watched the three of them leave, and only after they were out of sight did they exchange glances. What did Tang Ming just say? Someone asked as if it were fantasy. It seemed like he said Bai Lian was going to give up his spot for him. With the Qin family's wide experience and knowledge, Jianghu also couldn't suppress his shock. Everyone in Xianxia, even those from the 4 major cities, strove for a spot at Jianghu University. Even at Beiqing High School, there were only 10 spots controlled by Jianghu University. Such a spot couldn't be found even on the app's auction site. It was priceless. Both the Ren family and the Qin family treasured it, not to mention others. Was Bai Lian really going to give his spot to Tang Ming? It's not that hard to understand. Someone in the lecture hall suddenly spoke up. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming have such high scores, probably because Bai Lian shared all the answers with them, especially since Ning Xiao is first. Ning Xiao often competed with Jianghu for the top 2 spots in the whole school, and this time even with the help of a Jianghu University PhD, Jianghu's scores were still lower than Ning Xiao's, which could only mean there was a mastermind behind the scenes. This variable was because of who? Aside from Bai Lian, he couldn't think of anyone else. Aren't those 3 in a competitive relationship? Before, they had envied Ren Wangshuan's 2 team members. But now, compared to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, those 2 team members didn't seem enviable at all. Competing for what? Didn't you see? Bai Lian is even going to transfer the app to Tang Ming. The new student is really too good to his group mates. If only I had been randomly chosen. At this point, most of them couldn't help but look at Zhu Jiaran, who used to sit behind Ren Wanxian. They remembered Zhu Jiaran was also in Bai Lian's group. Zhu Jiaran hadn't looked up once since hearing Ning Xiao and Tang Ming's scores. She had come to a realization. Ning Xiao hadn't been going to assist Bai Lian with poverty alleviation every evening. Bai Lian had the answers, even clearer than Ren Wangshuan's. Why hadn't she mentioned it before? If she had spoken up, she wouldn't have made up an excuse to go back to the dorm. The assignments and those assignments. Zhu Jiaran pulled up Tang Ming's WeChat, which she had only added. What exactly was the assignment Bai Lian gave us before? Tang Ming didn't say a word, just sent over 2 pictures. The pictures showed Bai Lian's handwritten assignments and analyses. Zhu Jiaran had never paid attention to the assignments Bai Lian had sent before, throwing them away without a second glance. Today was the first time she seriously looked at the questions and analyses. After looking through them, she was unable to regain her composure for a long time. Only then did she finally understand what she had missed. Outside. By the 10th time Tang Ming asked Bai Lian, she finally spoke up. If you say one more word, I'll immediately transfer it to Xianxia's. Tang Ming. He fluidly downloaded the app, registered an account. Then searched for Ning Xiao's account and followed it. He was just about to ask Bai Lian when he couldn't find hers but saw that Bai Lian had already entered a milk tea shop. He silently held back. At the Ren family. Mealtime. Ren Qian had just returned from outside, handing a gift box to a servant. Glancing around, he did not see Ren Wanxian. Where's Xianxia? The servants exchanged looks. Ren Wanxian had been gloomy since her return and had locked herself upstairs without coming down for dinner. No one dared to call her. Ren Qian was surprised. He knew today was the day spots were distributed, and he had even brought a gift back for Ren Wanxian. He went upstairs and knocked on Ren Wangshuan's door. There was no response, so he had someone fetch the key from the storage room to unlock the door. Ren Wanxian hadn't turned on the light, and the curtains were tightly drawn. Ren Qian, surprised, had the servant hand her the gift box while he turned on the room's light. What's wrong? Seeing Ren Wanxian still in her school uniform lying on the bed, Ren Qian held the gift box and gently began, "Your grandfather also bought you a gift. Open it and see, it's what you've always liked." "I don't want it." Ren Qian, concerned, looked at Ren Wanxian and gestured for the servant to leave. "Xianxia, tell your grandfather who bullied you." Chapter 80. 033 Gentle and weak granddaughter Mr. Jianghu is as cold as ice. To Ren Wanxian didn't speak. Ren Qian stood still, watching her for a long while, took out his cell phone, and prepared to call the principal with a cold expression on his face. Hearing the keypad beeps, Ren Wanxian suddenly leaped up, snatched Ren Qian's cell phone and ended the call. Ren Qian didn't take it back, just stood there watching her. The principal's call came back quickly but neither of them looked. After a 5-minute standoff between the granddaughter and grandfather, Ren Wanxian finally spoke. Qin Zhu and I didn't get the spots. The astonishment on Ren Qian's face was no less than Ren Wangshuan's. The Ren family had put so much effort into securing these spots, he and the Qin family had been determined to obtain them. Now Ren Wanxian was saying that both of them didn't get the spots? He wanted to ask more but Ren Wanxian refused to say another word, returned the cell phone to Ren Qian and kicked him out the door, relocking it. Ren Qian held his cell phone and called the principal back. Bai Lian. Upon learning that one of the 2 spots went to Bai Lian, Ren Qian's surprise was evident. In Ren Wangshuan's descriptions, Bai Lian had switched from humanities to science, and her science scores had always been low. Ren Qian could never have imagined it would be Bai Lian. On Monday you go and apologize to teacher Li. Ren Qian knocked twice on Ren Wangshuan's door with a heavy voice. Use your head and you should know who in Xianxia would dare to mess with the Ren family? No one inside spoke. Ren Qian took out his phone, called Ji Xiaorong but no one answered. He then turned to the servant and said, pick out a gift that girls would like. This meant a gift for Bai Lian. Suddenly Ren Wanxian flung open the door, looked at Ren Qian. Grandpa, find me the best teacher in Beijing. She couldn't be outdone by Bai Lian. It was a little past 9 at night. Purist Street number 112 hadn't closed yet. Bai Lian had come back early for something and was preparing to go to the small shop to buy milk, while the shop owner sat outside on a small stool sharpening a knife. She wore her blue and white school uniform, her hair neatly tied back, holding a notebook in her hand. As she neared the shop owner stood up with the knife in hand. Lian, you're back early today, eh? Yeah. Bai Lian lazily picked up a bottle of milk and casually scanned a QR code to pay. Got some stuff going on. 2 plainclothes officers, pretending to be passers-by but on duty, quickly approached as soon as they saw the shop owner stand up. Student, why haven't you gone home yet this late? They discreetly separated Bai Lian from the shop owner. They'll be heading back soon. Bai Lian paid and assessed the 2 distinctly non-ordinary looking individuals. She remembered Ji Xiaorong saying the police were watching the shop owner. She stabbed a straw into the milk, biting on it while moving to the alley ahead to wait for Mao Kuan. 5 minutes after Bai Lian left, Mao Kuan dragged his heavy steps coming from the end of Purist Street. The shop owner was still sharpening his knife, and Mao Kuan squatted in front of him for a minute, commenting, Uncle, your knife isn't sharp enough, not fast for cutting bones. They'll bring you a sharper one in a couple of days. It's fine as it is. The shop owner brought out the knife, gleaming with a chilling reflection. The 2 officers preparing for a shift swap inhaled sharply. Leaning against the wall at the usual spot, Bai Lian played with the straw, her slender and fair fingers tapping a cell phone, memorizing vocabulary. Her posture relaxed, her eyes and brows shrouded in the darkness of the night. Did you add weighted bags? She noticed Mao Kun's limbs were bound with more than mere 1-pound sandbags. Oh yeah. Mao Kuan lifted his right hand to show Bai Lian the silver-white metal chunks the size of an egg on his wrists and ankles. I used to use iron, but my godfather said 2 pounds of iron was too bulky so he switched to these for me. Saying this, he pulled out a bag to show Bai Lian 4 similarly sized medals. These are for you. Bai Lian was surprised. She picked up one of the egg-sized medals and weighed it in her hand. For something the size of an egg it was 2 pounds. The density was much higher than iron. Bai Lian needed to go to school, and it was inconvenient having sandbags tied to her hands, so the small metal pieces were suitable. She picked up the 4 pieces of metal, casually tossed them, her posture lazy with a slight smile on her lips, casually complimenting, not bad at all. Mao Kuan watched her casually tossing the 8-pound objects. He had just strapped on medals weighing 2 pounds on each hand today, and had even eaten 2 less bites of his dinner. Today he'll teach you how to power your body along with the boxing techniques from last time. Bai Lian casually twirled the 4 pieces of metal, instructing him in body movements, 3 training stances, the first one with your left foot in front, right foot behind. Chapter 81. 033 Gentle and weak granddaughter Mr. Jianghu is as cold as ice _3 As she spoke, she placed her 4 pieces of metal into his hand. Pretend it's a long stick, push sweep downward with your right hand moving forward, follow with your right foot, pull back with your right hand, push forward with your left hand. Unexpectedly weighed down by an 8-pound object, Mao Kun's right hand shook. Bai Lian slowly bent over, holding a milk carton in her left hand, and used the cold edges of the carton to press against his right hand, gently lifting it up. Mao Kuan looked at her languid face, her dark pupils clearly lacking any aggression, yet he felt an immense pressure. Steady, Bai Lian said after he had stabilized. and only then did she let go of the milk carton with an air of nonchalance. He spent half an hour today learning 3 strength-building movements until he had memorized them. Sis, am I really stupid? Mao Kuan escorted her to the door and suddenly asked cautiously on the way. Bai Lian clipped another word and without lifting her head responded, poor memory but naturally gifted in martial arts. Mao Kuan was stunned. It was the first time someone had praised him. After a long while he rubbed his head and said, so, can I teach Xiaowu and Xiaoqi? They were his 2 sidekicks. Sure. As they approached the courtyard gate, Bai Lian gave him a look, telling him to go back. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not bothering to take out her keys to unlock the door. 2 seconds later. As Jianghu opened the door to come out and greet her, he was met with the sight of someone standing nonchalantly at the entrance. Jianghu was momentarily silent, then stepped aside to let her in. What are you holding in your hand? When he saw her fingers hook a small bag, he reached out to take it from her. The moment he took it his hand sank, almost causing him to stumble, but Bai Lian quickly stabilized him with a sincere look. Grandpa, I'll take it. Then she casually hooked the bag back with one finger, as effortlessly as if it held not 8 pounds but a feather. Jianghu? What's this? He asked while locking the door, looking at her. It was just 4 objects, each the size of an egg. So heavy? Tools for physical training. Bai Lian took out a small spherical object from the bag and tilted her head. Grandpa, do you have a thicker soft strap? I need to thread it through. 5 minutes later. Jianghu watched his delicate granddaughter tie 4 spherical weights to her limbs. Then she serenely wished him a good night. The next morning, Bai Lian had arranged to visit the Xianxia library with Jianghu. The Route 12 bus on Pura Street was very convenient, traveling from the city gate through Pura Street to the school and right to the library, a veritable assembly line covering nearly the whole of Xianxia. The library was located just 1 stop past the school. Bai Lian spotted Jianghu squatting beside a lamppost opposite the library from a distance on the bus. He was dressed in a light blue shirt and a white vest, squatting with his back to the pole, ignoring everyone around him. Jianghu stood by his side, expressionless, fixing the colors on a broken Rubik's cube to make 3 centers the same. He wore a black t-shirt, his pale fingers as if tipped with frost, his long eyelashes demure. Leisurely restoring the cube with one hand, he glanced down at Jianghu with a cold look. Are you planning on fixing this by squatting here all night? Jianghu, not wishing to stay near him, shifted to another spot, squatting facing a trash bin. Think you might fit in there yourself? Jianghu scoffed. Jianghu then covered his ears with his hands. Across the street, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chen stood far from a black business car, not daring to approach the two. A tense Ming Dongheng saw the Route 12 bus arrive. As the bus stopped and a figure in water green alighted, he visibly relaxed. Chief Chen had been frowning and smoking. Seeing Bai Lian, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and, knowing what Ming Dongheng had been waiting for, greeted her without delay. Miss Bai. Miss Bai. Ming Dongheng also stepped forward, respectfully handing over a little book bag to Bai Lian. This is the young master's book bag, please hand it over to him later. When Jianghu was scolding Jianghu, not even Ming Dongheng, let alone the entire Jiang family, dared to come close. Even Shijue passing by them would be affected. Jianghu had stayed in the lab the night before and hadn't come back. Jianghu had been alone at home, not sleeping, and eventually came to squat opposite the library, waiting for Bai Lian. Upon messing up the cube, he just squatted by the pole, immobile. Ming Dongheng didn't dare to disturb Jianghu and couldn't bear to call Bai Lian. Jianghu's lab was involved in the handover of detectors, and Ming Dongheng understood the gravity of the situation, so he kept Jianghu company there. Jianghu only learned that Jianghu was squatting here when he returned in the morning. Jianghu's. Bai Lian reached out and took the bok choy printed little backpack from Ming Dongheng's hand. Today she wore a wide water green cross-collared shirt with broad sleeves and a dark green horse-face skirt beneath. Her hair was still bundled with a wooden hairpin. Lifting her hand, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of red around her wrist along with a silver-white metal object the size of an egg. Yes, Ming Dongheng glanced over at Jianghu. If possible, please tell the young master that Chief Chen is looking for him. Bai Lian walked towards the other side. Chief Chen still had a smoldering cigarette in his hand, but he kept staring at the silver-white metal on Bai Lian's hand. Ming Dongheng frowned and sharply reminded him, Chief, mind where you're looking. Ah. Chief Chen snapped back to attention and looked at Ming Dongheng mournfully. Mr. Ming, don't you think the silver accessory on Miss Bai's hand looks familiar? What's that to you? Ming Dongheng glowered at him. No, I mean, Chief Chen hastily explained, such a large piece of iridium. A whole 2 pounds of it at least. And naturally occurring. Chapter 82, Xianxia, what does she owe you? _1 Director Chen used several exclamation marks to express his surprise. Ming Dongheng didn't study this, his greatest breakthrough in life being that he had studied astronomy for a while, but he understood Director Chen's meaning, very scarce. Don't be fooled by the current appearance that iridium doesn't seem so expensive. Director Chen shook his head. You can't buy it even if you go abroad to negotiate with those mine owners, it's a prized commodity, you understand? The entire world is in short supply of iridium, yet the production of iridium is particularly low. Domestically, to save on iridium, recycling efforts have been intensified. Director Chen's last mission was to negotiate the purchase of iridium in the F continent, but he didn't even get to see the mine owner. Despite having sufficient funds, he failed to acquire iridium for the country. Therefore he was very familiar with iridium metal and could recognize it at a glance. Who would hang a piece of iridium metal on their wrist like that? And such a large piece? This piece of iridium, if placed in Jianghu University's laboratory, how many people in the departments of physics and chemistry would go crazy? 2 pounds? Ming Dongheng's focus was also odd as he looked in surprise at Bai Lian's retreating figure. He hadn't noticed at all that she was carrying something weighing 2 pounds on her hand. Across from them. Jianghu was about to say something, but seeing a figure walking slowly towards them, he took a deep breath. Bai Lian looked at his cold face, then lowered her gaze to Jianghu, who was squatting by the trash can, covering his ears. She bent down slightly, pinching Jianghu's collar with 2 fingers, lifting him up. She scrutinized him for a while with narrowed eyes before lazily asking, "Are you little trash? Squatting by the trash can?" Jianghu quickly restored the Rubik's Cube to the steps Jianghu had set. Upon hearing this, he stood coldly behind Bai Lian with one hand in his pocket, his tall figure slightly leaning, his pale eyes narrowly opened, sneering at Jianghu. Jianghu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian let go, putting him down. Jianghu clutched at her clothes tightly, hanging his head low, silent. She didn't ask why he was squatting there. After nearly a month of acquaintance, she knew that Jianghu had some issues with his personality. Letting Jianghu cling to her clothes, she turned her head and looked at Jianghu for a while. Jianghu was difficult to approach even in the best of moods, let alone when he was in a bad one. Expressionless, his gaze lowered, Ming Dongheng didn't dare to come close. Taken aback by her casual glance, he too was slightly stunned. Just when Jianghu was about to say something, Bai Lian suddenly spoke up, "Didn't you sleep last night?" Jianghu was somewhat surprised. He subconsciously looked himself over. Even after a sleepless night, young Master Jiang remained impeccably neat, spotless from head to toe, his hair unruffled, proudly elegant. Still looking as dashing as ever. His narrowed phoenix eyes betrayed no trace of fatigue. "You should go back to sleep," Bai Lian said lazily, patting Jianghu's head and tilting her own slightly, her voice carrying a casual chuckle. "Leave Jianghu to me." She also handed Jianghu's little bok choy packet to him, letting him hold it himself. As for what Ming Dongheng mentioned about Director Chen needing to see Jianghu, Bai Lian didn't mention a word of it. Under normal circumstances, Jianghu and Jianghu would be at an impasse for at least a day. Jianghu would ignore everyone, insisting on squatting alone like this. He would cover his ears whenever someone spoke, refusing to eat or sleep. Jianghu, often busy, would still have to make time to watch over him and ensure he ate, frequently sitting beside him with a laptop. Both were quite resilient. It was just a matter of who couldn't bear the sleeplessness first. Unsurprisingly, it was always Jianghu who fell asleep first. Today marked the first time Jianghu had a breakdown since coming to Xianxia, an occurrence both unexpected and routine for Jianghu. Perhaps not expecting Bai Lian to respond in that way, Jianghu slightly lifted his gaze. It was after a pause of about a minute that he replied calmly, The 2 adults and 1 child walked in the opposite direction. Bai Lian, with one hand carrying her backpack and the other holding Jianghu's hand, led him into the library. Jianghu stood beside the car, hands still in his pockets, his tall figure elongated by the morning sun. His cold and exquisite face was illuminated by the golden light, looking even more unapproachable. He watched as the 2 entered the library. Only after they had gone inside did he withdraw his gaze, get into the car and said indifferently, "Let's go." Director Chen had already planned to disclose the following matters. But he didn't expect Jianghu to say, "Let's go." He sat down in the passenger seat, immediately looking towards Ming Dongheng for help. Ming Dongheng, at the driver's seat, was also surprised, fearing he had misunderstood Jianghu Lai's intent. Back to the manor. Chapter 83, Xianxia, what does she owe you? Underskirtum. Jianghu Lai leaned against the chair back, his eyelashes slightly closed, crossing his long legs elegantly, his eyes hidden in the shadows as if resting with his eyes closed. Ming Dongheng and Director Qin didn't dare to speak. They had thought after returning Jianghu Lai would say something. But they hadn't expected him to go straight upstairs, to sleep? Miss Bai didn't speak with young Master Jiang? Director Qin looked at Ming Dongheng, completely confused. Why did young Master Jiang go to sleep? Not to mention Director Qin, Ming Dongheng, who had followed Jianghu Lai for several years, was also surprised. Jianghu Lai is a workaholic. When the Jiang family was unstable, he attended school while dealing with the family affairs, and even had a record of staying awake for 4 consecutive days. Now that Jiang Shijue is managing the Jiang family for him, the laboratories are at a critical stage and he is still very busy. Only when Jiang Shijue really can't handle a matter would he come to find him. To stay up all night and deal with other matters the next day was all too common for Jianghu Lai. Today, Director Qin had contacted Ming Dongheng early in the morning to meet with Jianghu Lai, obviously to discuss important matters, and Jianghu Lai could not have failed to see this. So, what on earth did Miss Bai say? And why did young Master Jiang go to catch up on sleep? Ming Dongheng scratched his head, puzzled, and simply yawned and went to sleep too, as he hadn't slept all night either because Jiang didn't sleep. Coolly he left Director Qin to his own devices. Director Qin didn't dare to object and just sat silently in the hall. The library, still early today, not many people around. Bai Lian found a spot on the 2nd floor to sit down. She first opened Jianghe's backpack, placed his big dictionary on his desk and then said, "Read." Jianghe sat down beside her, silently reading. Bai Lian had just taken out her notebook when she received a message from Pu Xiaohan on WeChat. "We're planning to go hiking today, are you coming?" Bai Lian, "I'm at the library." Pu Xiaohan then asked in the class group chat if anyone wanted to hike. Xianxia hadn't even gotten out of bed yet and she kept tagging everyone until he woke up. Xianxia, what the heck, tagging your daddy early in the morning? Pu Xiaohan, early? Idiot, your desk mate is already at the library, smile. Xianxia, how many times do I have to tell you not to touch my flowers? Xianxia immediately covered his phone, worried his mother coming to lift his blankets would see that someone was already at the library. It wasn't until his mom chased him with a stick from his room to the living room that he raised his phone high, bravely tagging Pu Xiaohan back with one word in the group chat. Cool. Meanwhile at Ning Xiao's house. He held his phone, thinking over Pu Xiaohan's message, and then messaged Bai Lian in their private group to ask for the exact location of the library. He started packing his bag. Are you going out? The elderly man with snow-white hair looked at Ning Xiao with surprise in the yard. Ning Xiao hummed a response, always just as silent no matter where he was. Going to the library with classmates. Go ahead. The old man smiled, standing up straight, his expression gentle and kind. Watching Ning Xiao truly leave, he looked greatly relieved. He returned to the main hall, took an incense stick, bowed to the 3 memorial plaques with his hands together, and spoke with kindness and warmth. Good morning. Little Ning Xiao seems to have made a friend. Are you happy too, Nua Nua? He inserted the incense stick. In the room, the old man's cell phone started ringing. He put on his reading glasses to look for the phone, squinting his eyes and pressing the big green answer button. Hello, Xiao Wang. High school seniors are under great pressure. Pu Xiaohan originally wanted to go hiking. But in the end, no one from her class wanted to hike. They just wanted to sleep or lie down. So she had no choice but to bring her homework to the library to find Bai Lian. Upon entering the 2nd floor, she saw Ning Xiao and Tang Ming sitting opposite Bai Lian. Tang Ming was the top student of class 11 and was also someone Pu Xiaohan often saw on the school's honor roll. Of course, compared to Tang Ming. How did this lone top student who always kept to himself end up hanging out with Bai Lian? Ning Xiao looked up, nodding to Pu Xiaohan as a greeting. Pu Xiaohan sat next to Bai Lian, feeling flattered. The Scholar King greeted her? She hurriedly responded and exchanged WeChat contacts with Tang Ming before turning back to talk to Bai Lian. Then she saw Jianghe sitting next to her, engrossed in a big dictionary, his face expressionless, his eyelashes long and thick. Who is this kid? He's really good looking, his eyelashes are so long. Pu Xiaohan whispered, her voice filled with excitement. On the other side, Tang Ming looked at Pu Xiaohan with a complicated expression. Chapter 84, Xianxia, what does she owe you? _3 looks good, doesn't it? In a moment hell make you question life itself. Bai Lian took out her biology book and notebook, her slender and fair fingertips pressing against the page numbers of the notebook, her long eyelashes lowered, methodically stating, "His name is Xianxia." Xianxia? Pu Xiaohan took her words for truth. He looked up at Bai Lian incredulously once again. If Jianghu were a normal child, he would definitely have objected loudly and introduced himself. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He could only silently flip the dictionary to the page with the character, crane. "You see," Bai Lian said calmly as she pointed the tip of her pen at one half of the character, looked sideways and calmly told Pu Xiaohan, "It means this bird." With her face in her hands, Pu Xiaohan looked at Jianghu. "Although the name is strange, it's pretty cute." Jianghu, whoosh, he silently turned the page. Then he took out his 7-layered 5 magic cube from his backpack. Pu Xiaohan, who had just written a few words and was stretching, caught sight of the unfamiliar football-shaped cube the boy was slowly pulling out. 12 sides, 12 colors, and still a 7-layered cube. She felt dizzy just looking at it. Then, in the next second, she saw, the delicate boy restored the colors on one face to the same color. Her half-raised hand paused in midair. Tang Ming finally retracted his gaze contentedly from across the room. Some time passed. Jianghu, playing with the 7-layered 5 magic cube, yawned quietly. Bai Lian tilted her head, took out some milk, inserted the straw, and handed it to Jianghu with composure. "Don't fall asleep, Xianxia. You normally can hold up well. Don't sleep now, it'll stay with you till tomorrow." Xianxia holding the milk. Meanwhile, at the Ren family home. Upstairs. The Secretary General, seeing Ren Wanxian in a sulk, whispered comfortingly, "Miss, I understand your grievances, but please don't throw a tantrum in front of Mr. Ren. He likes to be in control and not be controlled. After all, you are his only granddaughter. Miss, you must believe that I am absolutely on your side." "I know," Ren Wanxian responded sullenly. If it hadn't been for the Secretary General risking his own safety to save Ren Jiawei and personally handing the newborn Ren Wanxian to Ren Qin, Ren Wangshuan's safe birth would have been impossible. As a great contributor to the Ren family, the Secretary General still remained cautious and modest, without resting on his laurels. Everyone in the Ren family, including Ren Jiawei, trusted him deeply. After he comforted Ren Wanxian, he then stepped out. Ren Qian stood at the end of the corridor. "How is she doing?" "The miss says she knows she was wrong," the secretary bowed his head humbly. "She also doesn't want to cause you worry, she's very remorseful." Ren Wanxian then came out to apologize. "Grandfather, I'm sorry." Ren Qian couldn't possibly be truly angry with her. "It's all right. Remember to apologize to your teacher later." Downstairs. Ren Jiawei was on the phone in the living room. "Yeah, okay." Ji Xiaorong sat to the side, looking down as he sipped his tea. Ren Qian then sat opposite Ren Jiawei, waiting for her response. Ren Wanxian sat beside Ren Qian, unconsciously twirling her fingers. "How did it go? What did Dr. Gao's assistant say?" Ren Qian hurriedly inquired once Ren Jiawei hung up the call. Ren Jiawei threw her phone onto the table and crossed her arms over her chest, sweeping her gaze around the room. Dr. Gao gave a standard answer, "Let's leave it at that. After all these years of elite education, they still can't compete with Chenju. What can I say?" "How did Teacher Li arrange things?" Ren Qian interrupted Ren Jiawei, looking up at the secretary standing by. "Noon, a private room in the Wanhe building." The Secretary General checked the schedule. "You've invited him. He couldn't possibly refuse to give you face. The only issue is that Miss Bei's phone doesn't seem to be reachable." Ji Xiaorong, who had been silent up to this point, spoke up indifferently. "Alien is focused on her studies and she has already given her spot to someone else. I hope you don't disturb her." The others in the hall didn't know about this. She gave her spot away just like that? Ren Qian was shocked. Ren Wanxian also suddenly stood up. The secretary looked at Ji Xiaorong with a deep frown. "Mr. Ji, she's at the very least your niece and we are all relatives. Why do you keep helping outsiders? If she's giving the spot away casually, why not give it to Miss Wanxian?" Ren Qian didn't interrupt the secretary. Clearly that was also his line of thought. Admittedly he admired Bai Lian a lot, but compared with Ren Wanxian she seemed insignificant. First it was the book and now it's the spot. Ji Xiaorong stood up looking at Ren Qian. "What does she owe you?" Chapter 85. 035 is modest and does not compete. The one picking up trash picks up _1. Ji Xiaorong had always been an invisible presence in the Ren family. He rarely visited the Ren family's old residence and conducted himself with quiet, scholarly elegance and a strong sense of literary pride. He had almost no presence in the Ren family. Ren Qian was unsatisfied with the marriage and seldom concerned himself with his son-in-law. until the birth of his pleasing granddaughter. Ji Xiaorong had only sought out Ren Qian once 7 years ago because of an issue concerning Ji Xiaojun. This was still the first time he had spoken up like this at the Ren family home. Even Ren Qian was taken aback by his attitude. All right, Ren Zhouwei picked up the cigarette box on the table and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as she bowed her head. Dad, if you're outclassed, you have to admit it. It's not that I look down on them. Ren Wanxian looked up at Ren Zhouwei and bit her lip. Mom, forget it. Ren Qian stopped expressing his opinion and stood up. Wanxian, come with us to Wanhe building first, your teacher is arriving soon. He didn't bring Ren Zhouwei with him. Once everyone had left, Ji Xiaorong retrieved a pillbox from the pocket of his coat and poured out 2 pills. Ren Zhouwei poured him a glass of water, frowning. Don't worry about this matter, you also know Wanxian has always been under my dad's care. Ren Wanxian was the only descendant of the Ren family, taken and handed over to Ren Qian to be raised from the moment she was born. They simply had no say in the matter. Across from them, the Secretary-General glanced at them indifferently before turning to walk out the door. I do have some regrets about handing Wanxian over to your father. Ji Xiaorong put down the water glass and pressed his brow. Stop thinking about it. However, Ren Zhouwei resettled in her chair, eyeing Ji Xiaorong thoughtfully. Bai Lian does bear a resemblance to the Ji family, whereas Wanxian doesn't resemble her at all. Don't say that again in the future. Don't bring up the idea of grooming Lian anymore either. She wouldn't want it. Ji Xiaorong swallowed the pills and put away the pillbox, then shook his head, and if Wanxian hears it, she'll cause a fuss again. He had a feeling that Ren Wanxian harbored significant animosity towards Bai Lian. Yet there was clearly no conflict between the two of them. All right, I haven't said it in front of anyone else. Ren Zhouwei gestured in surrender, but if your niece truly doesn't want, all right, I won't mention it. At 12 o'clock, the private room in Wanhe building. Qin Zhu and Qin Gang were also there. The head teacher of Class 8 had been transferred to First Middle School, and anyone in Xianxia with money and influence tried to get their child into his class. Qin Gang and Ren Qian were very polite to him. Bai Lian passed the spot to Tang Ming. Upon hearing this news from Ren Qian and Qin Gang, the Class 8 teacher's surprise was not less than that of Qin Zhu or Ren Wanxian. This was a slot for Jianghu University's preparatory camp. Even if Bai Lian genuinely didn't want it on the black market, it could fetch at least tens of millions. But it was Bai Lian who had done this. Upon reflection, the Class 8 teacher felt that this was something she was capable of doing. Indeed, Bai Lian has always been such a person, honest even when unobserved and pure at heart, the Class 8 teacher mused. In his eyes, Bai Lian was like that. Proud but not contentious. Bright but not blinding. He really had a high opinion of Bai Lian. Ren Qian and Qin Gang exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Their Class 8 head teacher was someone genuinely wise and learned. They were very reassured to entrust the younger generation to him. After hosting several banquets, they had never heard him praise someone so highly before. His highest praise for Qin Zhu was simply being bright. To be honest, she is my son-in-law's niece, Ren Qian said with a smile, seeing that the head teacher had taken a liking to Bai Lian, so he turned to Ren Wanxian. Wanxian, you should learn more from your cousin about the principles of being a person. Ren Wanxian had been struggling to contain herself ever since the head teacher began to speak, and to make matters worse, Ren Qian actually told the head teacher that Bai Lian was her cousin, especially since he also suggested she learn from Bai Lian. With her sharp intelligence, she had already guessed Ren Qian's thoughts. Ren Wanxian gripped her chopsticks, still managing to maintain the most perfect demeanor. She stood up to apologize. Teacher, I'm sorry I was too impulsive. I hope you take my words to heart. The Class 8 head teacher raised his glass to her, then drank the wine. He politely bade farewell to Ren Qian, neither overbearing nor servile. Mr. Ren, Mr. Qin, I need to prepare my lessons and must leave now. Once the head teacher had left, Qin Gang asked Ren Qian, I didn't expect old Jie's niece to be so impressive. Have you inquired about who taught her? I don't know. Ren Qian knew very little about the quiet and ordinary Ji family. The Secretary-General stood by, humbly pouring clear sake for the two men. Sir, why didn't you ask Teacher Li to request Bai Lian to transfer that slot to Miss Wanxian or young Master Qin Zhu? Chapter 86. 035 is modest and does not compete. The garbage picker picks up _2 Qin Gang picked up the wine glass, took a sip with his eyes lowered and said nothing. He silently supported the secretary's idea. He knew very little about the Ji family, but in his eyes, the Ji family was no different from any other passerby. We can't control Teacher Li. Ren Qian thought about Ren Zhouwei and Ji Xiaorong and holding his temple said, let's not talk about this anymore. The Secretary General stood by, listening with a slightly grim expression. The meal disbanded. Ren Qian went to deal with work, while the Secretary General took Ren Wanxian home. It wasn't until they were in the car that the Secretary General looked in the rearview mirror and said, "Miss, you need to step out of your own castle. If your cheese has been moved, you have to take it back yourself. Right now, you're like that mouse squeaking away, but I think you can be a chirping bird." 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianghu Lai's residence. Chief Chen was still waiting for the two to get up. His cell phone rang. It was his subordinate stationed in Xianxia. He hastily answered and stepped outside before speaking. "Go ahead." The voice on the other end was respectful. "Sir, Xianxia No. 1 Middle School said that their school anniversary is in a few days. Will you be attending?" The Chen family had always placed great importance on Xianxia. They allocated funds to Xianxia each year for the sake of protection, even though a large part of that funding came from the Jiang family. Hence, even though Xianxia was on the edge of several countries with many escaped convicts, no one dared to cause trouble across Purist Street. Aside from Xianxing's defense, another portion of resources was given to Xianxia No. 1 Middle School. This year, a distant side branch of the Chen family that remained in Xianxia produced a student with decent achievements. The Chen family reported this and had Academician Ma secure a spot in the reserve camp for Xianxia. Every year, Xianxia No. 1 Middle School would invite the station forces to any celebratory events. This year, because Chief Chen was also there, the subordinate called to ask if he wanted to go and watch. Xianxia No. 1 Middle School? Upon hearing it was Xianxia No. 1 Middle School, Chief Chen paused and calculated the time. "I'll check my schedule." Wang Yufeng wasn't found yet, and he wasn't really in the mood. The headmaster of No. 1 said that they have a student this year who writes lianti quite well. The subordinate evidently understood Chief Chen very well. People from the Chen family, especially the old master, favored young people who could write lianti and play the guzheng. If they could play the White Robe Journey, that would be even better. That's why almost everyone in the Guzheng Association could play it, but not many could play it entirely. With these words, Chief Chen obviously hesitated. "Really? Then I do want to go and see." Finally, there were sounds of movement from upstairs. Chief Chen quickly hung up the phone and walked into the hall to look towards the wooden staircase entrance. Jianghu Lai slowly descended the stairs after a shower, his half-dried hair slightly moist. He wore only a black silk robe tied tightly at the waist, and his pale fingers held a laptop. "Young Master Jiang," Chief Chen lowered his voice. Jianghu Lai sat on the sofa and opened his laptop. A servant served a simple meal. Chief Chen sat down anxiously. "Someone saw Wang Yufeng at the Azure Dragon bar, so I've already sent someone to stake it out." "The bar?" Jianghu Lai browsed through papers submitted by team members, his light eyes slightly narrowing. Jiang Xian had never been to a bar in his life. After a moment of thought, Chief Chen said, "I'm waiting for Mr. Ming to get up." "Well, go scout first. Mr. Ming wants to go to the fighting ring to find Teacher Zhu. Tongpa is putting too much pressure on them." Jianghu Lai hummed in response, closed his laptop, turned around and pulled out a black card from his drawer to give to Chief Chen. Chief Chen's eyes lit up and he took it with both hands. By the way, Chief Chen remembered that Bai Lian was wearing Xianxia No. 1 Middle School's uniform last time. Next week, Xianxia No. 1 Middle School will have their school anniversary. Will you be attending the ceremony? Jianghu Lai picked up his chopsticks and ate in an unhurried manner. "I don't have time." "Okay," Chief Chen nodded. "Miss Bai doesn't have a performance?" He actually thought Miss Bai would have a performance. But then again, Bai Lian is like Jianghu Lai, who would have the courage to ask Jianghu Lai to perform. Are they tired of living? The library. At noon, Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan went to eat hot pot across the street. Pu Xiaohan only held out for the morning, wanting to go home to binge watch after eating the hot pot. Before leaving, she squatted beside Jianghe with a beaming smile. "By the way, little brother Xianxia, our school anniversary is next Wednesday, and there's a program with your sister Bai Lian. Remember to come and watch if you have time." Jianghe didn't speak, just slowly looked up at Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan roughly knew there might be some issues with Jianghe's personality and didn't mind it. After speaking, she stood up and said to Bai Lian, "If your family has time, make sure they come and watch, or it'll be such a shame." Bai Lian didn't know if Jiheng would have time. Chapter 87. 035 is modest and does not compete. The one picking up trash picks up _3, but Ji Xiaojun definitely didn't have the time, as he needed to teach his students. "Okay." Bai Lian lazily took out her earphones. Jianghe followed behind Bai Lian, silently noting down the time. "What's your account name?" Back in the library, Tang Ming recalled Bai Lian's Xinjiang preparatory camp account and lowered his voice. Ning Xiao also looked up. Bai Lian leaned back, crossed her legs, and lazily tapped the tabletop with her fingertips. Bai Jian. Bai sister? Tang Ming thought it sounded kind of cool. Bai Lian glanced at Jianghu and curved her lips. Bai Jian as in picking up trash. Jianghu's head dipped low. With an expressionless face he took out a dictionary. With a whoosh, he started flipping through it. Picking up trash? Tang Ming didn't dare to ask anything further and silently took out his phone to search for Bai Jian. No wonder he couldn't find Bai Lian's name before. Ning Xiao also took out his phone. This time with the correct username, Tang Ming could find it immediately. Username, Bai Jian this month's points, 0, sis haven't you started doing the questions yet? The explanations in there are amazing, Tang Ming whispered, and there are video explanations seriously worth watching. But getting points, he himself had only a few hundred points this month. Tang Ming had already realized how big the gap was between him and the others there. As he was speaking, he casually glanced further back. Total points, 0 followers, 1 fans 1258. Tang Ming nearly blurted out, hey isn't that? Bai Lian opened a page of her book, looked up, her posture relaxed, her faint expression exuding an aura of pressure. Tang Ming forcefully swallowed the words that had reached his mouth. Monday morning. After finishing a Chinese language class, Bai Lian casually leaned on the desk with one hand and pulled out a biology book with the other, flipping through it at random. Her eyes drooped, and in the morning light, her fingers resembled soaked white jade. She just happened to see a diagram of a paramecium. She couldn't help but let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Pu Xiaohan, who was stunned, came back to her senses, clueless. Lu Mom is calling for you outside. After Bai Lian left, Pu Xiaohan stared at her biology book. It was just a diagram of a paramecium that looked like a straw sandal insert. Was it that funny? Outside, Lu Lingxi was scolding a group of boys. When she saw Bai Lian, her expression softened. Mrs. Li is looking for you. Holding the test papers, Lu Lingxi pointed towards the second floor. The office is just downstairs. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, nodded, and headed to the second floor. The class teacher of Class 8 was sitting in the office, wearing glasses, writing lesson plans. He looked up, saw Bai Lian and smiled, the sternness on his face warming. Student Bai. Teacher. Bai Lian lowered her eyes, wearing her school uniform neatly and cutely. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her eyelids. I heard you gave your spot to Tang Ming, the Class 8 teacher pondered for a moment before saying, the opportunity is a rare one, can you tell me what you are thinking? Bai Lian didn't say anything. She nobly took out her phone and showed him a blue app on it. Class 8 teacher. Okay, he got it too. The two looked at each other on the verge of laughter, and after a while, he handed her a book of chemistry notes. All right, go back. Thank you, teacher. Bai Lian accepted the chemistry notes with both hands. After she left, the Class 8 teacher still watched Bai Lian's slender and tall figure in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. If the Ren family didn't say it, who would know that this girl was a relative of the Ren family? At the door, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu, who were coming in, missed Bai Lian. Chen Zhu took an extra glance at her. Then they went to get their homework. Ren Wanxian, I'm calling you because there's something I need to discuss. The teacher of Class 8 recovered his smile slightly, less relaxed than he was in front of Bai Lian, and composed himself. A gentleman will be visiting on the day of the school celebration, and you're to receive him with the principal. Spend some extra time practicing your calligraphy these next few days. There were many in the school who were adept at Li script. Even Chen Zhu could do it. But none were as good as Ren Wanxian. A VIP from the school? That could only be from the Jiangjing Chen family. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu exchanged a glance, both recalling the Mr. Chen whom they had met once before. But after that, Chen Gang could never invite him again. Today's Ren Wanxian seemed to lack her usual aloofness. She nodded, Teacher, I understand. This was a big deal for the school, and as the teacher of Class 8 looked at Ren Wanxian, thinking of her fine calligraphy skills, he softened his expression. Wanxian, you are a smart child and your teacher hopes you will become better. Ren Wanxian bowed and thanked him. Suddenly, she spoke with a hint of grievance. When you asked me to share the answers publicly with the prep school, I disagreed. But I haven't seen Bai Lian sharing her answers with us either. Teacher, you're being somewhat unfair to me. Why did she have to be the frog at the bottom of the well, while Bai Lian was considered to be of pure virtue? Ren Wanxian, Class 8 teacher, looked at her for a while before speaking. How do you know she didn't share the answers with you? What? Chapter 88, 036 Chen Wei learns Muay Thai, Liang T underscore, Chen Zhu, you know best, don't you? The homeroom teacher of Class 8 turned his gaze toward Chen Zhu, The first analysis you received was that of Bai Lian. I thought the fact that Bai Lian was willing to give her spot to Tang Ming already made it clear that she didn't care about these things at all. Rin, you were the one who said it had to be absolutely fair. I thought you were right, so I took the liberty of deciding on behalf of Bai Lian to withhold her analysis, to provide you with the fairness you wanted. Chenju suddenly looked up. Of course he knew that the first answer was Bai Lian's. He had even asked the teacher at the time. But the teacher didn't tell him who it was, just asking if he was willing to team up with Bai Lian. He had refused. So Bai Lian had actually considered giving them her analysis? Rin Wangshuan's heart was in turmoil. Bai Lian had actually agreed to give it to them? She had always believed that it was every man for himself. In this competitive relationship, even she and Chenju would be on guard against each other. Bai Lian had actually agreed to let them see the analysis? Class is about to start, you two go back to your classrooms. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 continued to look down at his lesson plan. Both left with complicated feelings. Xianxia First Middle School has 2 cafeterias. One was established when the school was founded, and the other is a small cafeteria donated by the Ren family. The small cafeteria has high prices, and it's said that the chef is 5-star rated. But apart from the students of Class 8, few others go there. The water of the well does not interfere with the water of the river. So when Pu Xiaohan came back with her meal, she frowned upon seeing Chen Wei at the entrance of the cafeteria. Why would she come here? Who? Xianxia passed her with 2 bottles of drink to find Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, who always kept to himself, was eating lunch with them today. After the study session on Saturday, Xiaohan was no longer surprised. The long table was quite full. Xianxia handed the 2 bottles of drink to Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, then put his hands together in a prayer. May you both bless me with over 60 points in physics on the next monthly test, amen. I suggest you put that joint photo in your room and idolize it every day. Xiaohan reserved a seat for Yang Lin. Glancing in Chen Wei's direction, she said to Zhang Xi's, you know, why don't you just give in to that woman? Only then did Zhang Xi see Chen Wei. He was startled by Chen Wei and shrank back. No way, she's too much for me to handle. And my body and soul belong to Sister Yen. Other little demons, back off. He gestured with his hands. Really stupid. Xiaohan rolled her eyes, and for a moment she felt that there was something off with Chen Wei's eye. Everyone in Class 15 knew that Zhang Xi's liked a female celebrity. Their table was covered with her posters. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Wei watched Zhang Xi's place the drinks in front of Bai Lian. Malice in her eyes almost sprayed out. Her eyes narrowed and she asked slowly, who is that girl? Bai Lian, a transfer student from the 35th class of senior year 3, the tall and strong girl beside Chen Wei recognized Bai Lian. Wei, should we? Chen Wei appeared very irritated. My dad told me not to cause trouble. Suddenly she kicked a table in front of her. The person sitting at the table had his lunchbox fall to the floor, but he didn't dare say a word. He trembled as he picked it up, then headed back to find a table in a corner without raising his head. The entrance of the cafeteria suddenly grew quiet as if someone had pressed the pause button. Chen Wei walked up to Zhang Xi's, her brooding gaze sweeping over Bai Lian. Then she pushed Zhang Shi's lunchbox aside and sat next to him, smiling. Zhang Xi's, let's go eat in the small cafeteria. Today the chef made me squirrel fish. Zhang Xi's looked up and refused with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I like spicy food. Well, all right then. Chen Wei let go of the lunchbox regretfully, but her eyes lit up with a smile again. Tomorrow I'll have the small cafeteria make something to your taste. She stood up, looking disappointed as she left. Just as she did, Yang Lin, who was holding her meal, stood aside to let them pass through the aisle first. What's the matter, you bad omen? With a face like your parents just died. The tall and strong girl grabbed Yang Lin by the collar and pulled her face to face, disgustingly saying, who told you to make that face? Smack! Bai Lian coldly looked up, her chopsticks dropped with a clatter. Before she could stand up, her sleeves were tugged tightly from both sides. Zhang Xi's reacted quickly, standing up and frowning. Chen Wei, we're all classmates after all. That's enough, you're all in the same class as Zhang. Chen Wei paused to appreciate Zhang Shi's expression before speaking. The tall and strong girl released her grip resentfully. The group swaggered out of the cafeteria. Only after they had left did the cafeteria return to its usual liveliness. Chapter 89. 036 Chen Wei learns Muay Thai. Liang T_2 Yang Lin quietly sat down next to Pu Xiaohan with her meal, her expression calm. Pu Xiaohan turned and asked, are you all right? Yang Lin spoke even less than Ning Xiao. She shook her head, indicating she was fine. Only then did Pu Xiaohan let go of her hand. They had all seen how Bai Lian treated Shi Yutong. She whispered to Bai Lian, "We should avoid Qin Wei whenever possible. I've told you she's from the Qin family, Qinju's sister. No matter how much trouble she causes at school, the Qin family can smooth it over." Everyone at the same table from class 15 strongly agreed. Only Ningxiao was different. He too had grabbed Bai Lian's sleeve just before, but he explained things very matter-of-factly. "Qin Wei has learned Muay Thai, you can't beat her." Hearing this, Pu Xiaohan cast a silent glance at Ningxiao. Look at the way studious Ningxiao put it, as if they could fight a member of the Qin family if only they could beat them. Qin Wei's outrageous deeds at school were not limited to just this one. Forcing others to drop out wasn't a first for her, and ordinary students tried their best to avoid provoking them. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze from the cafeteria entrance and with a slow and unhurried movement, began to use her chopsticks while her long lashes lowered. She made a measured gesture with them in front of herself. Pu Xiaohan looked into Bai Lian's pitch-black eyes. Even though the other party hadn't said anything, there was an inexplicably chilling feeling running down one's spine. "Why are you looking at me?" Bai Lian asked, her food-holding fingers pinching the chopsticks and tilting her head toward Pu Xiaohan with a slight curve of her lips. Pu Xiaohan found her smile inexplicably bloodthirsty. You don't have tutoring today, do you?" Pu Xiaohan suddenly snapped back to reality. She broke the eerie atmosphere, asking Bai Lian. Bai Lian leaned on her elbow on the table and slowly replied, "Right? Then we can leave school together today." Pu Xiaohan smiled, then turned serious. "This school celebration is very important, we absolutely can't make any mistakes. They'll walk you through the process again after school this afternoon." The school celebration was imminent, and Pu Xiaohan, along with the entertainment committee members, had all volunteered. After school in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan went to the student council to help set up the stage, and Bai Lian went with her to go through the process. Yang Lin still went to work at the milk tea shop until 8 o'clock after her classes. Xianxia, afraid of being ambushed by Qin Wei on his way home, didn't dare to play basketball, so he went with Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian to the auditorium to avoid Qin Wei. At this time there were a lot of people in the auditorium. When they arrived, the president of the student council was holding a meeting. Seeing Pu Xiaohan bring Bai Lian, he came over with the program list. "By the way, Pu Xiaohan, I've moved Bai Lian's performance to the second to last." Pu Xiaohan examined Bai Lian's longsword. Surprised by the president's words, she asked, "Why suddenly change the performance order?" "It's just been pushed back one spot." The student council president obviously wouldn't mention Ren Wanxian and just chuckled. "I've heard Bai Lian's performance is quite spectacular, to hold the audience's attention a bit longer." He hadn't seen Bai Lian's rehearsal, but someone from the student council had, and they said it could rival Ren Wanxian's. The student council president didn't confirm or deny this, feeling people exaggerated. However, this transfer student certainly looked better than Ren Wanxian. That much was true, perhaps adding some filter in this aspect. Pu Xiaohan reluctantly agreed with his explanation. Having Bai Lian as the finale meant the school had good insight. Xiaohan, the head of the arts department, quickly came over, waving at Pu Xiaohan. "You guys are early, go ahead with the process." Bai Lian was holding a vocabulary book in one hand and casually took off her school jacket with the other. She was wearing a light green satin blouse, tall and elegant, her demeanor extremely striking. She was really different from the average student. She looked up and greeted the head of the arts department courteously. The head of the arts department immediately slowed her gait and gently smiled with pursed lips toward Bai Lian. "Pu Xiaohan. Sun Qian, you're scaring me like that." Sun Qian resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said to Xianxia, "You boy, why don't you come be a mascot? I'll pass with the new student here." Xianxia, fearing being caught by Sun Qian as a cheerleader as before, quickly said, I've got something to do, I'm off to the restroom." Sun Qian muttered, "Idiot." Pu Xiaohan found it hard not to agree, and then she patted the shoulder of the head of the arts department with a wink. "Who didn't come today?" According to the student council's usual style, the first spot was definitely reserved for Ren Wanxian. Today they were actually following the process, not giving Ren Wanxian any special treatment. "I've heard Ren Wanxian is practicing calligraphy today," Sun Qian shrugged. She glanced around at the others, seeing no one was paying attention here, and whispered, "You know, the school leaders have always valued her calligraphy." This was no secret in the school. After all, whenever there was a major event, or when the honor board under the teaching building needed calligraphy or posters, Ren Wanxian was asked to come forward. Chapter 90, 036 Qin Wei learns Muay Thai, Liang T_3 There are many fans of Ren Wanxian in the school, the kind that are good at studying, talented in various arts, and come from a distinguished family. It's not common. Pu Xiaohan explained this to Bai Lian, who had just arrived at the school. Our school is funded by Jianghu, and they place great importance on students' handwriting. Ren Wanxian writes Liang style extremely well. Pu Xiaohan's tone carried a rare hint of admiration. She had long admitted that she truly respected the talents of Class 8. Because Pu Xiaohan herself had also studied Liang style for a while, but hadn't mastered it. So she knew how difficult it was to achieve the level of Ren Wanxian. Liang style? Bai Lian, who was carrying a vocabulary book, paused and slightly turned her head. Pu Xiaohan knew that Bai Lian wrote in the imperial script. Lu's mom had mentioned it in class, saying it was neat and nice looking. Not just Lu's mom, many teachers who taught Class 15 started collectively disdaining the handwriting of science students. The test papers of Pu Xiaohan, who always had neat handwriting, were not much affected by this. It's Liang Zuan's handwriting, Pu Xiaohan thought Bai Lian might not be aware, and so she explained, you can't not know about it, right? Many people in our school can use this handwriting, but only Ren Wanxian writes it the best, so whenever someone from Jianghu visits, the school would ask Ren Wanxian to meet those big shots. As for exactly which big shots they would meet, that's not something ordinary people like Pu Xiaohan would know. I see. Bai Lian retracted her gaze. Here we are. Sun Qian led Bai Lian to the renovated backstage entrance. She lifted the curtain and guided Bai Lian through the procedure on stage. When it's time, you'll go up from here, the spotlight will focus on you, and the final stance will be centered right here. The school anniversary was being taken very seriously this time, and every member of the student council was working diligently to ensure there were no mistakes on the day of the celebration. Not far away, a few sturdy girls were escorting someone as they approached. The student council president paused briefly and then went to meet them. Qinwei, what brings you here? He was on good terms with Ren Wanxian and Qinzhu. It wasn't that he was particularly afraid of Qinwei, rather he was the only one bold enough to talk to her. Chen Wei's gaze lightly swept over him and landed on Bai Lian ahead. She has a performance too? Yes. The student council president glanced over there. The new student will be performing a sword dance. There are a lot of people backstage. Qinwei, why don't you wait outside? I just saw Xianxia's heading out. Qinwei gave a nonchalant in response. As she turned to walk outside, Xianxia's, who had been avoiding the crowd in the auditorium, slipped away as soon as he saw Qinwei. When Qinwei came out, all she saw was his retreating figure. The smile on her face began to contort. Xianxia's came with Bai Lian? To watch her performance? Yeah, one of the tall and sturdy girls scoffed, spilling all the information she had gathered that afternoon. Bai Lian is his desk mate. Ah. Qinwei paused mid-stride. She turned back, her sinister gaze locked onto the sword Pu Xiaohan was holding on stage. She licked her lips ominously. A sword dance? That chilling look sent a shiver down Pu Xiaohan's spine. She clutched Bai Lian's arm, and when she caught a glimpse of Qinwei out of the corner of her eye, she grabbed Bai Lian nervously. Sun Qian, let's go ahead and leave. Qinwei was unabashedly standing just below the stage. Sun Qian noticed the change in atmosphere, and the whole auditorium became much quieter. Pu Xiaohan handed the long sword to a member of the student council and reiterated with earnest, please take care of the props for us, put it in the same place as last time. This was a long sword she had custom-made for Bai Lian. Okay. He gave Pu Xiaohan a reassuring gesture. As Pu Xiaohan was leaving, he took the long sword and walked towards the props room, but after just a couple of steps he was stopped by someone. Chapter 91, 037 Longsword Incident, Update at noon tomorrow, _1 Upon looking up, the boy saw Qinwei, dressed in school uniform. He embraced the long sword and involuntarily took a step back. Why are you running? The girl beside Qinwei kicked him. The boy's hand shook and the long sword he was holding almost fell. Qinwei raised her hand and simply passed her hand over the sword he was embracing. Let me hold it for you. Thank you. The boy's hand trembled as he handed the long sword to Qinwei. Qinwei took the long sword, drew it out to look at it, and made a few gestures with it, snorting coldly. He likes this sort of thing? Her voice was chilly. What are you still looking at? Don't you hurry up and leave? The tall and strong girl by her side kicked him once more. The boy staggered away as if fleeing. What's wrong? Sun Qian looked at his flustered appearance, surprised. No, nothing. The boy shook his head frantically. Sun Qian narrowed her eyes at his retreating figure, finding it strange. Outside, Pu Xiaohan handed 2 tickets to Bai Lian. This time it was said that there would be sponsors present, and the school, fearing any mishaps at the event, had limited the number of outsiders in the auditorium. Bai Lian was to take the number 12 bus to the next stop's library, and Pu Xiaohan accompanied her to the bus stop. While passing the street corner, Xianxia's mother suddenly peered out from the flower shop. "Xiaohan, Yang Lin isn't with you today?" "She's at the milk tea shop." Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian stopped. "Then could you give her this flower for me?" That boy Xianxia said he seemed to have caused her trouble today. Xianxia's mother hastily came out with a fresh lily, closing the door to the flower shop. "The flowerbed people are rushing me. I can't wait for her to finish work today." "Of course, Auntie." Pu Xiaohan took the lily. Yang Lin always came here to buy a lily on Fridays. Xianxia's mother knew she liked lilies and had specially reserved the most beautiful one for her today. "You go ahead." Pu Xiaohan touched her nose and handed the flower to Bai Lian. "I'm afraid classmate Yang Lin might not accept it." Other than from Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan hadn't seen Yang Lin accept anything from anyone else. Bai Lian glanced at the elegant lily in Pu Xiaohan's hand. The flower was snow-white and uniquely shaped like a trumpet, with fresh droplets rolling down, and the green stem stood tall and graceful. It was pure, beautiful and refined. "Okay." She reached out to take it. It was now the peak time after school and the milk tea shop was still quite crowded. "I heard the milk tea shop changed owners and both the milk tea and pastries here are superb. Many people come here for them," commented Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian, Yang Lin, dressed in the milk tea shop's yellow jacket and wearing a mask, was making milk tea for someone. Just as she handed a cup of milk tea to a customer, a lily was stuffed into her hand. "Why are you looking at me?" Bai Lian slowly drew out her earphones, put them on and raised an eyebrow. "It's from Xianxia's mother for you." Pu Xiaohan was amazed. As they were about to leave, she suddenly heard Yang Lin say softly, "Wait a minute." Yang Lin rarely spoke. Her voice was both faint and light, and Pu Xiaohan almost thought she had imagined it. About 5 minutes later, Yang Lin handed them 2 cups of milk tea, bowing her head and whispering, "The owner here doubled my salary, and the cost of the milk tea will be deducted from it." Moreover, the pastry chef at the milk tea shop would give Yang Lin some pastries that hadn't sold each day to take home. Yang Lin turned and went back to continue working. With several employees hired by the owner, her 3-hour part-time job every day wasn't hectic. She even had time to study vocabulary. "I want a rainbow mousse cake." The middle-aged woman listed off a string of names. Yang Lin went to the back to get the cake. The pastry chef had already taken a break. He removed the cap from his head, glanced at Yang Lin and waved his hand. "Tell them the cakes are sold out." After saying that, he turned neatly, packed the 2 remaining cakes on the back counter into plastic bags, tied them up and casually tossed them onto the workbench. "These are waste. Remember to take them home when you close or toss them in the trash if you don't eat them." Hanging up his white coat, he took his phone and left through the back door. Yang Lin also heard him muttering under his breath, "Damn, where did I offend him to be dispatched here making cakes for 5 hours a day? I don't like making cakes anymore, I hate making cakes." 2 tickets, one for Jianghu and one that Bai Lian would take home to Jianghu. By the time she arrived at the library by bus, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chen were there with Jianghu at the entrance to the library. When Bai Lian arrived, Chief Chen, while smoking, complained to Ming Dongheng, "I finally managed to arrange to meet him yesterday, but his subordinate tells me he's fixing an old lattice gate. Tell me, how ridiculous is that?" Chapter 92, 037 Longsword Incident. Update tomorrow noon. _2 Ming Dongheng, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, stood coolly 2 steps away, holding a cartoon backpack emblazoned with a daikon radish. Without even looking up, he responded, "Nothing outrageous. Sister Beishian helped an old granny cross the street before." "She really did that?" Director Chen was surprised. "She's so cold and she'd help an old granny cross the street? I always thought you guys were just joking with her." Director Chen would not dare joke with any one of them. Jiang Ziju's smile concealed a knife. Su Nanjing's gentleness was like a drawing knife. Qin Beishian was formidable, every cut drew blood. Ming Dongheng, on the other hand, was easier to get along with, simple. Ming Dongheng glanced at him. "Go look it up on the Military Academy forum, you can still find her post there." Director Qin didn't dare to ask Qin Beishian. Upon hearing there was a post, he was intrigued. As they were talking, Bai Lian got out of the car, and Director Qin hurriedly pinched out his cigarette. Ming Dongheng promptly straightened up. He had business with Director Qin and wanted to leave Jianghu with Bai Lian. "Sorry to trouble you." He respectfully handed over Jianghu's school bag to Bai Lian. Both of them were exceedingly respectful towards Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng stood at the entrance of the library. Watching Bai Lian and Jianghu enter the main gate, they then got into their car. Bai Lian obviously had the ability to rein in Jianghu. With her by Jianghu's side and people lurking in the shadows to protect him, Jiang Fulai felt reassured enough to transfer Ming Dongheng away. Fortunately, we have Miss Bai. Director Chen looked at the library in the rearview mirror and sighed. Library. Leisurely, Bai Lian pulled out a ticket in front of Jianghu, teasing, "Going the day after tomorrow?" Jianghu didn't speak, just reached out to grab it. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, lifting the ticket higher and nonchalantly flicked it. "Your silence means you don't want to go." Jianghu's hand could not reach Bai Lian's wrist. Seeing the other person actually put away the ticket and calmly started pulling out a biology notebook, Jianghu, "I'll go." He spoke sullenly. Bai Lian, with her legs crossed, flipped through the notebook with her long fingers, rested her arm on the table, casually holding the ticket, and lazily tilted her head at his words. "Go where?" "To see the school anniversary." Bai Lian elegantly folded the ticket and stuffed it into Jianghu's vest pocket. "Hold on to this." Late at 10 o'clock at night, Qin Wei, wearing a school uniform, was going home with a long sword. At the gate, the servant saw her and quickly opened the iron gate. Miss, the master is waiting for you." Qin Wei entered the house expressionlessly with her school bag and long sword. In the hall, a man was standing with his back to her. "Dad." She stood at attention. Slap. A harsh slap struck her face. "Missing a monthly test is one thing, but did I send you to school to cause trouble?" Qin Gang looked at her coldly. "If only you could learn a bit from your brother, I wouldn't be so disappointed in you." A streak of blood appeared at the corner of Qin Wei's mouth. She covered her face, her expression dark and ominous. "Did I lose face for you again?" "That's really great." Qin Gang extended his hand. "Where's the ruler?" "Don't." The distraught woman finally rushed over, sobbing as she pleaded with Qin Gang, then turned back, tears streaming down her face. "Qin Wei, apologize to your father." "Apologize to him." The servant bowed his head and handed over the ruler. 5 minutes later, Qin Gang glared down at Qin Wei, who was lying on the ground barely able to get up, and said indifferently, "Take her to the confinement room." The servant approached to help Qin Wei. Using the long sword to support herself, she staggered to her feet and viciously grabbed a cup from the side table and hurled it at the servant's head. "Get lost." Struck on the head, the servant bled and retreated while holding his forehead. The others were used to it. Early Wednesday morning, Jianghu got up early. When Jiang Fulai came down from upstairs, Jianghu had finished his breakfast and changed into a white shirt with black and white striped suspenders, now squatting to put on his shoes. Jiang Fulai was still in his soft homewear, his hair slightly damp. He didn't speak, just gave Ming Dongheng, who was standing beside Jianghu, a shallow look. Ming Dongheng stood up straight, speaking in a very matter-of-fact tone. "The young master is going to Miss Bei's school." Jiang Fulai, holding a teacup with an elongated stature and one hand in his pocket, stood in front of Jianghu, his light-colored pupils slightly narrowed, surveying the youngster from above. There was a sense of intimidation. Ming Dongheng immediately took 3 steps back, retreating from the battlefield. Jianghu maintained his posture, looking up at Jiang Fulai with an expressionless face. His eyes black, large and round, devoid of emotion, he always kept himself sealed within his own world. A silent resistance. Jiang Fulai locked eyes with him for quite a while. Then, with a cold expression, he went plop as he set the teacup on the nearby round table, crouched down beside Jianghu, and with a cold touch, those slender fingers tied the untied shoelaces. You're tuning in to the Phantom Sword Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.